TV and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I know that they're a sponsor of ZipRecruiter, you can go there and see them all in one long list of every single
There you go. If you ever want to look at all of our sponsors, go on over to DeathSquad.tv. Man, traffic's gonna hit a real crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is.
No, I mean sometimes you're about to buy something, might as well get a coupon code and save some money.
There you go. Save some money, save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out a list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range of Kill Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform on the Goddamn Comedy Jam. Your favorite comedians do. It's Skate Fest and all the big. He's the incredible host of Spotify 500 with Josh Adam Myers. Guest for this show, the great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me.
Brother in arms.
Love your Spotify show, the
Thank
500, where you go over the 500 greatest albums of all time, according to the Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
Get to a Pink Floyd album.
Is there an album that's on that list that you're like, I can't believe this is on the list. I don't even want to talk about this album. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not going to like this. I fucking love it.
Yeah, that happened.
I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, she's great.
But it was like, you're like, I'm only going to know one song, and it's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
That version, her version of Nothing Compares to You, does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I picture her then. And now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking... I could cry every time listening to that.
Do you want to know something funny about the song? Prince wrote it.
Yeah.
People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers. And so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love, and it's written about a woman, but it is written about a woman, but his housekeeper.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's at least the writer brought up. I do the research, but like I have a main writer that just gets everything about every song.
Counted. It's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah.
Since you took your...
I mean, the song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct. And that's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets because you're going down a list to the number one. Right? Yeah. Like you start off with Milli Vanilli or something, probably. I wish Milli Vanilli was on there. That album fucking slapped. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, how do you not know that album or that band? And I'm like, well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs. And so I just got bored one day. Like, you were all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there with like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if it like connects every single one, I'm like, there are moments where I'm like, I hate it, and then I'm like, no, that's the greatest album I've ever heard in my life.
Well, we have a band on this show. I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. Just work. All right. With no further ado, every single episode, the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg, Joel Menes, Jetski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Oh, shit. Oh shit! I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is. Oh my goodness! Yes, 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 yes. They are back. My favorite comedy of all time. What I argue continuously as the funniest show time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know it until I said it.
No, I thought this was rock.
This is it. This is the real deal. That's B. Arthur right there.
It's so good.
Blanche.
Hey!
Wait, you're not Blanche.
It's Blanche.
Dorothy.
Wow,
That was your favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name.
Scary.
Dorothy.
What was it?
Rose.
Scary Blanche.
And
Sophia Petrillo.
Sophia. Dude, how do I not know everybody on that show? And I watch it all the time.
I know. It's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight?
I don't know. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. We're good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
Worried about mother as always.
Oh, how you been, mother?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I looked like when E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again. That's exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
You look like you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And less pedaling that way. And that's Wes Craven. That's Blanche.
The whore, Rue.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I quit yet.
Wow.
I mean, you know, it's pretty lazy-ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit.
Well, Joe.
There it is. Oh, that just made my dick hard.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us a nipple.
Oh no, Red Band.
What did he say?
Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose, is here. How are you, Rose?
Oh, it's good. They told me, but I'll be honest.
Oh, not even when you were in old St. Olaf?
Oh, that reminds me of a story in St. Olaf. You know, they wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew on Christmas, and I just couldn't do it. I ended up keeping one under my bed for about a year. It was so cute, this rabbit. Oh, I named him Benny. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always cutting off Rose.
It's a true story.
Canned audience laughter right there for sure on that one.
Yeah, dude, make it big.
I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this room. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kick-started with a bang, shall we? Oh, look at that, the one person that's not in the room. Fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Wow, 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting.
Jesus.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay. There he is.
Hope everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bat. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down. And she said 311. That's all I've got right now.
There you go. Took you a few seconds
Yeah.
to do a party and invite everyone you knew.
You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the heart attached would say, thank you for being a friend. William Montgomery.
What a performance
Is my
to get
penis
things
showing?
started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through, 50 seconds of thunder
So
and
nice
lightning.
to be here. That's probably your best set ever.
That really,
you so much.
that really probably was your best set ever.
Josh, did you like that 311 joke? I know
Dude,
you're a big
big.
311 fan.
Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke.
What do you mean? That was my best
Worst
joke.
band in the history of bands. White people should not do reggae.
I'm telling you, you're wrong about this,
Because
Josh.
you're friends with them.
Well, I
Yeah, the bass player.
It's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. Oh, I was a fan of them before I was friends with them.
It's 8:16 a.m. Would you wake up for me?
What song's that? Is that
That's
311?
not that song.
That's
That's not that song.
That's not
No,
the 311.
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No.
Look at this gang, motherfucker, West.
See, that's how I know.
I've seen them live.
No, but I just
I've
don't
seen
like
them live
white people
twice.
doing reggae. Hey,
It's first of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez.
Oh, he's-
that is racial profiling. He's the white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Yeah.
original or else you will get shot.
That's not a 311 song.
Speaking of, what are you talking
That's
about?
not a fucking
That is-
311
I'm doing
song.
all- trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. You gotta
Okay.
chill out a little bit.
I looked over there. Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William.
Okay.
There you go. Dorothy, you seemed really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one wouldn't use his peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls sound effect.
Golden Girls.
Dorothy,
Okay.
you bitch.
Gosh.
You could never make me come original, Josh Adam.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun.
Can I
Yeah,
come with
doing
y'all?
shit.
Okay.
That's
talking.
William,
Now
we're
you
connecting
understand what I'm
right
going
now,
through.
man.
How? It's the first show. How's this happening already?
I'm sorry. I mean, I
we're
feel
on a podcast.
I'm confused.
How? This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
How?
Because I've been sick as shit.
Okay, we heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
Well, we just heard that. You just said that.
I am really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your...
sneezing. Eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
David Deary, did you check his temperature? What did
No,
come
he
in at?
didn't.
What did it come in at? 90.
Another
No,
symptom.
you didn't, David.
Another symptom. Looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. I mean, come on.
Who's that directed at?
Yeah, that was
Who's
you.
that directed
That's
at?
you, my nephew. Hello.
Who's that directed at?
Hello.
Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes.
Uncle William.
Oh! Is my thing showing?
Oh
Yes.
my
Why
God.
is your underwear all squiggly wiggly? Like, why is it? Why is it all caboodle like that? What the fuck, dude?
Y'all see my pubes right now?
What,
No, your fupa covers them. Thank God.
what
but-
is going
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out? Your boxers? It's the only thing that's big on you.
Working. Now my boxers.
Yeah.
Only thing that's big on it. Me?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
So weird.
Why don't get it? Why are you dressed like you're going to Bonnaroo? Like,
What does that mean? What's
it's
Bonnaroo?
just, you know, your underwear's all disheveled. You're in cargos.
You look like the garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Garbage man at Bonnaroo. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, it is that your name?
Yeah, I'm
All right,
garbage
then
man at Bonnaroo.
Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you up. If that's your name. And that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Real? Arturo Rodriguez?
Arturo Rodrigo.
Arturio.
Arturio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? What?
about your personal life? Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? Because you've been wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of prot.
The station has one pump that spans more than 17,000 square feet, but there isn't a warehouse, hot dogs, or rotisserie chickens. Only a gas station. One of a kind food stop place in Manhattan, found in shopping center occupied 3 hours apart.
Another fun case body is much of today, as we know, in 70s in Metro LA, upper 60s at the beaches, right now is 69, dark blue 64, implementing live from the KFI Twin News. 0% APR, no deals for 90 minutes. Trophy Kia of Carson, KiaofCarson.com. Visit LearCapital.com. LearCapital.com. 26 plus for 39. Beyond the stadium, Los Angeles Cup 26 fans, celebrations throughout the region. Once matches won. Experience fans and Houston join supporters as neighborhoods come alive with football. Locations, 39 days of fan celebrations. Unforgettable summer in Los Angeles. Los Angeles FW626.com for the full calendar of events and live events on your Just for dogs. Number one for fresh dog food. Made right here in LA. Clean out your closet, donate your clothes, and earn rewards with Trashy. Send your clothes somewhere better and get cash back on every bag. Get unlimited take-back bags all year for just $48. Trashy. Clean out, donate, earn. Call 844-DOOR-SMILE to learn about the new lifestyle smile gel implants from Lasting Smiles. Help out your dogs. I'm your friend. Everything they say, whatever appeals to you. say it looks like you have a case. The only issue is, since I've never sued the state, because suing a government agency is insane. I mean, what you have to do is completely crazy. Because it doesn't matter if it's not the nature of the lawsuit. And when you're suing, as I've said, suing a governmental agency, it is, you have to exhaust the administrative remedies. And they obviously have a lot of administrative rules in terms of Kentucky did. And I think it was a small place where if they're going to ask you, have you done it? Have you paid for the band? Have you done it? So, yeah, it's a tough one. But it's, Johnny, you got a question? Hello, Johnny. So if I would buy $100 worth of clothing, I had to receive $130 to buy $100. And there is a program out there that I've already made. I've already made the claim. The only thing is that I can't make a claim. We have not gotten our money back yet. They say they already returned $130 million so far. You make a claim, and there's an insurance company. All you have to do is research it. That's easy. I don't know that this. I have no idea. But it's a question of searching. You go on the internet, there's only ones tariff claims. And that's it. I mean, there's tariff claims, import business. You might want to what exactly do you do? Okay. All right. How much did you pay in tariffs? How much have you paid so far in tariffs? Okay. So, fair enough. So, again, just do that area. So, that's an easy one. Because the claims are out there. Yes, the government is refunding money. Victor, hi, Victor. Why is it everybody's missing if they're not used? You know what? Yeah, I have. Does anybody, I watch a teenage board and ask me something. Bill, I got a question. I'm 17 years old and I've been listening to you for 30 years. Okay. Yeah, well, why not? Child abuse is statutory language. So there's some child abuse. That one is more interesting. That's an easy one. More interesting is not the lawyers. You can't get a lawyer to return the phone call. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Is this the general attorney or is yes, probably. I'm willing to guess it's probably personally okay, well, the other advertising news. Well, how many lawyers have you contacted that don't want to call you back? 2. And you haven't even gotten a call back saying we're not interested in the case. Thank you very much. Not even that, right? Okay, you've talked to two lawyers, right? Now you get
Look at this West Side. Folks, if you're witnessing this, you're witnessing greatness. You are in the presence of greatness. These motherfuckers are the best. That's Kenny Robinson out there. She'll tell you what's up. She'll burn her whole fucking down. She will burn her whole fucking shul down to tell you what's up. Why? Why the fuck not, baby? She'll light that bitch on fire. Why? Why not? What the fuck is this shit? Worst stream ever. This is the worst. Everybody knows it. I know it. All the Rebbitzins know it. The Rebbitzins know it. Folks, are you watching this athleticism? This is like Jordan in the flu game, where he just really had been partying all night in fucking Atlantic City. Why? Because that's how he do, baby. That's how he do. This is how we do. We gotta go. Folks, dog, are you for Rizzy? What is this dumb shit? Dog. Dog. What is this bullshit? Why do you call people dogs? Because they're this little bitch sucking dick. You want to shout out Riverside County? That's some bullshit. I like how you took a 49-minute pee. Why? Why not? Look at this. This is EA Sports. If it's in the game, it's in the game. What's the best EA Sports game of all time? College football 2006, probably. Really? Yeah, but it's called NCAA 2006. Everybody knows it. 2007 was pretty sick. 2008 was pretty sick. Anything after that Didn't really exist until 2013 or something. Yo, look who the fuck showed up. What up, Andrew? Andrew, how you living, pimp? Yo, do you speak? Andrew, we're talking to you, big man. Oh, look at Andrew over here thinking he's better than everybody. You want a piece of me? What's up, baby? Let's go. Can you talk? Oh, Andrew's just chilling. Andrew's just chilling. But look at this athleticism, dog. Andrew, did you know that the 8th Street off ramp near the 115 is shut down? Everybody knows it. What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange, dog? What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange? Huh? That bitch is tall as. What do you know about the Glenn Anderson interchange? One of the biggest shits of all time. Tangible investment. Everybody knows that. Sil DeGenova. No, you're not even saying his name correctly. It's Sil DeGenova. It don't absolutely.
Out here. Stay back! Don't come any closer! Fancy feast? Bitch, are you pissing in the Atlantic Ocean? You wild woman. I love pissing in interesting places. Oceans, lakes, rivers, swimming pools, hot tubs, trees, the bushes, wide-mouth Gatorade bottles, Pyrex containers, Tupperware, shower drains, floor drains, grass, sand, leaves, snow, on tires, on walls. I like to spray out my name like a signature. On your face, in your mouth, wherever you want, baby. Even inside you. The best note of Tel Aviv. What's up, you stupid bitch? I changed my mind. Oh, you want to hear me sing one of my theme songs? You got it, hoe. Big pimpin', baby. Big pimpin'. And cheese. You know I thug 'em, fuck 'em, love 'em, leave 'em, 'cause I don't fucking beat 'em. Take 'em out the hood, taking 'em good, but I don't fucking feed 'em. First time they bust, I'm breezing, talking about with and reason. I'm a pimp in the sense of word, bitch. We do it. Big pimpin', we spending the cheese, checking out now. Big pimpin' on BLADs, we do it. Big pimpin' up in NYC, it's just that jiggle man, MC and BUNB, yo. Big pimpin', spend the cheese, we do it. Big pimpin' on BLADs, we do it. Big pimpin' up in NYC. Wait. Technically the second floor crew. Fuck yeah, I was. Accommodations and steerage. Oh, baby, we got sex suites as far as the eye can see. Do you want to take one for a test drive? What's wrong, bud? You need me to use a handkerchief to cover up my cum stains? No worries. Everybody on the floor knows about my cum shirt. I even wore it on the last day of school. Nationally ranked Division I soccer teams wanted to see it. It was originally a soft, plain white t-shirt that had eventually evolved into a crusty, hard papyrus material. Scientists should study it. It was like Kevlar reinforced by carbon fiber.
My cum shirt can stand up vertically like body armor in a video game. And the best smell. Sometimes it would fall from the sky and shed on the floor. You could see smear stains like a painter's brush strokes. You could crank it like a frozen towel. And that's not even my most famous cum shirt. Come on, girl, show me your mom. Well, the plan is to put the in perfect stages in each regular, with it allows women to excrete themselves in a and this study for science.
President Trump called that attack a forced violation of ceasefire. Planes are being shot at as four attack drones at ships in the Strait. One of them, the upper deck of a large cargo ship, pressing up when they're three down. The latest violence comes despite curious and mutual agreement between the U.S. and Iran and the conflict. Congressional investigators put his voluntary on black and Monday whoever refuses to answer questions about his relationship with victim's ex-offender Jeffrey Epstein. The House Oversight Committee says black declined to answer some questions during those review, including questions about non-torturing people. Democratic Long Beach Congressman Robert Garcia says Epstein would not be able to pay his broken crimes without black's help. There's allegations of abuse. Also, victims also found that they had a relationship with President Trump. Black has denied it about he says the payments made to Epstein were legitimate financial and estate planning services. That's what defense attorney Steve Bannon had to say about what prosecutors tried to try John Nash, his client who was accused of sparking a fire that led to the deadly Palisades fire. After a judge declared a mistrial, the jury did not keep the criminal intent to the favor of acquittal. Bannon tells KFI this case prosecutors should have never charged finding a black person. Authorities in Northern California say they found a lot of dead dogs while investigating an animal shelter. Humboldt County Sheriff's Office says Miranda's rescue in Fortuna promoted itself as a no-kill sanctuary and took in hundreds of animals over the past year. Investigators began looking into the shelter after proceeding with what they called credible allegations of dogland. California is trying to how many jobs are lost to the economy. California AI unemployment tracker will be updated legislation and executive order in May to prep the state for economic disruption as artificial intelligence takes hold to help respond to growing labor concerns. The national available for public use was agreed by the California Policy Lab at UCLA and uses limited billing and insurance claims for its data. Commission findings didn't indicate widespread AI-related job losses, but it will show to executive employees in the Bay Area at high exposure to losing their job. Koreans markets on one last part of the loses for major network. So, 1978 farewell celebration fell the last hit. The great talk featured amazing performance including costumes and other teams. July 7th closing tour of Sweet Air renovation. The surrounding park will stay open and Christian expects the revamp museum to
What is? Oh, I see the issue.
Damn, you family bitch, what happened to your cannery gloves? Damn, bitch, you little pussy, you never read a bunch of boxes of crime, lock me up. Hey, bitch, you ever lived a... Bitch, I don't even know your name. I got some... Bitch, I told you let's... Yo, dog, I caught these motherfuckers. And a contradiction. We're just playing word games, but okay. All right. Yo, dog, let me see if this works, because everything sucks. It's going sideways, it's crashing on me. It takes me to make one 20-minute video like 5 hours. It's ridiculous. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. Oh, I know it's from like fish sticks. It's got the chicken on the sea over here. Did you ever get ahead on a public lounge sectional? Right, like this is an SYT and assistant black shoulder. It's all cool. Definitely like that. It's all service in the back. You're a figure out spreading you on a piece of modular furniture. Yeah, bitch, I'm giving you a seven on the dance floor. Yeah, bitch, you love it. You ever took a dick selfie in the air? You ever shotgun a beer while sun's face and kissing in the safe? You ever beer bugging out the ice out of the side bottle?
Are you channeling this?
Yeah, bitch, it's a champagne-colored SL2. I once fit 13 people in this bitch. We had to fit 2 people in the trunk. 99, keep your butt all tight.
From the world's famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill. Tony, give it up for Tony. It's clear.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Brian. Hey, Red Band, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous comedies. Spore. Yeah. Like a mushroom. Nice. Speaking of mushrooms, the
Dogs.
house artist is here.
Are you
Brian
fucking
J.
serious?
Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com.
I know that my baby love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love her. Worship and adore her. Yeah. I know that my babies love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love her. Yeah. Hey. Hey. All through thick and thin. I love just my baby, love my baby. Oh, my baby, love me. My baby needs me. No, I ain't going nowhere. I was knee high. I see I was reaching person, yeah. If the home on the combo, I thought I'd still be standing there. 'Cause I was made to love. I was made to live for her. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to live for her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, just again, I love her. And love my baby, love my baby. Oh, my baby, love me. My baby needs me. And I know I ain't going nowhere. Dog, are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is sucks? Are you fucking serious? It's a whole world combo. Outside I still be standing. I was made to love her. I was made to live for her. And I know I ain't going nowhere. It's a whole world combo. Outside I still be standing there.
Live from the road's famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode.
Comedy Store. Spore. Like a mushroom. Nice. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist is here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. Single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Free drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. All those are available at RyanJEbelt.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Before we get tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force, let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors. Hey. All into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's on the internet, your activity. It doesn't matter what load you use or how many times you clear your browser. Internet service provider or go on
AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, ISPs in the U.S. can legally
What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me. I
Brother in arms.
love your Spotify show, the
Thank
500, where you go over the 500 greatest albums of all time, according to the Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
Get to a Pink Floyd album.
Is there an album that's on that list that you're like, I can't believe this is on the list? I don't even want to talk about this album.
You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I fucking Connor. And it was like you're like, I'm only gonna know one song. It's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
That version, her version of Nothing Compares to You, does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I picture her then. But now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking, I could cry every time listening to that.
There's something funny about the song. Prince wrote it.
Yeah.
People think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks it's a song about like love and it's written about, but it is written about a woman, but his housekeeper.
It was really his housekeeper.
Yeah, that's at least the fact that my writer brought up. I do the research, but like I have a maid writer that just gets everything about every song.
It's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah,
She took your.
the song is biologically correct.
Wow.
Anatomically correct.
And that's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets because you're going down a list to the number one.
Yeah.
Like you start off with what Milli Vanilli or
I wish Milli Vanilli was on there. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, "How do you not know that album or that band?" And I'm like, "Well, I know the band, I just don't know the album. I know certain songs." Or one day, like you were all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there with like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if you give it the time, like the album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, there are moments where I'm like, I hate it, and then I'm like, no, that's the greatest album I've ever heard in my life.
Well, we have a band on this show. I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be your first episode. Just work. All right. With no further ado, every single episode, the band commits to being different characters. I don't know what's going to be. Let's all find them together, but they are. Except for the couple. It's the band Jeremiah Watkins, Stolberg Menace, Jetski, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Perez. Oh shit. Oh shit. I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. Oh my goodness, yes. 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 They are back. My favorite comedy sitcom of all time. What I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know until I said it.
No, I thought this was rock.
This is it. This is the real deal. That's B. Arthur right there.
It's so good.
Blanche.
Hey!
Wait, you're not Blanche.
It's Blanche.
That's your favorite comedy show of all time. You don't even know her name.
Scary.
Dorothy.
Rose. Scary Blanche.
And Grandma.
Sophia
Sophia.
Petrillo.
Dude, how do I not know everybody on that show when I watch it all the time?
I know, it's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight?
I don't know. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. We're good. We're excited to be here. You are too. How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
Worried about mother as always.
Well, how you been, Mother?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I looked like when E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre. We ride an e-bike to the moon.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. And less pedaling that way. And that's Wes Craven presents Blanche.
The whore, Rue.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am quit yet.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty lazy ass Rue McClanahan. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit.
Well, Joe,
There it is. Oh, that just made my dick hard.
what I was trying to say is I'm a cougar, and I would settle for Tony the Tiger.
Oh no, Red Band.
He said?
Nothing. He didn't say anything. The loveliest of them all, the great Rose is.
Oh, good. They might go and kill Tony, but I honestly, I've never killed anything before.
Oh, not even when you were in Old Olaf.
Oh, that reminds me of us in St. Olaf. They wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew on Christmas, and I just couldn't do it. I ended up keeping one under my bed for about a year. It was so cute, this rabbit. Oh, I named him Benny. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. He's always cutting off
It's a
Rose.
true story.
Canned audience laughter right there for sure on that one.
Make it big.
I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there. Spread 20 hard in this room. Spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kick-started with a bang, shall we? Oh, look at that. The one person it's not number 2. Oh, fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible.
2 weeks in a row.
Well, yeah, that's mind-boggling. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay.
Hope everybody is doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they featured anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bat. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down, and she said 311. That's all I've got right now.
There you go. To give you a second to a party and invite everyone you the biggest tip would be from me. Heart attacks would say thank you for being a friend. Started William Montgomery, buddy. All jokes the way through. 50 seconds. Thunder and lightning.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you doing from your muscle relaxer?
Good. I woke up at, 9, 10 o'clock? Yeah, I took out 3 books and like right back down. You know how long this stuff is. Well, something next time I took it at 3. Yeah. And I'm glad you told me to. Thank you to you because I was in pain.
Absolutely.
I just need to take it before you go take a shower and stuff. So it'll be alright, and I'll be good to go. Hi, Brandon. Oh. Yeah, everything. Deb, you looking at something. What you doing, Rabbi?
I am doing some graphic designing.
Nice. Okay. Here, put myself on mute. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
311 fan.
Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke.
What do you mean? That was my best
Worst
joke.
band in the history of bands.
I'm
White
telling
people should not do reggae.
I'm telling you, you're wrong about this,
Because
Josh.
you're friends with them.
Well,
I did a bass player.
it's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. I was a fan of them before I was friends with them.
8 a.m. when you wake up for me.
What song's that? Is that
That's not that song. That's not that song.
That's not
No,
the 311.
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No. See, that's how I know.
I've seen him live.
No, but I just
I've
don't
seen
like
them
white
live
people doing reggae.
It's first of all, it's not a white guy. His name is S.A. Martinez. That is Racino. The white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Yeah,
That's not.
Original, or else you will get shot.
That's not a 311 song.
Speaking of,
What are you talking
that's
about?
not a fucking 311 song. Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I looked over there. Why are you?
William.
Why are y'all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seem really mad at 11 Talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 peripherals.
There it is. There's the Golden Girls sound effect.
Golden Girls.
Dorothy,
Okay.
you bitch.
Gosh.
You could never make me come original, Josh Adam.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
And I would go to a 311 concert if it's with you.
Yeah.
Because we'd have fun.
Can I
come
come with
doing
y'all?
shit.
Okay.
William, now you understand what I'm now, man.
Ow, it's the first show. How's this happening already?
I'm sorry. I mean, I
we're
feel
on a podcast.
I'm confused.
This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
Ow.
Because I've been sick as shit.
Okay. We heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
Well, we just heard that. You just said that.
I'm really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your symptoms?
Coughing, sneezing, eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
David Deer, what did it come in at? 97.
No, you didn't, David.
Another symptom, looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. I mean, come on.
Who's that directed at?
Yeah, that was
Who's
you.
that directed
That
at?
was you, my nephew. Hello.
Who's that directed at?
Hello.
Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes.
William.
Oh! Is my thing showing?
Yes. Why is your underwear all swiggy wiggy? Like, why is it all getting your boodle like that? What the fuck, dude?
Y'all see my pubes right now?
No, your fupa covers them, thank God.
What is going on?
Come on, what do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out? Your boxers? It's the only thing that's on you.
Working out my boxer?
Yeah.
Only thing that's big on me.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It's so weird.
I don't get it.
Why are you dressed like you're going to Bonnaroo? Like,
What does that mean? What's Bonnaroo?
you know, your underwear's all disheveled, you're in cargos.
You look like the garbage man at Bonnaroo.
Garbage man at Bonnaroo. What's up? My name is Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, is that your name?
Yeah, I'm
All right,
garbage
that's-
man at Bonnaroo.
Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you up. If that's your name, then that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Really? Arturo Rodriguez?
Arturo Rodrigo.
Arturio.
Arturio. Yeah.
What's happened?
William, let's talk about your personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? You've been in wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of Pronto Pups.
Pronto Pups?
Yeah, it's a, what is that thing called? It's a hot dog on a stick with bread around
A
it.
corn dog.
Yeah, it's a corn dog.
A corn dog.
I've been eating a bunch of Pronto Pups recently. Literally, they're a foot long. It's a foot long.
How many?
It's 2 feet long. Pronto Pup.
Nice, dude.
I've been eating. Maybe that's why my belly looks like that.
Oh my god. That's not a corn dog. That's a corn horse. Am I right? Sometimes I like to pretend like we still have sold out shows.
Yeah, that would have gotten
They
us.
stood on the wave right there. It would have been like,
That would have gone good.
Yeah, corn.
why is your underwear like that? Can we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah.
What do you mean the
Can we get
design?
to the bottoms of that?
What do you mean the design?
No, it's like out and in.
Josh, he's had his zipper's been broken on his shorts.
My
for
zipper's
about 2
been
months
broken.
now, and he wears those shorts every single day.
Okay, makes sense. I get it.
Yeah,
I think it's like that. They're comfy, right?
they're super comfy. Yeah, had them like 6 years now. David, what are you doing moving around
No,
like that?
you don't ask questions. Okay, well, you're a guest on the show, not the host.
I'm sorry.
You know that, right?
I just hate David Deary. So
Oh my goodness.
why I brought it up. He's a real bitch.
Whoa,
Fag.
whoa, William, relax.
He's about to go in my butthole. You faggot.
William, is there any throwing parties lately in the FBI threatening to cut off your water and power?
Yeah, Jake Paul 2 weeks ago.
Yeah? What do you guys do?
We were having sex with guys.
Yeah?
David Deary was there
What's your favorite part?
with his rubber gloves on, inserting my penis into a guy's butthole. This guy's
That's
such
what
a
David
fag.
does? David guides the penises into the butthole?
He helped guide my penis into this guy.
Dillard?
Yeah, a guy Dillard. I think he's from South Carolina.
Dillard?
Yes, Dillard.
Like the department store.
Yeah, like the department store.
Wow.
Was Mervin's there as well?
Yeah, Mervin's was there as well. Y'all are really good at this one.
Was Ross there? J.C. Penney.
J.C. Penney's was
Cole?
there.
Was Cole there?
Mr. Cole was not.
Circuit City?
Circuit City.
Oh,
Best
Red
accent.
Band. Red
What do you
Band.
mean Circuit City?
That's a guy.
How's that someone's name?
God, has anybody ever told you look like the Kraft macaroni and cheese dinosaur? Yummy.
Wow. That's an interesting reference.
I love Kraft macaroni. How'd you say that one?
Well, that guy over there, that Dorothy knows all the poor people's food.
How'd you think of that
It's
one?
true, I'm a poor bitch. Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Whoa.
A lot of cereal lately, I've noticed. That seems to be the new big thing.
A lot of cereal.
I don't know what's going on over there. Did somebody tell you that you eating cereal at a low camera angle is a great thing?
Let's just say a lot of likes.
You eat a breakfast burrito, and then an hour later, you had a bowl of cinnamon toast crunch.
I like breakfast, I'm not gonna bitch, what can you say?
I love it.
French toast
Keep
crunch,
doing it.
ordered
Keep doing
especially on the internet. Love it.
Keep doing it. I think it's hilarious. I'm your biggest eating cereal. Keep doing.
Oh, what the fuck do you know? You're eating 2 foot long
I mean 2 long hot dogs, corn dogs.
corn dogs.
What do you mean?
It's pronounced dog.
Dogs. What do you mean?
Corn dubs.
I've been eating corn dogs.
See? It's much better that way.
I've been eating corn dogs.
What is your diet for real? Are you for real like a underdog guy?
Uncut watermelon.
Let's check in with Dorothy real quick.
What could you say the corn dogs with while you're driving your favorite car, which is a Ford Taurus Elantra, is trying to set you up for it?
Hey, what's up, y'all? You're going 50 miles an hour in this thing. I mean, a corn dog.
A what?
Corn dog.
Doug?
Is that what? Y'all are really messing me up.
Can I just
Redman,
say-
why are you looking at me that way?
I would just like to say that wasn't even better than I was.
That's right.
Hey, David, would you help me guide my penis into his bottom?
All right, William. I love today's set. Like we actually said, I think that might be one of your best sets ever. Coronavirus joke, the Masked Singer joke, all topical, all well written, very, very smart, very, very.
When am I going to get on Comedy Central? When are you going to get me, Josh Adams-Meyer, on your show? What's going on? I've sent you letters. Huh? I won't even show up.
2 weeks in a row, you weren't even in the room when we called you.
2 months ago.
The real move would be the 500. If you can get famous before he hits number 1, you could probably.
You have 7.5 years, dude.
Is that about how long you? No.
1st, 2028.
Wow.
Yeah,
I love that.
yeah. So it's gonna take a
That's
while.
when the end of the world is.
Episode 500 of Kill Tony is going to be, I believe, in April 2021.
Do y'all will be here?
And if you Montgomery to a party
Hey.
and invited everyone, gift would be for me and the God.
Thank you for being a
There you go.
Might be the best TV theme song of all time.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, that's top 3.
It's on my Spotify
Three's
playlist.
Company.
That I'm People love it when it comes in out of nowhere. You'd be surprised.
I would love you guys to play Three's Company. That would be cool.
Wow, yeah, play some of the songs from the 60s.
Or 70s.
All right, I pulled this guy's name out when we thought that our first comedian wouldn't be here. This is very, very exciting. This young man has been coming on and off the show for years. We have a lot to catch up with him about. Fan favorite, cast favorite, ladies and gentlemen. It is the awaited return of Dan Nolan, everybody. Friendship never ends. There's Dan Nolan.
That's great. I just got 5 years sober at the start of quarantine. It sucked. I wanted to go out and get fucked up to celebrate. So fucking I don't know. I'm not actually completely sober. I did drop acid a couple weeks ago on my birthday, which I don't think counts. Some people think that counts. I don't. But I feel like I always have to clarify. Like, I'm 5 years sober unless you are fucking lame. That is. Yeah. A lot of people don't know this. Actually, the guy who founded AA, he got kicked out because he told everybody that they should take acid, and it's like really good for sobriety. They kicked him out, and then like when he was on his deathbed, his last dying wish was for a bottle of whiskey, and they refused to give it to him, and then he just had to die sober like a fucking dork. Are you trying to ruin my deathbed? Like, what are you doing? I'm going to do a bunch of heroin on my deathbed for sure. Like, and if you don't like it, don't come to my fucking deathbed. You're not invited, you fucking loser. That crushes when there's.
Yeah, no, it's great. I was just about to say. Brilliant. Friendship never ends.
If you want to be.
Dan Nolan, the return, and I'm telling you, I know it crushes. That was all great material, all personal to you. Congratulations on 5 years of sobriety.
Thank you.
I love it. It's all about you. It's all true stuff. Fucking incredible and educational at the same time. I love that info about. Do you do acid?
Yeah, on my birthday. I was down in Key West.
That's awesome.
Did you immediately go, wow, I miss this drug shit?
No, I know. That's probably done like 10 times over the last.
Does
5
it
years.
help you with the business?
Yeah, it does a lot for ego. Like, I think I have ego problems, and it like really just makes you step back out of reality and look at yourself objectively, and it just like breaks everything down, and you're like, oh, I'm not shit. Like, the universe is fucking gigantic, and I'm just like nothing, but I'm a part of it, so it's cool.
Right.
It's humbling.
Absolutely.
He's on acid now. He's like, everything's great, man. It's
He's
just
like for some reason seeing the fucking Golden Girls up there. Go like a very, very trippy version of it.
I thought Rue McClanahan was dead. Oh, she's in my mind. Dan?
This is actually you, McClanahan. Go ahead. What were you going to ask Dan?
That's a golden shower girl.
Oh, Jesus.
Shoes off, it's even more sexual for some reason. Like, it's just, yeah.
My eggplant. Rue McClanahan.
I'm just about to throw my eggs, period.
Your what?
My eggs, they're spoiled. Look.
And you don't have much left.
It's like Rue Klux Klanahan.
Is So Dan, tell us more about your life lately. It's been a long time since we've seen you. Last time we talked to you, I believe you said that you were going to go out on the road and just do this wild tour in a car, right?
Yeah, I drove. You and I bumped into each other in New York at Skankfest.
Yeah.
It was great. I did 4 months and drove all around the country. It was dope.
Did you have like a legit job also? Like you're making money.
Yeah. Now I do now.
Tell us about it.
I worked at Birds, and so now I can do that thing again where I just drive around the country or whatever. Like before the shutdown, I was like, all right, I got life by the fucking balls right now, and then everything, literally that week, everything's fucking
So before you started this, was your ego just look at all of these poor people suffer?
Yeah, no, I had a trip because I was in Florida. I was like, these pieces of shit on the beach, and then I was, why am I judging these people? I just started like a fucking ass.
Yeah, that's how I feel all the time.
acid. I know you've done mushrooms.
Do you want some? I have 7 tabs of acid.
Yeah, I will talk to you after the show, my friend. Or I could take one right now.
I think you should.
How long does it take for it to kick in?
About an hour.
You ever taken an antacid before?
Dorothy. Oh, Dorothy.
Watched episodes and been like, it's like this. Like Cheers too, just bullshit. Some of the shows are so fucking
really right around their characters.
Yeah.
So, what's your love life like now, Dan?
I've been with a girl for 2 years. We lived together. I just moved back here.
You know, when we met you 5 years ago, you were
I literally still had scars on my arm and track marks. Yeah. The first time I did this show, I was homeless. The first time I did, I remember everything that I owned was in the belly room. I had 2 suitcases full of everything that I owned because I had an interview here that day, and I had just moved out of a fucking motel I was living with a girl, and I had nowhere to put my stuff, so I just left it upstairs.
Wow! And look at that. Now you have money. You're healthy. You have a good son.
Dropping acid.
Taking care of yourself. You have a great relationship. You're happy, and you're writing jokes about all this. You're turning it all into a positive thing, and that's also.
Yeah, it's good. I wish I could do. I'm not doing a lot of material about drugs anymore. Like I'm writing new stuff that's just about actual life and being a person. But I just
drugs used to be your life, and now it's not.
But I was like, I don't know what's gonna be in minutes, so I didn't try to cut it. Yeah.
Don't drop the fentanyl humor. That shit always works, dude. Always have a good fentanyl joke in your back pocket.
Okay? Literally every time I hear the word fentanyl, I'm just like, oh yeah. It's just like,
You've done it.
Oh my god! Huge try fentanyl.
Hey, that is only Josh. Those views do not represent the opinions of Kill Tony and the Comedy Store.
Did you do it though? Yeah. I thought that was like, oh yeah,
Josh used to be I was slime.
Alley.
Let's check in with Rose.
Yeah.
I thought you only did fentanyl on accident.
Oh. You can do it on purpose.
It's way better. That's what I thought. People like went out of their way to do fit. It's just something you mix.
I mean, I put a patch on me. It's like 100 milligram fentanyl patch. I mean, and it just like was on me for like 3 days, and it felt great. And I went to a Washington Wizards game, and it was amazing.
Wow, so that's what you have to do to make a Washington Wizards game interesting.
Dude, I was like, we were losing by 20 points, but I felt so good. I was like, come on! Let's get in the jungle! Like, just kept saying shit like that.
Awesome. I love it, man. Well, Dan, congratulations on absolutely everything. Your most awesome fucking rags to riches stories in the history of the show. You know, now that we've been doing it for over 7 years, it's cool that we're really getting to see some of these incredible stories, the best ones that we have.
Cool, man. Yeah, no, it's great to be back. I just saw that you were back here. So,
Well, look at that. That's how fucking quick it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the return of the great Dan Nolan. There you go. Hey! It's too easy. That's the way it is.
If you want to be.
Hey, right. Let's keep it rolling along smoothly. Your next comedian, a regular on the show. He's a great writer, a great stand-up comedian, and a great roaster. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, you'll have him. It's David Lucas. David Lucas.
Yeah. If any black person votes for Biden, I think you're a fucking idiot. He got on the Breakfast Club and basically said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Nigga, I guess I ain't black. And then recently he made comments about the Hispanic and the black community lacking diversity. Like, why don't you just go ahead and say nigga? You know what I'm saying? But I don't trust Crime Bill Biden because his crime bill is responsible for more black deaths than COVID-19. Like, you pandering hard as hell to the black people, dog. You might as well pick Flavor Flav for your running mate. You get at a shucking job with you. You try to get the black votes and give them some free chicken while you're at it. I thought it was a minute.
You're right. You're right there.
How was that?
Everybody's done 50 seconds tonight. It's good. That makes sense. It makes sense. 50 seconds is the new minute. To have
The crowd.
a room full of laughter.
So you're saying you're voting for Trump off the bat? Like you think like in an audience, you think that
Tony just came.
you think like a joke like that in like a full audience, you think that's gonna work, or it's gonna turn half the audience against you?
Whoa, Red Band.
I don't think I can care.
Red Band getting.
Because it's like, bro, like, you know, both sides, all right, you can say neither political side is for black people, but I like my racism intangible. Trump has been handing out tangibles with police reform. It's not fit.
Come on, Red Band knows what he's talking about. He watches CNN for 3 minutes a day. He has a very educated opinion on politics.
Right.
Gonna start calling them Blue Band.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing he likes about the Republicans is the elephant.
All I'm saying is that that's kind of like, you know, like an abortion joke almost, where
Or like a cook or a butthole joke.
you know, like that's going to get people angry against you.
But how can a presidential candidate come on TV and for me, you're not black?
I mean, I've never heard him say that before. So that's
No, he did. It's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it was global news.
Yeah, bro, that don't make you want to vote for you.
I think into doing, especially doing a Biden joke, it's just you got to balance with a Trump joke. You know what I mean? Even if you support, like, it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
Look, I
both are fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
You
But
start with that, and then you go into the Biden joke.
and you know that's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. Because if you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but if in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, I mean, that's not on a coast.
I'm probably not voting anyway. In California, we have the electoral votes.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats, Republican, conservative. It's about race and him pandering
It's about him
to
pandering
the
too much
race.
to black people.
Exactly.
Oh, what?
Which is absolutely true, and it's something.
Flavor Flav is on my
Don't you think Trump panders to white people, though? Fucking Sophia with the truth bombs.
Welcome to Hot Topics
Politicians,
with my
man.
mom.
By
That reminds me, I saw a panda at the zoo the other day.
But I mean, like,
wow. We had a really
I didn't really want to come on here and talk about politics, but it's just like if you look at his executive orders, who have they helped the most?
And that's what my point was. Like, even doing politics in stand-up, it's almost kind of like, why bother? Because you're just gonna fuck up.
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work muscles and write jokes about different things.
And things that are happening. I'm trying to become a little bit more topical.
Right.
Just having jokes, you know what I'm saying? So,
absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone has to take a picture with just to put.
Nigga, I'm not going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
Oh my
But
God.
nigga, I have stayed at Trump. It's nice.
It's the best golf course. Any random thing.
Hotel. I said so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel. Yeah, because it's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay.
Wait, now it smells a little weird. Oh, where do I get these problems? I was born in a circus because I'm a
Circus. If people don't know Circus is a broke ass hotel. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about them removing your episode with Mud Mask saying that it was blackface? Golden Girls, how y'all feel?
It's a travesty.
Oh my goodness.
It was mud, it wasn't blackface, honey. We love you.
This show's out of control.
I'm just glad we all learned something today despite our differences and we're still best friends.
What did we learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Band just canceled Brothers in Cursive.
Wouldn't be because of you, but
Oh, I know.
I don't even know what's happening right now. We lost track of all of this.
I heard a movie coming out on Disney.
Oh, what are you talking about? What's the...
Booty and the Beast.
Oh,
He played Booty.
that's not true.
It's a sequel to Up, my ass. It's a third one to Sex Toy Story.
Tony dressed like he sells dildo insurance.
Oh, come on. Why, do you need to buy some dildo insurance? Because we have a really good rate right
That
now.
motherfucker, like, he can get a $5 deductible.
Hey, we call it a deductible in the dildo business. So there's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. There's fucking dildo insurance, there's booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of this gay porno called Booty from the Beast, where it's like starring Aston.
Starring who?
Aston instead of Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know. Literally, I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on right
Seems like that accent's kicking in.
It really is. It really is. I'm glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking in fast.
Hey, Tony, you can't let William start the show off. That's what set the tone up for craziness.
I like it crazy. I like it like this.
Now Red Band's questioning me about my political stance.
No, it's
I'm
true.
not. I'm just saying
It's true. Look, I respect Red Band's opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m. That's what ends how law and everything, right?
The law of gravity.
It's a beautiful thing.
CNN for Red Band stands for Cooking Noodles Naked.
My girlfriend has Instagram picture I've ever heard in my fucking life. I fucking love that.
Cooking noodles naked.
Cooking noodles naked.
That's CNN for Red Band.
HBO stands for Home Bakery Office.
it does it. It's home box office.
Whoa!
Just kidding.
No, you're not. You actually
thought
thought
that Red Band thought the E channel was about bikes.
Oh, Red Band, I'll be there. Interrupt you, but one of the people came and told me your car is going off.
Is that true?
The lights keep flashing like everywhere.
No, that's my alarm system.
This is now becoming a problem. This incredible electric car. Real mind of Oh, no.
Yeah, I had sports constantly.
He must have got
Taking
some
photos.
grease. He must have got some grease on the touchscreen.
You jerk off? You ever jerk off your car takes?
Yeah, it takes video, Tony.
Oh! What is it? Anything there? Can you see?
No, I mean, like, it's just because they're near the side.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you for it.
Alright, things that are different. If only we could get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. He had a great set tonight. Everything's good. And yeah, great stuff. A perspective that would shock people and be very compelling, to say the least. We love you. The great deal. There you go. Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this. A couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy here at the Comedy Store, a future paid regular of the Comedy Store, current door guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
Okay.
Mitch Burrow, everybody. Come on, give him a hand, guys. There's a few people in the room.
Thank you. I found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. The people who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and still complain about it. Right? Like the other day, I was with this guy and he was telling me, he's like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night and the whole time I lay there, it sucked. Like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? You should try doing it alone sometime. I don't really think you appreciate the situation. Frankly, I don't like it when they move around. It makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. Having a southern accent, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accent. Like, not on my watch. That ain't gonna happen. So I turned around to let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad. I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Burrow! Dig right to the river, sail like say you're you. No, you're gonna wanna know, but I think you're better that west. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tucker?
How's it going, buddy?
Man, it's going good. I had a great day today.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm right there with you. Bright and early on the golf course and the lights.
Yep, had the best game.
Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch, wonderful, beautiful trip to the top of the mountain, Pasadena, California.
Yeah, I didn't.
And this fucking guy has a natural stroke like you could not believe. Insert gay joke here.
I thought it would be more about one. Yeah, I thought it would be about me being overweight and dying.
Well, that one too. I guess so. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for beating me to the punch there, Mitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We had an Arnold Palmer, the god of golf. We had a Spike Arnold
Which is John Daly.
Yeah, it was better than a liquor lemonade iced tea at it was probably about 10:45 a.m.
Yeah, can I real quick? I just want to off topic. Josh is here. Something very funny happened to me during quarantine.
This guy's a big fan of the 500 podcast because he thinks it's about his weight.
No, Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And as she went to do it, her fucking hip popped, and I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick wired."
Yeah, dude.
And she just said, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Yeah, never mind, my bad."
You're thinking of Josh. while you're having sex.
I never came harder.
Dude, I'm glad I popped in your head while you had an erection.
Yeah, dude.
That's something every comic wants to hear.
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has a when she gets nude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you. But
also, I think Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch and thought it was fentanyl.
Dude, I stole it from my mom. I know it was real.
he has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, and you just have a sour patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch. All right.
Don't forget about all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How hard was it for you to change the band name to Lady Antebellum?
Lady Antebellum. She's a southern. She's a country band, and Antebellum represents slavery. And she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A instead of just, a completely different.
And then it turns out there was a black female artist who's been Lady A for a long time, and Lady Antebellum sued Lady A.
Yeah, they sued her.
She was like, we care about the
black woman
from the past
for after they changed their name to her name.
Yeah.
To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
What happened with that? You and David talk a lot because I feel like you two would get along.
Yeah, we started working out together. So
you're just like, fucking Trump's the man. I can see the results. That way for Trump.
Are we just gonna breeze past the fact that Tony took credit for your win today?
No, that's what's funny. That's been the running joke with us. It's the only thing running that has to do with matches.
I love it when you're on because all those jokes.
Well, he'll be off in a few minutes. We'll be right back. Are you a Trump supporter? Good question.
No,
Josh. Oh, you're not.
No, I don't like the way that he talks.
I thought I had heard you say that you were like
the Republican.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is that you can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I don't like fucking idiots.
Right.
Yeah. And then you like pick and choose. Okay, I'm not looking for a slow clap. I appreciate it, but like it's just
keep going. It's okay. Ignore the band.
It shouldn't be a team sport, right? Like when that dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers, all the Republicans should have been like, hey, you know what? We'll take the L on this one.
Right.
You guys come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids. But they said, this is still our guy. And that's when I quit.
Exactly. So now you're upcoming election?
Nah, dude, I just ain't gonna do it. I voted for Gary Johnson last time. I'm just gonna keep voting for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
He runs every 4 years.
He wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man.
Yeah, dude.
I like that shit. Business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat and blue jeans is like the mullet of attire, so I dig it.
Very, very interesting. Who else have you voted for in the past?
I only voted
Jimmy Dean.
That time. Yeah, my grandmother was asking me what kind of sausage I wanted. I was like, Jimmy Dean.
Is a write-in?
I really only voted once. The rest of the times I was like, oh, it's okay. Everything's cool. And then Trump started running. And I was like, I wanted to go third party.
Twice.
I just wanted to go third party.
Right, of course.
I only voted the one time.
Right. Yeah.
You don't get to vote more just because you're bigger.
Unless you have, right. I was thinking about your absentee ballot back in Georgia.
No. I never did that. Even when I was in the Marine Corps, I never voted. Because I just figured everybody else would figure it out. People like me shouldn't be voting anyway.
Right.
You look at the ballot, you don't know half the names on the list.
Usually when you're voting, it's for New Mountain.
That's not fair. Here's what happened. South Park did a thing about it with a fat guy and a Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew used to be...
Did they?
Yeah, but Mountain Dew used to be energy drinks. Right. It was the extreme people, motorcycles, fucking... skydiving,
remember that, yeah.
Fucking, it was do the extreme, baby.
Yeah.
And then South Park was like, look at that fat bald guy with a computer. And no, that became the joke. It ain't right.
Oh, that's it. I just think of white trash. That's all I think of when I.
Yeah, who do you think rides motorcycles and goes skydiving?
Yeah.
I just said all those
I'm
things.
just saying, I don't think of fat, like, nerdy guys at a computer. When I think of Mountain Dew, I think of just white trash.
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I love Mountain Dew. I just don't want to be associated too on the news.
What else has been going on, man?
Yeah.
Making an excuse then.
You helped me a cake.
That's right.
And I'm here saying
Unaware.
on the Kill Tony videos.
Don't
do that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what it was? I did Holtzman's. No, they like me. It's great. I can't wait to read about it. People that haven't done acid, I still have an ego, so I gotta feed it.
You still have an ego after reading the comments?
Yeah,
You have an ego.
dude. Okay. Listen to everything that these fuckers and you were saying, and then you think a comment on YouTube is gonna bother? They're nicer than what you get.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, I have to go read the comments immediately after this just to feel, because you're like, bitch, he really ain't that fat.
Okay, so you read the comments and then what happened?
And then, so it was on the Holtzman episode that I did on
Dead Air.
That's what, yeah. So I did Dead Air, and someone said, I wonder if Kill Tony still has a dark soul from when I did the DMT. And I told him, I was like, Tony, actually, his soul is very bright and shiny now. After I got that,
You responded to a comment on YouTube?
yeah, I let him know. I ain't gonna let him talk about you like that, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And now they follow me. I got a new fan.
Oh my goodness.
You know, you got to interact with these people.
Do you?
Yes, you got to.
I think you need to interact with these people, Mitch.
Well, that's what I'm talking about when I say that means.
I love it.
I'm very needy.
Did you get anything good for your birthday other than a cupcake?
I got some flip flops
Ooh.
and some board shorts
Wow.
when I go surfing.
Damn, you surf?
No, I did it. I tried it once. I had to use a paddle board.
Oh,
You know, that's actually shouldn't have said that out loud.
Please, we need
It's called sinking one of egos.
Eventually, everyone does that.
My goodness.
Dorothy, sorry, which one's the whore?
That's this one right
Oh,
here.
That's the terrifying one.
What would you do to her if given the chance?
Whatever the law allows. I saw her doing that thing with her tongue. I like tongue stuff.
Whoa. Blanche, meet Branch.
I thought your set was really good.
Oh, wow.
Are you the oldest one?
Yeah.
You know, she was actually the youngest of the actors.
Yeah.
I got a lot of Golden Girls trivia.
Oh, really? What else? What else do you know?
That's actually, I didn't think you were going to follow up on that.
Quentin Tarantino, I believe, once played a pizza man or something like that. He was an Elvis impersonator. That's I always get the pizza man and Elvis impersonator.
Favorite show of all time.
I only saw,
It was like a 3-second cameo.
I only saw one episode. And it was the one where the whore, she rear-ended a guy, because that was her move. She'd see a guy with a Lexus or a Cadillac, bump into him, and then like exchange it, like start dating him. This one, she did it. He got out wearing a neck brace, and then was like, I'm going to sue you, even though you're a whore. And then that was what the whole episode was about.
I invited Quentin Tarantino to Kill Tony one time.
That's true. I think we talked about this on a Ice House episode.
Tony didn't believe me at first. He thought I was full of light, but I went up to him at a restaurant when I saw him eating food.
I've always wondered why Quentin has never shown up in the show. And that could be in there.
I was dressed as Dorothy from the Golden Girls. I said, I do a show at the Comedy Store.
Were you wearing the flip-flops? He's in the feet, so...
that would have helped, actually.
Yeah.
I always thought growing up when I was young that Dorothy was a man dressed up as a woman.
I thought so too.
Really?
Yes.
Is that
B. Arthur?
B. Arthur?
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Because I never had a woman with that deep of a voice before.
And she was tall and lurky, kind of.
if you're gonna have a voice that deep, you should be Arthur.
Oh my goodness. There you go. There he goes. Mitch Burrow, everybody. There's Mitch. Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow on everything. And Dan Nolan Comedy. Beautiful. You know what? Let's go to the bucket one more time before.
But I think it's better that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Went through, like, I remember acting was kind of good to me. I was, working, making money as an actor. But after stand up, by far, I've never been on a set where I didn't want it to be over. I said it out loud, but it's true. Like, I love acting, but there's nothing like stand up. There's nothing like stand up. But I remember I was doing a TV show. I was doing a sitcom. It was a big sitcom at the time. And I was making a lot of money. And the director was a huge TV director. It's a good friend of mine now. And then he did this Martin Lawrence movie. And so he's on one of the biggest, he was directing like two of the biggest pilots. And he had this huge Martin Lawrence vehicle. Martin Lawrence was huge. And he looked at his BlackBerry. And I go, what's the matter? He goes, the movie's not trending well. And I went, oh man, you're making millions of dollars. And you're dependent on your movie trending well. You're dependent on a bunch of factors that you have no control over. And if it doesn't do well, you're out. You go into movie jail. They'll put you in movie jail. If your movie doesn't do well, they go, yeah, you can't, we're not going to. Sorry, man, we're not. You're not a director right now for us. What year is this? What is it? 2001? Oh, fuck. That's how Hollywood works. So, if you get a hit, you're great. If your movie bombs, they're like, no, we're not gonna. They shelve you. You just get shelved. You get shelved, and that's the deal. And I thought to myself, if I don't start doing more stand-up, I'm gonna be this guy. I'm gonna be a guy. You look at it. Yeah. Plan B, yeah. And then I watched Rogan doing podcasts. We did I got together with Chris Lynn with Will Sasso, two of the funniest people on the planet, and we did 10-minute podcasts. That was Will Sasso's idea. He goes, let's do a 10-minute podcast. I was like, damn. And that developed a cult following we didn't even know we had. We had no idea. I would do Rogan's podcast. I didn't know how big it was. I did it 50 times. I was like, I don't know. We're doing it in his garage. He had a small room in his house for a while. Not his garage. And then we were doing it in the studio. But we didn't know. Nobody knew how big it was. But the message boards and things. Then I started, because I realized, I was like, I don't want to be dependent on acting. And I don't want to be dependent on stand-up. Because I got to sell tickets. And it was before podcasts. So you had to rely on the media. So you have to wake up really early and do media. I did radio the other day. I love it. Yeah, it's great. Back in the day, that's how you sold tickets. But still, you were still dependent on that shit. And nobody was making money, bro, in stand-up back then. Like, if you made $10,000, that was a lot. It's still a lot, but I'm saying, like, there was no such thing as a comic that was selling arenas or, like, making a few people. Who's the first one you remember? They had, like, the arena act and you saw them. I remember Rogan said this MySpace stuff is crazy. I got lines around the box. I just posted about it. Then I watched Dane Cook go through the whole thing. That's what I thought that was going to be a Dane when it started. Well, Dane figured out that, like, he started answering emails. And he was like, if I start gathering emails, that's brilliant email list. That's what he did. That's what Kevin Hart did. Because he followed Dane Cook. So, but Rogan was the first with the podcast. Yeah. The one thing about Rogan is that he's consistent. Like, if he starts something, he's gonna he holds himself to the highest standard. So he's got very good instincts for it. His vision is great. Well, it's just about focusing on one thing. I was always doing 1,000 things. He'd be like, dude, come on, man, focus on this one thing, right? But I watched, see, it's all about jumping from lily pad to lily pad. I can't rely on acting. I watched too many famous people that I knew. Household names tell their house. Because it dries up, bro. Wow. It dries up. Jay Leno said that. You know, you got maybe 8 years when you're first in the chair, and then you're last in the chair, bro. And there are no exceptions. No exceptions. And you might have a revival 20 years from now. But overall, if you're acting basket, I can't tell you. I cannot tell you how many people you would know who had to sell their house who didn't have 10 grand in the bank, and I'm not joking. And I watched that and I was like, oh, I gotta start doing stand-up. And then I watched that and I go, I gotta start doing podcasts. Podcasts will feed the stand. I think podcasts essentially is a comics world, okay? If you think about it. Well, so, you know, Fighter Kid was number 4 in the world and for a long time in sports. But it was before anybody my age who had me doing, you know, I was starring on a sitcom. I was making more on my podcast. He couldn't believe it. He goes, what is a podcast? It's my agent. What is a podcast? I was like, we get sponsorship because you do. And so, again, it was a privilege to kind of be part of that Comedy Store renaissance. When I would walk in a room on a Tuesday, okay? I'd walk into the comedy, and it was Comedy Chaos. It was Sam Tripoli who put on a show. And let me tell you who's in the green room. Anthony Jeselnik, Joe Rogan, Bill Burr, Sebastian Maniscalco, Theo Vaughn, Chris D'Elia, Joey Diaz, Norm MacDonald would pop in, Cat Williams would pop in. That was for $24, ladies and gentlemen. What $24? Oh, I don't know, 2015 to 20. And then I'm with Rogan in the bar in the back of the Comedy Store when COVID hit. And I remember Rogan said, because I think he'd been talking to Dan White, he said to me and one other guy, he goes, hey, you want to hear something crazy? Dana told Trump, I think Dana said it, or maybe Trump, they're talking about shutting down the country for a week. And we were like, no way. And he goes, yeah, a week. And that, of course, turned into forever. But it's just fun to be part of these huge eras. You know, that's what happens when you're 50. A year away from 60. You should see. Yeah, foot and dick. What are you talking? Foot and dick. I'm working with a piece of foot and dick. We know this. You never crossed over the porn. You know that. I've been doing a lot of this podcast. So, Ryan came on the podcast. I think I got it with 3,000 views. And went off about how his career is dead now and how it used to be so good. Talking about the magical time, TV shows, stand-up, podcasting. It's all still technically there, I guess, but it has completely tanked. Speaking of tanked, I think Callan got drunk off of Coronas. We're on there over here. Callan got drunk. He was detailing everything about how he was making more money off of the podcast than he was even on the TV show. What was he talking about? The Goldbergs. That's the thing now about so the Fighter Kid dead and they ended up in a storage unit to shoot the podcast. But has been dead for a while, but they made so much money that they've been able to live off that. But it's a classic thing. They've upped their lifestyles extravagantly. But there comes a point in time you can make all the money in the world if you live that lifestyle. Only so long can more money go out than comes in. And a lot less money has been coming in. I mean, Callan makes $25,000 a month on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. Sounds like a lot of money. However, you have to pay $20,000 a month in alimony. He has a new wife. He has just had new kids. He has to pay for college and all this type of stuff. Because he has older kids. Like, for a while now, more money has been going out than coming in. And it's the lifestyle in general. I mean, this sounds like a great lifestyle, but like in your early 20s, maybe 30s. I mean, Colin probably hates it. At like 60, having to drag himself to the airport every weekend and get out of way. That's the trade-off. You can make a lot of money, but that travel probably becomes hell after a while. Now his career is completely and over and less special. And tanked. And now he's stuck doing a podcast with a reenacted story. Yeah, well, in the comments. Brendan Schaub has changed things up quite a bit over on the YouTube channel, and he's doing times a week, interacting with the chat, things he never used. Live shows, it's always the Golden Hours pre-recorded, the Schaub Show pre-recorded, put out later. Well, I think one of the reasons why things are changing is that back in August of 2023, Brendan Schaub signed with Podcast One. And Podcast One picked up the Fight of the Kid, the Schaub Show, Golden Hour. So there was backing his endeavors. Well, thanks to the reporting of Unique Entertainment, we now find that is no longer the case. He's not getting renewed on Podcast. I mean, when Podcast One announced in January of this year their re-signing, Schaub wasn't part of it. Adam Carolla was, not Schaub. Explains why Schaub just recently completely quit the Golden Hour podcast and why he's been talking about quitting the Fighter to Kid. He is going to quit. See what had happened? Alright, now this is speculation, but nobody knows Brendan Schaub better than Unique, who's still being sued by him. Schaub's still suing this guy. But he quit the Golden Hours. The Golden Hours down to just Chris D'Elia and Eric River. The fact that they're still doing that together at last. It started as the King and the Sting. No one from the original show was even on it anymore. It's like going to see Ford or a concert. What is this?
Am I wrong in thinking that it would still do enough numbers that he should be a part of it and associated with it, or does it not do as well as his fighting stuff? Because I thought those were good. Things he did.
You know, let's take a look at that. Let's look at what very clear. The two people you will see on the show. Not me, Brendan Schaub. Anyway, this race had 39,000 views. Moving from that 48,000, 51,000, 58,000, 55,000. And this is the show used to 150,000 views. And now it's doing probably less than, well, maybe more when it comes to actually gets. It's probably in that ballpark. They just did that live show in Austin, and they're like, oh, this is great. We gotta do this some more. This is gonna be fantastic.
They couldn't even get it together to have dinner before or after.
That's right. It was epic, right? Passed out.
Well, it was with Rogan, and it's exactly how you would picture it before they even left for Austin.
What happened here is Schaub signed that deal. Remember, CO hated that deal. This is a big part. The reason why CO left. Yeah, that was that deal that was Cast Media. That guy who didn't pay anyone. Gave everyone these guarantees for big advertising dollars. It was pretty much a Ponzi scheme. Just not paying anyone for months and months to find over. Hey, manually, I think it was $1.6 million for a job. And I guess one partner with this company, it's really good classic. Jim Cornette sued that Colin Thompson guy with Schaub, and
comes in a little later. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, it's always good when you're scheduling your program. Whatever's convenient for you. Yeah. I usually do 9 a.m. because we have to find the kid later, but Ryan's not around, so I'm sleeping in. Yeah, sleep in. Just started at 11. Alright, cool. I wonder if Howard Stern ever did that. Quick announcement tomorrow, the show starts at noon. I'm gonna end the show by saying, well, back to bed. So that's a lot, right? Did you follow that and writing notes down? What's going on? Just Central Time? Is that common? I know, it's never been awesome. So, he's doing all these live shows that he does zero work. We'll get into that. But it's basically just AMAs. Ask me anything. And the way that he's doing that is you have to pay him for the privilege of asking him anything. So he's figured out the show for me. He's like, well, it's cats. The guys are goofing on me. They don't want to give me money. So just make sure that everyone here likes me. And the only thing he's really talking about is UFC. So it's whatever fan base he's built up with Fighter the Kid or anything else or something, that'll be absolutely so questions are coming in for him about they know he's got some haters. So what are they gonna do? Make sure he says you guys are gonna have to hit us because they have to pay. I can't say that like bullshit. Yeah, Jim Roberts, what are you gonna do? Because they have to pay to get on here. Hey, it's a weird thing. You know what's the weird thing? You're in short shorts. And the enemy is we can see your crotch in the shot. Could you imagine a news anchor like this? Why not like some? His head, his face is in shadows, and his crotch is well centered. You're not gonna draw 2 minutes now. That's production. It's like the eclipse. Like you're not supposed to look. We can't help it. Alright, so this is Brendan explaining how totally phoned in this show really is. Man, Dan producer, would it help to have topics that you want to discuss with repeat questions? That also really helps out. Nick Davison, to the people who start the show and have some topics that you actually the guys to discuss on the chat. You just come I this chat's what they want. Yeah, I love to me whatever they want. So the guy goes, no, you can't just sit here and take questions for 90 minutes, 5 days a week. That's the laziest thing ever. No, you lazy man. Right. So while you're showing the things to talk about, and the questions are interesting, or there's really no questions coming in, and Brendan goes, no. You guys tell me what to talk about. Otherwise, I'm not really talking. And he's got that inflection in his voice, like his hands are tied. Right? Yes, like this is the show format, guys. Came down with corporate. Why does his set look like a really cheap teenager's bedroom? But Chet looks like he's in a really modern, like the CEO of a very expensive company. I feel like they're staying in the wrong place. Right. So I think Brendan's trying to distract us. That's right. Spinning. It's like they're hitting more shit on the side tables and everything. He's getting more chaotic. More keeps dragging shit in on his foot and just sticking it onto the set. The guy that you might know if you're a fan of WTP is Prince Uncertainty. He has been around for a while in the chat. He's the one who discovered Helga and Lisa. And he is the first super chatter on Brendan Schaub's talk show. How's this work? So, Crazy is donating ways to answer your questions. All Uncertainty says, this is a correct question. And this is the super chat on how super chat works. Okay. I've been arguing with my mate, blind Mike. Do you prefer hats or socks? Both. If I had to pick one, hats. I love hats. My mom gets mad, so my mom watches everything I do except for these live chats. And she always wants me to do my hair. But I love hats. My mom gets mad that I wear hats all the time. Why did he answer that question? Well, those are the rules. Those hands are tied. AC units cranking. It's like shit, you have to vacuum now. You can have moderators on this thing. Yeah, we assign like certain people, maybe like things that we trust. Pay attention to all the stuff before you have it. Yeah, to your point, Adam, there's a cyber truck parked behind. I think this is a cyber truck, right? Yeah. It's parked behind Jen. And so, I mean, it's a big empty warehouse with got your floors, so forth. But other than that, it actually is presentable. You know, it's kind of a unique setting. You'll take a super villain or an artist or really a Cybertruck. This guy looks like he's like squished in between this subway seat that he doesn't belong in. It's like a shitty car on runs. Or Kev will do the faster she's down. You can give him if you're down. And after show a thing or two. He's on it right there. Oh, your thoughts? You see me? Can't you just make the mods on here now too? You mean, we do the check on it? No, I know after show and I think they're good for both of them. So, in real time, I was in this meeting with the producer. I don't know if you were watching the chat. Can you people out? If I ask what a shoot? And Chet's like, yeah, I mean, we should talk about that afterwards. Figure out some stuff. Make that person look. And make that person look. Right now, you want to do that? Yeah. We can go wrong. Like hiring a server. Let's just give them control. It's locked in and funny. What could possibly go wrong with that? So, getting back to Unique. As I mentioned, Unique's been going for a job for a while. Brendan sued Unique. And I think for copyright law, I believe was that lawsuit. And the judge ruled that it was serious. It was transformative enough. And Brendan, rather than just tell through his legs and walk back home, decided to appeal that. So I believe this is dragging out now. And of course, Unique gets a chance to super chat Brendan out. So he's in there trying to chat.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. What up, pimp?
Hello.
Hello. All right, what did you accomplish today?
So I accomplished so many things. I accomplished my new and officially email address for live podcast. It's on the Cessna. It's not Gmail, it's Cessna.
Okay, whatever.
So yeah. And I did my first episode on Frambo.
That's great. Good job. Did you do your podcast?
I will going to do soon. Like I think tomorrow or I don't know times. But yeah, soon.
Okay. And you sound positive, so that's good.
The food because my grandmother make me cake for my 22 birthday, so I have slice.
Okay, well, that's okay. So what else is new?
And I make another episode for the next.
Oh, you got somebody else?
Yes. So I have every day.
Phenomenal, my man. Are you happy?
Yeah, better bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Not very much.
And guys, I don't want to be like I am very grateful what I have. So yeah, I am happy.
Okay. I understand that.
God is the best.
There you go.
I don't know if I can say this on God.
Yeah, you can say that. All right. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Are you excited about that?
Donate to my Amazon. I have what?
Are you excited about that?
About what?
About having somebody available every day next week.
Yeah, I am like it's pretty good.
Okay, are you proud?
And a very good thing, the UFC will be in my birthday day. So that's nice.
The UFC date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Episode with somebody from UFC.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Do you feel as if they're going to be a good guest?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
All right. And do you think that they're going to understand what you do, and for how long do you plan on speaking with them? For how long? For how long do you think? For how long do you think you're going to speak with them? For how long are you?
If you ask me how long I will have there on the episode, I will completely up to them.
It will be completely up to them.
Up to them, yeah.
Okay. That works.
Yeah.
And do you think that what are you going to talk about with them?
I will talk about I don't like how she someone works in Shanghai, because this guy is from Shanghai. He's an American, but like he's like main guy in Shanghai for UFC. So I'm worried about that.
Okay. All right, big dog.
So I am hoping I am doing a good job.
I think you're doing a great job, my man.
Yeah.
You should be.
I can do always better.
Do you think that you will be able to upload everything this week?
Maybe I will can get tonight, because I'm planning to get my nighttime shift and be up all night.
Okay, why are you gonna stay up all night?
Because I need to upload it and speed wins.
Oh, so you're gonna stay up all night and upload it?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think that's gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you excited to stay up all night and do it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I don't know if I can, but I'm gonna definitely if I'm sleeping in a very light hours.
Okay. Um, do you think you are? Why don't you stay in here when you do it? I'll keep you company.
Thanks.
100%. How many do you have to upload?
20, 20, more than 10.
More than 10?
Yeah, so this will be long night.
All right. Well, I'm here for you, big dog.
Thanks.
Absolutely, my friend.
How did you survive that very villain?
Oh, it's okay. I do my best to stay cool. I did. Did we talk? I did a podcast after we talked. I think yesterday. Yeah, it was an hour, and it had 8 people on it, which is a lot. And um, so when there are 8 people, you can't really necessarily dominate the conversation, but I did do my best to be a good guest. We talked about transhumanism. Do you know what transhumanism is?
I don't remember from our episode.
That's okay. It's they extend your life and then maybe become something else. All right, so why don't you start uploading to Rumble, and I'm here to keep you company.
Yeah, I will. So I will be back by the time.
Oh, why are you leaving?
Okay. Because I'm not home.
Oh, okay.
I meet my uncle and my auntie.
Okay, well, yeah, get home, and then when you're home, come in here, start uploading stuff. If you have questions, let me know, and I can help you make sure that your titles are correct. All right, big dog.
I you know.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Take care, big dog.
Let's see what he has to say. Yes, they made the ability to send super chats, so I had to send a couple. I got banned. This is the last one I got banned for. But where's the 300 pages of evidence against Bobby? But so that's the guy who's suing Brendan because he had 10% ownership in that company. And Brendan used to like put out Instagram posts every day and do his promotion and just fucked off and do nothing. So the guy's suing him, and Brendan's just like, oh, I have all the documentation that proves that it was actually his breach. So then I don't know what the whole extent of it, but that's what you think is funny. For sure, Brendan doesn't want to discuss on the show. They had already banned him by that point. He had been placed in time out by the owner of the video for a moderator. And then, so now we see what they do to moderators immediately. That's serious. So they talk about lawsuits and shit. And so you can see that right there. That Gamma Girl, who, Brendan was calling out to Chin. Yeah, give Gamma Girl the thing. And there's her tagging Unique. What's that band? This dorky tweet. That's I mean,
So yesterday was I connected to the floor. It's connected somewhat, but it was super in the middle. Now, according to you, so yesterday, in order for Kenny to be off, you need one of the things. It has to be like the reason. And since this is not.
That's his mom. It's disappointing right to have right now. Yes, I would have done your hair. I need God's status to do this. And then, here's another question. Oh, wait, let's start from the beginning. Why did you keep the lawsuit when you lost? And then that's crazy for us. I'm not gonna lie, brother. Shab just stared at the chat like an idiot, by the way. Look at this Redac's face. I think Shab was very confused by this bright colors all of a sudden. What is your job to read that list apparently? Is he in one of those special chairs you can shit in? Yes, the one I worked at. I don't think I was just saying I'm sitting in the right chair. And somebody pointed out, that's Chin's Cybertruck behind him. Remember, Jesus Christ, bought a Cybertruck? Yes, he did. Like, right as they were announcing scaling back, and he was like, I just bought the Cybertruck. So I was right behind him to remind him. This was also the end, so it's true. I'm going to take a nap. That's cool. How long is that far to go for? So horrifying. And then the other question I had, if I answer my question, dance for my money, storage unit boy, why did your house have less land when you said it would have more? He's reading these, by the way, and they're highlighted in the thing, and he has to ignore them. And this comes into the ultimate problem, because as you've seen in Chin there, it's already stale and boring. Because he's not going to answer any of the interesting questions. So all of these shows are just, yeah, I mean, that guy's better than that guy at doing the hard take pills. Yeah, like that guy, great guy, never met him. Yeah, such a bitch. So I think you need spot on with this analysis. Brendan Chop, the recruiter this year, started up a Patreon. And he said, all right, you join our Patreon, I'm going to do these AMA episodes, and we're going to do it. And he has. He's answered questions that were pretty pointed at Brian Callen's performance, how where the kid is going, why the show's gone to shit, and Brendan answers seriously. So he's like, sweet, I can monetize the hate. You know, that's what Aaron Evans was talking about doing, monetize the hate. So he's going, wait a second, who just make them pay me to ask me questions like, I don't know, 4 days a week. It seems pretty cool. So now that's what he's doing. And unfortunately, if he's not going to answer questions that hurt his feelings, then people are going to tune out. You think? I think it's going to get real boring real quick. I have a feeling that Unique is correct. Just talking about UFC fighters who he thinks going to win on Saturday night. I already covered heads and sides. Start talking about. Well, it's going to be up to Thick Boy Records to pull the financial weight here. Thick Boy for life. So I think that the fight of the kid probably will go away. Now the podcast wasn't backing it anymore. Nobody seems to give a shit. Right? It's like choked out. Somebody doesn't give a shit. No one cares. And it was like, this is what Brendan Schaub's going to do now. It's just the lowest effort thing we can possibly do. Which is massive.
Fuck, we gotta do a thing. What is it even called? No one really knows for sure. Elo by Elo did right. Elo came crying, but this is the most already lived by. It is 12th of Tammuz, 5786, Saturday, June 20th. But it's some bullshit about the Bible. It sucks. Alright, so the weekly Torah portion depends on whether you're calling diaspora or Israel reading second diaspora. It's Parashat Chukat Balak, Torah numbers 19, 1 through 25, 9. Haftarah Micah 5, 6, 6 through 8. 5, 6 through 6, 8. And Israel Parashat Balak. Haftarah Micah 5, 6, 6 through 8. Main themes of Chukat Balak. The combined portion includes several well-known episodes: the law of the red heifer and ritual purification, the deaths of Miriam and Aaron, Moses striking the rock instead of speaking to it, the bronze serpent raised to heal the Israelites, the prophet Balaam and his talking donkey, Balaam's attempted curses becoming blessings, Israel's encounter with Moab and Midian, and ending with the incident of Baal Pharaoh. Alright, well that's cool. Nobody gives a fuck. Really? People are gonna be like, that shit was the most boring shit of anything that you said. It's 144 days of GTA 6. I think that's sick as fuck. And we've been doing this for 183 days. Everybody knows that. Alright. Are you done? What number were we?
Enduring image to have emerged from the world of the Kabbalah. This arboreal figure with a balance of circular nodes and linear connections conjures a kind of sacred geometry.
Folks. Look at this move. I mean, is it more about the move or the athleticism? It's really unprecedented. What is this bullshit? Garbage. Yo, dog, are you fucking serious? Sucks. I think it's the worst. Dog.
In the practice of magic, the power of language.
Look at this move, though. Folks, are you fucking serious? Look at this move.
Various registers of reality, binding and changing them through the force and will of the magician. Though, just how that's supposed to work, just what the causal mechanism behind magic is, remains contested and often the develops. One of the clearest theoretical and practical accounts of the role of language in the practice of magic is found, surprisingly, in Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, specifically in the final chapters of the first book. In this episode, I want to explore Agrippa's occult philosophy and magic. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or mysticism, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics and esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. And I really appreciate your consideration of supporting this channel and the project of Esoterica. Now, let's turn to one of the greatest works on occultism ever produced, Agrippa's 3 books. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Cornelius Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia Libri 3 could just as well be entitled Summa Magica, as it is one of the most complete systematic accounts of magical theory and practice ever produced in history. In fact, I would recommend taking a look at my general introduction to the occult philosophy of Agrippa in the episode linked in the card above. It'll help lay some of the historical groundwork for the more philosophical exploration of this episode. In the occult philosophy, Agrippa lays out a highly developed account of the metaphysics of the occult by proceeding systematically through 3 distinct registers of reality: the terrestrial world, our world; the celestial world, the world of the stars; and the super celestial world, the world of the divine. For Agrippa, the human being is the intersection of these 3 realities. And because of there being this central nexus, the ability to commune and manipulate especially this register of reality, the terrestrial world, our world, through various magical practices. Central to that magical work is the role and power of language to call forth, bind, and infuse our register of reality with both the power of their will, but also the power of the superior astral realm and the intelligences therein, and even beyond that, the power of the divine. Of course, the concept of the power of magical words and incantations is a basic commonplace in magic. I think most children will know the ancient quasi-Aramaic abracadabra, which actually might mean something like "I create as I speak," though the origin is admittedly mysterious. But Agrippa really situates the power of language and magic within a much larger and systematic framework. However, for the purposes of this episode, I want to isolate his occult philosophy of language, but to do so, let's first turn to his philosophy of mind. Agrippa inherits a rather orthodox philosophy of mind from the inheritance of Islamic commentators of Aristotle, and Averroes, respectively, mostly filtered through Thomas Aquinas. Here we have the human body composed of a ratio of the 4 simpler corporeal bodies, that is to say, earth, air, fire, and water, with the honor of the affects spread through the body in a spectrum of dignity, from the head, which is magnified and glorified by reason, to the more meaner extreme regions of the body, such as the stomach or the extremities. Contra Aristotle and Stoics, who maintain that the soul or mind is actually located in the heart, Agrippa locates it in the head, with the senses being divided into inner and outer senses. The classic 5 senses, sight, hearing, taste, are said to be kinda. And those divisions are also divided into various faculties. Agrippa, and that's the faculty of the Phantasia, or the inward sense, which does a range of mental work, including forming judgments, diagnosing truth claims. I said that because Agrippa also marshals this faculty to serve as the place of intellection, or the fantastical intellect as it might be known, which connects the soul to the mind and thus to the supernal realm. This faculty receives and makes impressions from the tripartite soul. This idea obviously goes to Plato, though it's been, by the time it gets to Agrippa, filtered through 2 millennia of hella complicated intellectual development, but this is a part of us that communicates with the superior powers of both the astral and the divine realm. The soul for Agrippa, again, following a relatively orthodox medieval model, has itself 3 faculties. A competitive part of our soul, which inclines it to its natural end, the desire for nutrition or sex. The second is the realm of the affects, of positive and negative emotion. And finally, the intellective part of the soul, which serves as the ground and further connects mind, or the passive intellect, with the quasi-divine, active intellect. Now, you're probably wondering about the exact distinction between the mind and the soul. Well, you can just go get in line with the rest of us who've been wondering about that exact relationship for about 2,000 years or something. The history of philosophy, beginning with Plato and especially Aristotle, has proven incredibly. Did you hear that bit a second ago about how our mind is called the fused with a quasi-divine, eternal, and separate active intellect? That concept emerges from what must be the single most perplexing in all of philosophy, from Aristotle's De Anima, Book 3, Chapter 5, lines 438 and 25. What amounts to a paragraph of Aristotle became a mountain of interpretation in the millennia that followed, and no one to this day has any real self Aristotle was talking about. Honestly, Agrippa's account here is pretty vague and more than a little hand-wavy, but the material he's dealing with is already a mess, and it wouldn't be until a century later when much of the inheritance of ancient philosophy of mind, at least at some level, would be shelved, beginning with the 1641 Meditations on First Philosophy by Descartes, and eventually the uptake of such ideas into Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and eventually into contemporary phenomenology. So, despite all those people that want to make a radical break between medieval thought and modern thought in the form of Descartes, I would actually argue that his concept of the natural light of reason is kind of the active intellect repackaged, or at least entering into its philosophical half-life. But that's an argument for another day. After a discussion of the emotions, or the passions, which Agrippa divides into 11, actually probably again following Thomas Aquinas. In fact, Agrippa leans really heavily on Thomas Aquinas in much of these sections, and in fact through the entire 3 books of occult philosophy. Here's how the passions can make such an impression on the other faculties of the mind, and by extension the physical body, that these impressions can be so strong that they can lead to physical distress, such as the fear of heights causing someone to tremble uncontrollably, but also even cases of death from extreme despair or joy. Further, extreme rage, or accounts of sight, cause fire or even lightning to emerge from the body, which sounds totally awesome. This actually reminds me of a tale where Shimon Bar Yochai is said to emerge from years of isolation hiding from the Romans in a cave, whereupon he emerged and his fierce judgment of what he took to be all the religious slackers around him, called burning rays that shoot forth from his eyes. Well, after killing a bunch of people with his judgy laser eyes, he returned to the cave and calmed down a bit before allegedly re-emerging and composing the Sacred Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. So, judgy laser eyes. Well, laser eyes aside, Agrippa turns his attention to the ability of the mind to supervene upon the body, including others other than your own, or generally. A mundane example of this would be how fear inside of dreams our body to sweat or tense up. But Agrippa extends this to the ability of, for instance, witches to hex others by intense hatred and a steadfast eye. And here we have a causal explanation for the infamous idea of the evil eye. Further, such intense projections of the mind or soul can be amplified via astral power by timing such effective projections with astrological alignments. So projections of anger could be amplified by Mars, or intense study could be amplified by the effects of Saturn. Of course, such projections could also be dampened by astral alignments as well. So his general point here is to establish that mental and spiritual causation of bodies is real at both mundane levels. And this is truly key. His entire theory of magic rests on the reality of mental, spiritual, and causation acting on physical bodies, especially when that causation is the result of the will of the magus. What Agrippa is doing here reveals his profound genius. He's using rather orthodox medieval philosophies of mind to rather unorthodox ends, or at least unorthodox for that time. He's using them as the variant for his theory and practice of magic. And indeed, the final chapter of Book 1 of the books is perhaps the most decisive for his general theory of magic. Here he spells out how the three metaphysical realms are causally linked, and that magic is causing change, specifically at the terrestrial register, by both celestial and supercelestial powers through various symbols, gestures, language, talismans, etc. Such greater powers impress themselves upon inferior powers, and this is the mind soul of the magus, which serves as a conduit through which such powers. That's why, after all, this philosophy is an occult philosophy. Such connections, which causally bind the various registers of reality inherent to the five external senses, they are occult. This is why I think it would be better to think of this vast tome not as three books of occult philosophy. The philosophy here isn't being occulted. Agrippa is literally reading three books of philosophy of the occult, or that which is hidden, namely the causal connections which bind the levels of reality by which the magus changes that reality, which is, you guessed it, just what we call magic. Also, it's worth pointing out here that Agrippa relies heavily on a fragmentary book of Proclus called De Sacrificio, as falsely armed. While the Corpus Hermeticum gets all the play for reigniting interest in all things Hermetic, check out my episode on those Hermetic texts in the card above, this small fragment of this basically laid down the groundwork for all of Renaissance magic and Western magic since. In fact, it's so important that I'll be doing an entire episode about just that fragment of Proclus. Really, I find Proclus fascinating. If I could do a separate of the first this decisive book, which establishes the causal nexus which links the various metaphysical realms and underwrites their manipulation through magical practice, Agrippa reveals the central key of this the use of magical language. For Agrippa, language is an extension of our intellectual, that's part of our mind or soul, which connects us to the celestial and super-celestial realms, with words, signs, and characters being the vehicle vehicular to use his language, really it's Proclus's language, but whatever, by which the powers of those realms flow through the Magus, thus impacting the terrestrial realm. Language is an externalization of that connection to the higher, more powerful realms. These ideas originated at least in the philosophical literature in places like Plato's Cratylus, but they are systematically presented in terms of magic in antiquity in Diadochus' on the Egyptian mysteries. Again, this all shows Agrippa's vast breadth of knowledge. He is able to synthesize this stuff into one coherent magical system. The languages are, for Agrippa, divided into natural and artificial. Artificial languages are those in which the relationship and the arbitration sense where there is no metaphysical link between a being and the linguistic unit used to represent that being. For instance, the sound, house, nomos, oikos, or bite don't strike modern semiotics as metaphysically connected to the place in which you live, your house. However, Agrippa isn't a student of Saussure and thus also admits of what he calls natural language, where the relationship between science and just what he calls things which bear between signs. Proper name of a thing of language as connected via the will of the Magus as connected to the celestial and super-celestial realms. Further, this is also how charms and incantations work, which Agrippa seems to think are more powerful if they're put into verse rather than in prose. Indeed, the very breadth of the Magus on which such magic power rides is said to bear supernatural power. Ever blown on dice before casting them, that natural 20 that you roll 3 times in a row might really have been the result of such magical projected breathing. Though Agrippa is also rather clear that it tears the flow of power from Magus to be effective. It's as if disbelief acts as a kind of blockage for the flow of the magical power, and thus intention, faith, and sincere belief in operation are keys for its success. For it to flow from the super realm through the Magus, you have to believe, opening yourself up to the possibility that it will flow. Otherwise, your disbelief acts as a kind of blockage, and thus the effects of the magic won't bear on the terrestrial realm. But, according to Agrippa, all languages aren't completely equal. For him, the natural language was also the primeval language spoken by Adam in paradise, and the language closest to that is Hebrew. Indeed, Agrippa believes that the Hebrew letters themselves are a reflection of the stellar array that was written in the heavens, and Hebrew itself is a kind of starry language best suited for magical operations more generally. Here, Agrippa leans heavily on the proto-Kabbalistic text, the Sefer Yetzirah, a text which had long linked the 22 Hebrew letters and the 10 numbers to the speech act creation of God. Now you might begin to understand why all those magical diagrams tend to contain some Hebrew. Those found in Agrippa's trace Hebrew all the way down to the infamous cycle of Baphomet. Though Hebrew already had a place in Western magic prior to Agrippa, but it became philosophically cemented in 3 books. Also, if you want to learn more about the Mysteria, you can check out my episode on the Call of God. However, it should be pointed out that Agrippa doesn't grant magical power exclusively to Hebrew. Any of the other languages are, in some sense, according to him, descended from Hebrew via the whole Tower of Babel myth, especially the more ancient ones still retaining some of this magical power. This may also explain the predilection for some magical practitioners to prefer to use incantations, for instance, in Latin, all those movies, especially if their Hebrew is a bit rusty. Being more ancient, English is closer in experience to Hebrew, and thus shares a bit more of its such magical practices. The grip actually provides us a little handy chart of Hebrew, Latin, and Greek alphabets along with their zodiac and chiromantic correspondences. Though, while most of the Greek pair up basically well, this is not echoed in the Hebrew alphabet. The order is completely puzzling to me. In fact, this entire chart doesn't make much sense and frankly seems rather garbled or scrambled. Perhaps the printer didn't really put it together properly. I can't imagine this is a mistake that Agrippa made. In addition to the Hebrew alphabet, Agrippa also provides several other magical alphabets in book 3 of the 3 books, 3 of which are actually based on Hebrew and are found in texts of Jewish astrological magic, but in some sense actually stretch all the way back to the ancient magical papyri. If you're interested in the history of those symbols, check out my episode on that topic in the card above. Though just how these magical alphabets mesh up to earlier remarks about natural magical power in book 1 isn't really clear. In fact, it is getting kind of thrown in for good measure, but have proven incredibly types in the centuries that follow the publication of the 3 books. Agrippa ends his first of the 3 books of occult philosophy discussing the effective power of the Hebrew language before turning to book 2, where he will develop his theory of occult mathematics, a topic for a future episode. Sure. Agrippa's philosophy of magic and language are a fascinating synthesis of millennia of magical theory and practice, incorporating elements from a wide range of practices, from pagan ancient philosophy to Jewish Kabbalah to Agrippa's own intense Christian Hermeticism. I'm sure I'll be exploring the philosophy of these cults in the future. What emerges in this book is a fascinating philosophical analysis of metaphysics, magic, language, mathematics, and much more, cementing Agrippa's genius at both synthesis and innovation. If you want Agrippa more generally, check out my episode on his 3 books of occult philosophy in the description below. I also have to admit that I haven't had the chance to look at the new Eric Purdue translation of the 3 books, but I'm really looking forward to getting it, and I've heard good things. Again, make sure to subscribe, check out my other content, and consider supporting my work of making scholarly and free content on topics of esotericism by taking a look at my Patreon, or perhaps considering a one-time donation. Those links are below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion.
Combat engineer assigned to the 3rd Infantry Division of Fort Stewart, Georgia, was on foot in low visibility conditions. He was run over by the 27-ton armored vehicle. Major General John Lewis, the 3rd Infantry Division commander of the United States, and Avery was an exceptional soldier who proudly served his country in the United States. The incident is ongoing. The Army's lost 31 soldiers in training accidents in 2025. Fatalities split between air force crashes and ground incidents. Sharon Reardon, Gateway News.
Replacing the smaller storage warehouse fire, but it was professional safety. Residents are complaining of problems and eye irritations. They were this CATOs. We are also saying this is
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects to study Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any and reference. Hopefully, it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you can find the entire Kabbalah and uploading them over the next episodes after autumn, you can time in that play. Find this series on Kabbalah interesting. I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature. So that said, again, also just like really stoked that some of the really awesome people, it's like scholars like Ashley Bohr. That's really, thank you so much. Ashley is an amazing scholar of Marxism who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess, I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from Pardes, a big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is, but typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down. We descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this Pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and through the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may Talmud and Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger. And we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. When I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. So I tried to locate historical persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. And I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas about what this stuff might mean. You have to do that on your own time because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be, frankly, completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at in the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that, right? So you could pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence in this class. Can't make you a Kabbalist, right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist, and so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. And if that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism, because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing way of meditating on Hebrew letters, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. They measured the body of God on fingers, which are really creepy. So we'll get to that, this kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, right? So, and in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the sense of tradition means, right, so I'm kind of punning. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things. Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that, and that's not the case. In fact, many mystics in many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard of Bingen, the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic's not going to tell you A, then B, then C, therefore you should deduce. deep. And they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, they're having vision experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences, or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally. So when I say non-rational, I want you to hear neither irrational nor rational, non-rational, something in between, something in between. I should also say just a little bit out of the gate about the distinction here to be made between Jewish mysticism more generally and Kabbalah more specifically. We now, in the sort of sloppy vernacular that we use the term Kabbalah to describe all of Judaism. That's a mistake. The Kabbalah is a very specific kind of Jewish mysticism that began to emerge in the 13th century. Now, 13th century, the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, contraction into which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos. Those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends back before history. By history, of course, is just ancient Israelites began to write things down. As we'll see in a moment, some of the texts that have been recovered composed by the earliest Israelite literature is by women mystics. So, get enough rest. But, right, it's true. What you're seeing on the screen here on the left-hand side, this is an image of an amulet recovered from a burial site in Jerusalem called Ketef Hinnom. And what you're looking at is the earliest recovered archaeological section of the Hebrew Bible. So if you've ever wondered what the earliest text of the Hebrew Bible looks like, it's this. These are tiny little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb. And for the folks here that read a little bit of Hebrew, you probably can see that this is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest fraction, the earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead properly. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this, and it's actually both sides. The amulet's probably that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They are very old Paleo. The earliest case in which we can talk about an Israelite form of mysticism has to do with two different concepts. Is theophany, which means God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment. And the other, of course, I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for, and So core to was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, rational, right? It's not like you can make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh talked to people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is it does something interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. It's like the vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like, I don't know, mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you know, you can get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured a lot like a vassal contract. In fact, if you ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writers of the Torah in certain sections of the Torah are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats had to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known, Israel was almost always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not another country, which means that you're subservient from the or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israel. Established what we call Deuteronomic theology, and this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts are always involved you getting things out of the deal. Well, the Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh the land. Right? They will have the land, and a land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? And the idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And it happened for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelite community where Yahweh spoke to individual people. Those people typically called Navi, right? Prophets, Naviim. These prophets would receive the message from Yahweh and then go communicate it to the broader Israelite community. It was almost always negative. The prophet, you never invite a prophet to a party. It will ruin any party you invite them to because they'll mostly spend all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are widely attested. Prophet was a job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. Organ that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into certain sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. And what you would do, if you wanted to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver. Obviously, you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so, if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds on the liver. Livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in Old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also just note here, that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because we have prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is. Very few prophets predicted the future. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelites. I think that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahu there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this coin was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a throned, winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. I don't know, how many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here on the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not skip bad things. So God appearing, right? God appearing is a relatively common motif in ancient religions. In fact, many ancient religious rituals were meant to compel the god to appear. This would be in temples and other kinds of locales, and you would do rituals to make the god appear to you. And so, what's interesting about the Israelite theophany appearing is that sometimes the Israelite writers like to define monarchy, sort of like a king sitting on a throne. Very common image. If you have the chance to read the section in Isaiah, the theophany of Isaiah, that's exactly what you get, is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. They thought of their God as incorporeal and as invisible. And in other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses, Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. You cannot see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say you saw me face to face. Whatever, the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites, but always occluded somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Araphel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to be able to claim, our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And they're like, yeah, and our God's invisible. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body. Doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. The main accounts that we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three, right, or four actually. We have the theophany to Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I say, right? Move out of Ur of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses, both in the burning bush, and God is there and not there at the same time. The voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say that the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But the one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, you do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. It's not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, they're quaking in their boots. The text says they are quaking, like literally, they're shaking in terror. And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is terrifying. We have the word awesome, right? But notice how we say all full of all, the word gets negative. All full is bad, all some is good. Some all is okay. Like a rainbow, a lot of all is bad. It's all full. But when God appears to you, when Yahweh appears to the Israelite prophets, it is a terrifying experience. We even have the records of their bodies physically shaking, sweating. They lose the ability to speak, things like that. What we think is that the instances of Ezekiel and Isaiah may have been part of what we might call an Israelite shamanism. Now, I don't like to use the word shamanism in a willy-nilly way, because I think that shamanism, as you may know, was a religious expert primarily found in Siberia, and this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this context and applied more generally. I'm a bit skeptical of that process. I don't like using terms like that in a kind of a rough and ready way. But what we see is that the ecstatic expert, or the shaman, is able to withstand a visitation from Yahweh. And from that visitation, they're able to extract certain kinds of information about what needs to be done. And so, in much in the same way that traditional shamans will often travel to the spirit world in order to cure people, it seems like something analogous is happening with some forms of Israelite prophecy, where the shamans are being visited by Yahweh, and Yahweh is basically telling them how to fix their country. Right? Most of what goes on in prophecy is criticize society in a general way, and the idea is by criticizing society along religious and social terms, then the Israelites can restore their relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow for the prosperity of the land. So the prophets don't cure individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire community. So again, this is where using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear. but I think that the term does track, at least in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets, the literary record we have in the Hebrew Bible, probably actually represents an experience. I pointed that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah probably did experience some kind of mystical event, and they recorded that event. And it is that recording of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to do really extreme things like lying in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him. I have neither the ability to do neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. You take them out of that and put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what's insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, "I'm going to die." And he says, "I'm finished." Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die, and then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkava literature, or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkava mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkava mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh. They would meet with various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, even I did it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down. And in the mystical Yord Day, they go down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God. We'll look at that literature. And in some cases, they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you ever want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we will get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkava mysticism, not Kabbalah, different kind of Jewish mysticism, but a theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. As I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, and I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It
probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best adaptation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world more generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because unlike burning libraries down now, right, because the books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have in that period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what they would do, individual prophetic utterances would be by a leader, typically the king. Utterances would be written down, and then a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashurbanipal. So we have individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one person. Isaiah is at least written by 3 people, right? At 3 different times with 3 different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know of as Isaiah. So the exact same literature in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel. We shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel isn't special. Now, most were raised with this chosen people stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient people. And they did what other ancient Near Eastern people. Sorry, not sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We'll get to Israelite prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dougie. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to get them into India. It got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the god had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. Engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, on it through their tongue or genital, in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would be burned, and in the burning smoke, Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out.
So at any rate, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestation women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asinu. And these Asinu prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asinu gender, this third gender, you would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting, again, from a material history and gender studies study of this, is that the only attestation we have of a certain third gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means womb person, but womb person is in the masculine gender in Akkadian. So clearly, womb is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Asinu. They're clearly making it a gender-bending category. And you can have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be Asinu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the prophets, male and female. I can put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this, the role of gender and the Asinu gender in ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Only know of one Canaanite, non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall, and he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, I think it's Moabite, and so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the eventual supremacy of the Israelites and Yahwism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind a literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that is on the screen here. This is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called The Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar's journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Orpheus and the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature, and the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again literature and religious literature from the ancient world in which women are the central focus, unlike an Israelite religion. All dudes all the time, for of course. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a serial cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street, very likely, and if you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh, like Yahweh@Yahweh.com or gov. And so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Devorah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, as found in the book of Judges, are probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew, right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, are what we call warband prophecy. Warband prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their god, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after you won, assuming you did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the gods. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Devorah and in the Song of Miriam. The Song of Devorah probably is a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which one would kill the other, right? This is also the story of Yael driving a tent spike through a dude's head, which is metal. And so, yeah, tent spikes these skulls, that's the thing. And if you read the Devorah account, especially in Hebrew, it's very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think just what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites that survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the gods speaking, and they're accounts of the gods speaking to women. In both cases, this may indicate, and again, we only have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women served very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted from battle, that they were allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of as some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. And it just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature are both attested to women. We also have independent prophets, I like to call them freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who is very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice-y, warrior-y guy of the Hebrew Bible. He really dislikes the fact that the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, "This is the fast I want. I don't want you fasting from food and water." Not you fasting from all kinds of social injustice. That's Amos, right? And so those pieces that are really big in our tradition, I think, as more progressive people, come from the prophet Amos. So he was an independent social critic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would also act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by an enemy, it's not uncommon that the prophets would actually have gore, like the horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems, and that these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Near Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear. And they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. It's probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like a direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terribly reliable when it came to, predicting the future. They all got destroyed by somebody, and none of them saw it coming. We also know that there were roaming prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such an band of roaming prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel. One of my things I really miss is that we have no idea what it sounded like. My idea is that it was always like some great metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were. And we do know that, for instance, King Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of these roaming bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normalized. It was a thing that could be expected of that. So these bands would come through your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and commune with Yahweh. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thinks of the prophetess Huldah. Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the King Josiah, the Judahite King Josiah, finds a Torah scroll in a wall, has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way. Like, it basically is a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BC, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says that it is. I'm sure her neck was on the line. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically vet scripture. And again, I want to restate that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think, more generally, considering how completely excluded women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted scripture, vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least the book of Deuteronomy, by a woman, the woman Huldah. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for perhaps political reasons, vetted some sections of the Bible as we know them. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet. You got paid. I don't know, you got a 9-to-5 job and you were a prophet. I was at a prophet union. I don't know if they did, but local prophet one, number 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets. Sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God. And these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God, mostly in divine duels. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worshipped a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god, because as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel, and you relied on winter rains basically to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so what we know most famously about Elijah was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they lost the duel. If that rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world, and whether the story happened or not, we don't know. But the fact that the Israelite writer that recorded it relished in it at least meant that they wanted it to have happened, whether it really happened or not. So we also have prophetic duels. You know, my God can beat up your God kind of situation where they would engage in these prophetic duels, which you've never read that story in the Book of Kings is really worth reading. Elijah was a weird dude. He's on the fringes of society. It's not even clear he's even an Israelite. He's constantly called a Tishbite, right? And so as a Tishbite, he may have not even been born an Israelite. He's a kind of fringe character that people have a very strange relationship with, and we continue to have a strange relationship with him because he didn't die, allegedly, and now we invite him into our homes randomly. So just remember, right, when you invite him into your home, that he did cut off the head, allegedly, of like 500 people one time. So be careful who you invite into your home. This guy's murdered about 500 people. Elijah. We also know that prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into future states. We might call them ecstatic states to issue prophecy, and others we have a range of prophetic techniques. Unfortunately, what we don't have is accounts in ancient literature about how they did this. We know they danced and they played music. Nothing else. And yes, I know some of you are probably wondering, did they do drugs? At least if they did, it's not recorded, right? Don't have any attestation of Elijah, ate some mushrooms and then went to town, or smoked some weed or what, or even drink alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is a hell of a drug, and what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines to survive from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small if they were burning incense and cannabinoids in it. They were hotboxing. Maybe. We don't know, right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one at Tel Arad and there's one at Tel Dan. The Jerusalem one has been destroyed. And so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were getting contact hives, talking to Yahweh. I don't know. I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time, see if it works for you. So I do not know. But this, by the way, that find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago. So people who think that they come to Earth, they find all kind of weird stuff. So actually, it's not that they found it; they just didn't think to test it. that shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, yeah, it's weed in here. So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk Pesher. Pesher is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, there is our jam. We are a commentary right now. We write things called hyper commentaries, folks. Commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. On the prophet Habakkuk is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk, secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so, if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that describing the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. Is in the Habakkuk Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you can mine a prophetic piece of literature to divine the future, an idea that we all know is culturally very common. Again, you just flip on the radio, I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, the book of Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you could read the book of Habakkuk, it's relatively short, and then you could read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls and take a look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Book in Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one, But just so you know, if you go to the Shrine of the Book, the Great Isaiah Scroll is a replica. That one, the real one, stored in a bunker somewhere. But the Habakkuk Pesher and they don't care. And I can spend like an hour looking at it. It's complete fanboy of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down thought of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, the drugs they may have used, not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What was it like to be a prophet in Israel? What was it like to experience this ecstatic state? About it, because ancient Israelites, like many ancient city that we do, we are a narcissistic people. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about. We have memoirs, right? Ancient people about subjectivity in the way that we do. And they think about this for me in the Hebrew Bible. How often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically never. It's like he got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif, right? It's not like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences, aside from they were apparent. That's it, right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. Economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by a court, this is a part of the economy, right? So it's no marginal thing by any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecy went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is that the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE, and ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore if you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exile, Ezekiel into Egypt. We do know that they escaped, but we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be that they got killed, right? Just wipe them out. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And they didn't, right? So, again, if your doctor doesn't see the thing coming, well, get a different. So part of the problem of divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being destroyed, well, that shakes confidence in your ability to communicate for your God. We also know that prophets just weren't terribly popular in some ways. I mean, no one likes social critics, right? Go ask them. The social critics and your religious abandonment, right? No one like wealthy people, powerful people don't like to be told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always at some level, in many ways, a marginalized group. As the political situation in ancient Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill them. Right? You're not doing the right thing, and God's going to get God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what sometimes is referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me sound like a Southern Baptist preacher. I'm going to make that word really long. The Lord. At any rate, basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God's going to kill you all. I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in, where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future where God will sort things out, because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything and things like that. And what ends up happening after the Judahite state was destroyed in the 6th century BCE, they are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is codified. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that their weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism, right? That new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypticism is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice what we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, the battle between good and evil, right, the Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. And there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse that do. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. The Israelites really didn't believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is just sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. It's a demon. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, which is from an oral culture, God speaking to prophets and the prophets speaking for God, rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people. Right? We're going to switch from a visual culture to we're going to switch from an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypsis means to have much in the way of apocalyptic literature is showing rather than telling. Right? Showing rather than, and I saw, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really things like that. I will say this, just as we wrap up for tonight, prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continue to be prophets from time to half of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones. His name is Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, as I like to call him. It's probably the case that Jesus of Nazareth, I mean, Jesus is just the Greek version of Joshua, Josh. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. And so these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we will also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first techniques, mystical techniques for getting a vision of God. And we actually have those techniques. They're breathing techniques and meditation techniques. And we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy has not completely gone away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life. That as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time in Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated, condemned, and died in obscurity. So I don't recommend, if you want to be happy, don't be a prophet. And if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the dark that is Jewish mysticism and
$127.
I think the most important thing is when we're talking about the technologies that's not enough. They don't have to take care of you. They haven't taken phones to make sure that your healthcare is okay. So take it with a grain of salt and push the large language model. Be like, are you sure? What about this? What about that? If you're going to use one, ask the general questions, not specific questions for that. You should ask for that. When we go there, and you're saying that so you try to know and start to think a little bit about how to actually help
On the 10th of December 1911, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry is awarded for the 11th time. The Nobel Foundation's citation states that the prize is being given to the recipient for their services to the advancement of chemistry by the discovery of the elements radium and polonium. For the awardee, this is not a wholly unique event, as she has experienced this before, having previously been awarded the accolade 8 years earlier, in 1903, along with her husband. However, as this is her second such award, the woman becomes the first person to ever receive 2 Nobel Prizes, a feat that would not be equaled for half a century. Her name, Marie Curie, a martyr to science. The woman known to history as Marie Curie was registered as being born on the 7th of November 1867 in Warsaw, Poland. Her full name at baptism was Maria Solomea Skłodowska. Maria's father was Władysław Skłodowski. He was a teacher of mathematics and physics and was passionate about education and science, and fluent in both Russian and French. He was born in Poland at a time when the country was controlled by Russia, and he hoped to influence his students to work towards an independent. His family were of the same attitude. His father, Josef, fought in the 1830 Polish uprising against Russia. Mari's mother was Bronisława Boguska. She had become the headmistress of a girls' school in Warsaw shortly after her marriage to Władysław in the summer of 1860. And she and her husband moved into accommodation provided by the school, and Władysław came from the landed gentry in Poland, titles and lands during the years of Russian oppression. Their children were born in rooms in Bronisława's school. Mary was known as Mania, with four older siblings. Sophia, 1862, Józef, born in 1863, Bronisława, known as Bronia, born 1865, and Helena, born in 1866. When Władysław was promoted to the role of assistant in his school in 1868, Bronisława gave up her head teacher role to focus on looking after her children, and the family moved provided by Władysław's employer. Bronisława cared for and taught her children alongside her husband when he was at home. He put in place a learning schedule which included exercise, reading, and plenty of play. Bronisława also made shoes and sold them in order to earn extra money. She also looked after her brother-in-law, Przemysław, who suffered from tuberculosis and stayed with the family for some time to recuperate. The family often used the summertime to holiday with relatives in the countryside, a well-anticipated escape from the oppressive atmosphere of Warsaw under the scrutiny of Russian authorities. Mary had been born in Warsaw at a tumultuous time, not long after an attempted Polish revolution with Lithuania in 1569, but in 1772, after many attacks from neighboring states weakened the Union, and the two nations divided into the partitions of Poland and incorporated into the neighboring states of Prussia, Austria, and Russia. Poland was repressed most strongly under Russian law, and this repression increased in the face of Polish revolts and calls for reform. There had been a failed Polish rebellion in 1830, and another revolt in 1863 was also defeated. The leaders were hanged in public, and the Warsaw Royal Castle was turned into a barracks by the Russian military. After the 1863 revolt, many people in Warsaw wore black in mourning, both for the failure of the insurrection and for those who had died fighting in it. Several members of Mari's extended family had been involved in the fight for Polish independence, as well as her paternal grandfather's involvement in the 1830 rebellion. Her paternal uncle, Mstislav, escaped to France following the attempted revolt in 1863. Her maternal uncle, Henrik, fighting in the same revolt, had been sent to Siberia, along with thousands of other Poles who the Russians deemed to be revolutionaries. In an attempt to put an end to the Polish rebellion, Russia introduced the policy of Russification to stamp out Polish culture. Under this policy, communication in public had to be in either Russian or German. Some shops were written in Russian Cyrillic rather than in Polish, were inspected to ensure their teachings reflected Russian values. Many fought to maintain national culture, non-violent and often clandestine means, hoping that this would prepare future generations for freedom. While the Polish language was banned in public, families like the Skłodowskis continued to educate their children in Polish at home. Władysław enabled them to read banned Polish books and taught them how to use the equipment he brought home from school after laboratory work was removed from school curriculums by the Russian authorities. Unfortunately, from the post of assistant director of his school in 1873, seemingly because he was resented by one of his Russian seniors, which left the family in a financially strained position. Further misfortunes were to befall the Skłodowski family when Mari's mother, Bronisława, became unwell with tuberculosis. Władysław spent much money in his efforts to see her cured, sending her to several health resorts, but with no marked improvement. This increased the financial difficulties the family were experiencing, and the decision was made to turn their home into a boarding school, taking on nearly 20 students. Their difficulties continued, however, with some of the family contracting typhus before, perhaps because of the overcrowded nature of their new living arrangements. Zofia, who had accompanied her mother on several of her rest-cure excursions, died as a result of contracting the disease in 1876. This was a huge blow to her family, in particular for her mother Bronisława, whose health took a sharp decline, and she too died in 1878. Mari took the death of her mother very badly and went into a deep depression. Despite these blows to the Skłodowski family, Mari continued a level of intelligence which had been apparent from an early age. She had begun her education at the school at which her mother had been headmistress, and later she was sent to a school a little closer to the family's home, along with her elder sister Helena. The headmistress worked hard to ensure her students received a good education, despite Russian control. Whilst her students' timetables displayed the subjects stipulated by the Russian authorities, she would ensure Polish studies, including history and language, dominated their learning. When inspectors arrived, the teacher would quickly change the language or subject they were teaching, in order to present a curriculum conformed to Russian standards. Mari's aptitude for learning became useful in the presentation to Russia. On one inspection, after hiding their Polish history books in class, asked to recite the lineage of the Tsars in Russian by her teacher, which she did perfectly. Despite this unconventional educational experience, Mari progressed well in her studies, emotionally damaged by her mother's death. In 1878, she was moved to a government-run school in Warsaw, as her father thought she needed a new challenge. The school in Warsaw that Mari attended was government-run and compliant with the demands of the Russian inspectors. She often spoke of this period of schooling negatively, particularly regarding her teachers, whom she wrote were hostile to the Polish nation. And she could be quite outspoken toward. Despite this, graduated first in her class in 1883, at the age of 15, winning several subjects and receiving a gold medal. Doing so well academically, she was looking forward to a career, and some Warsaw University not admit women, and so she would have to go abroad to study. With limited finances to cover. Indeed, he made the decision in the country with family rather than continue her studies. Not only had family funds been depleted throughout his wife's illness, with several rescue trips to finance, but he had also invested heavily in his brother-in-law Henrik's plan to run a mill, an ill-fated decision which resulted in the loss of the family savings. Nevertheless, Mari's time in the country, spent in the company of her uncles and cousins, seems to have been a year of much fun, in contrast to her previous years spent studying. This was helped by the fact that the more rural areas in which they lived were less subject to Russian oppression, and those who lived there could speak Polish and follow Polish traditions without fear. Marie enjoyed attending a Polish kulik, a tradition where the attendees traveled house to house by horse-drawn sleigh to be received with feasts, music, and dancing. A year of fun ended in luxury at a country estate northeast of Warsaw, alongside her sister Helena, on invitation from a former student of her mother's, who was now a countess. When Marie returned to Warsaw, she moved back in with her father. He had moved to smaller lodgings and made the decision not to continue his boarding school. He was still experiencing financial difficulties, and the fees associated with further study, especially for those studying abroad, made pursuing a university education unlikely for Marie. She spent her time reading and continuing her education independently, yearning to follow in the footsteps of the women in her family who had pursued careers. Her mother as a headmistress, an aunt who had established factories, and another aunt who had studied at university in Geneva. Women were not permitted to study at the University of Warsaw, but an underground study group had been set up in 1882, which met secretly those who wanted to pursue higher education. This became known as the Flying University, with a formal curriculum and 1,000 students by 1889, meeting in secret around Warsaw. Soon after her return to Warsaw, Marie and her sister Bronia began to study in this secret institution. Marie was also giving lessons from home, and later became a governess in order to finance her elder sister Bronia's studies in Paris. Bronia, in turn, agreed to help Marie, to follow her to Paris to begin her studies once Bronia secured a profession. With this plan between the two sisters, Marie started her formal employment and spent as a governess, employed by sugar beet farmers in a rural area called Sztuki. She was responsible for the eldest daughter, who aged to herself, and 3 other children aged 10 years, 3 years, and 6 months old. She had a good relationship with the eldest girl and the 3-year-old boy, but struggled with her other charge, aged 10, whom she found inattentive and forgetful. She continued to educate herself through reading, and with her commitment to social change instilled by her father, took on the task of teaching a group of local peasant children how to read. She continued to study in a range of fields, but developed a passion for maths and science, complaining in a letter to her brother about having to learn solely from books rather than having any exposure. It was at some point during her time in Sztuki that Marie met in love with the son of her employer, Kazimierz, during one of his vacations from university, where he was studying agricultural engineering. However, the Zarowskis would not hear of their son marrying a governess of low financial status, however well educated she was, and eventually their son gave in to their will, to Marie's heartbreak and continued misery under their employment. She began to resent her sister and brother, who were both at university, writing that, "I have lost hope of ever becoming anybody." Despite Marie's despondence, she worked out the rest of her contract with the Zarowskis and left Sztuki in 1889, returning to live with her father before taking a new tutoring role. Her father had accepted a new role as a school director and was now in the position to send money to Bronia, who was studying in Paris, and pay back Marie for her contributions to Bronia's study. Her cousin, Józef Boguski, had a laboratory in Warsaw, where he ran science lessons for Polish students, and she began to excel under the tutelage of one of Józef's colleagues. This cemented her desire to pursue her studies in physics, and pursuing scientific studies was unusual for a woman. He considered a woman's place to be in the home, focusing on the household and children. women were not admitted to scientific societies, and only in the latter part of the 19th century had women become accepted into some universities. Maria, who was studying at medical school in Paris and newly engaged to a medical student, Kazimierz Dłuski, invited Marie to come and live with them. Despite her commitment to pursuing formal scientific study, Marie showed some hesitation. Worried about leaving her father, she had made up her mind and left for Paris in November to pursue her studies in science at the Sorbonne, a college of the University of Paris. She was one of very few female students. There were only 210 females studying out of a student population of over 9,000, and studying recreationally rather than in pursuit of studies of a domestic nature rather than on the train, and having to bring her own chair as none were provided. Marie only stayed briefly with her sister and brother-in-law before moving to her own apartment in the Latin Quarter of Paris, which was much closer to the university, in order to allow her to focus more on her studies, away from the chatter of her brother. Initially, she found her studies difficult, having had limited exposure to laboratory work before her university enrollment, but she was single-minded in her focus, sometimes forgetting to eat when engrossed in her studies. She made some friends, but prioritized her work above all else, often avoiding social occasions. She lived frugally in a cheap, unheated flat, and allowing herself a budget of only 3 francs per day. But she did not appear to suffer overly from these deprivations. In fact, she delighted in the sense of independence, having broken away from being employed in the homes of others, although she still tutored in order to have an income. Her family did worry about her. Her brother-in-law would write to her father about his concern and the fact that she ignored his guidance. But her continued focus on her work paid off in her academic results. Marie had arrived in Paris at a time of great competition and upheaval. The Frances, in the aftermath of the French defeat in the Franco-Prussian War in 1871, many were worried about the potential superiority of Germany, with some linking the strength of the German army to there, and a focus put on improving scientific research and teaching in France. The Sorbonne had benefited from this, with investment in the form of modern laboratories and classrooms, as well as an increase in the number of employees in the science faculty. Marie benefited from studying under some of the best scientists and mathematicians based in France, and in 1893 took first place in her studies, equivalent to a master's degree in physical sciences, after which she returned home briefly. Shortly after Marie's return home, she received news that she had been awarded the Polish Alexandrovich Scholarship, which allowed her to continue her studies on mathematics. She later ensured that she paid the value of this back to her benefactors, so that other Polish students could benefit. Returning to Paris and graduating with her degree in 1894, she also met Pierre Curie for the first time at the home of a friend. He came from an educated family in France. His father, Eugène, was a doctor who had conducted investigations into tuberculosis inoculation inventors. He was born on the 15th of May, 1859, being almost 10 years older than Marie. He had a brother, Jacques, who was 3 years his senior, and whom he was very close to. The two brothers often worked alongside each other whilst conducting research. Having been taught at home by his parents and a tutor, Pierre had an aptitude for maths and science, and became a Bachelor of Science at just 16 years of age. He and Jacques worked together on the symmetry of crystals and designed an electrometer that could measure small amounts of current precisely, much more so than had been possible prior to this. At the time of his first meet Marie, Pierre was director of laboratory work at the Municipal College of Physics and Industrial Chemistry. Marie and Pierre developed a friendship over their shared interest in the sciences and spent much time in the laboratories and scientific societies in Paris. After Marie came second in her studies in maths in 1894, she returned to Poland, intending to care for her father and continue her studies there, as well as contribute in her own way towards an independent Poland. She received several letters from Pierre, requesting that she move in with him in a shared flat with separate rooms so that they could continue to work together in their scientific studies in pursuit of their scientific dream, as he wrote. Her ambitions of studying in Poland were dashed, however, after she was unsuccessful in gaining a place in Krakow University. Despite her misgivings about leaving her native Poland and her father, she opted to return to Paris, moving into her own apartment and attending Pierre's thesis presentation in March 1895. They became closer, and Marie wrote to her family to announce her engagement in the summer. Pierre Curie and Marie married on the 26th of July 1895 in the hometown of her family. It was a simple civil wedding, with no rings and only a small reception at Pierre's parents', but it was attended by Marie's sisters, Ronya and Helena, and her father. Despite having been gifted a generous money for a wedding outfit relative, Marie wore a simple style of dress, suitable for both the wedding and working in a laboratory, and used most of the money to buy 2 bicycles on which she and Pierre enjoyed a brief honeymoon tour of France, sharing their love of nature through exploring woods and wildlife. After the honeymoon, Marie and Pierre moved into a small 3-roomed flat in Paris, and soon after Pierre received his doctorate and was appointed as a professor at his previous workplace, the Municipal College of Physics and Industrial Chemistry, resulting in an increase in salary. Many women of the era who were of the same class as Marie would have abandoned notions of work and study once married in order to devote themselves to domesticity. However, she continued her studies, having received a grant to research the magnetic properties of steel. She was also studying for a teaching qualification because, as a woman, it was near impossible for her to find a salaried research project, and she completed this qualification in 1896. Alongside her teaching and continued studies, she managed her significant household responsibilities and finances, which she documented with precision. She became pregnant in 1897, but never took the bed rest most women of her class were recommended, and continued working and traveling with Pierre on their cherished bicycles. She gave Irene on the 12th of September 1897, under the care of Pierre's physician father. Eugène Curie continued to support the couple in caring for Irene, alongside hired nursemaids, moving in after his wife died at Irene's birth. He formed a strong relationship with his granddaughter. This facilitated Marie's in science, and she began to consider a topic for her own doctorate. Scientific research had been spurred on by the discovery of X-rays by William Röntgen in Germany in December 1895. This discovery had been embraced by the press and the public, with its potential recognized, particularly for medical science, and scientists were keen to pursue further study on rays, including Henri Becquerel, physics professor at the Paris Polytechnical College. he started experimenting on substances which emitted light to discover if they might also emit rays, determining that uranium salts did so. His proof of this being the outline of the substance appearing on the photographic plates on which they were placed, despite the salts being wrapped in paper. Whilst his results were not as groundbreaking as the discovery of X-rays and did not attract the same publicity, they stimulated Marie's curiosity. She believed these rays were a property of atoms she termed radioactivity, and she began to study samples of metals and minerals, working in a disused facility at Pierre's workplace. This work was to become her doctorate, and she built on the work of an English scientist, Lord Kelvin, who had experimented on the ability of uranium rays to electrify the air around them. Marie focused on the ability of a range of metals and minerals, donated and given to her by colleagues and acquaintances, to conduct electricity. But she needed instruments in order to measure this accurately. Pierre coached her in using the electroscope, an instrument that measured small electrical currents and the ionization current from gamma rays that he had developed alongside his brother Jacques 15 years earlier. She continued testing, focusing her research on uranium and thorium, and found that a mineral compound named pitchblende, which contained uranium, seemed to have an ability to make the air around it conduct electricity, much more so than pure uranium, and she therefore suggested there was a radioactive element contained within pitchblende that was even stronger than uranium. Pierre was keen to join her in her work, abandoning his own research projects on crystals. They were well matched in terms of their passion and focus, with both neglecting to eat and sleep when in pursuit of their studies and producing reams of notes documenting their developments. On the 12th of April 1898, Marie's report on rays emitted by uranium and thorium was presented at the French Academy of Science by one of Marie's teachers. Neither Marie nor Pierre were members of the Academy, so were unable to present there. In July 1898, after several painstaking experiments on pitchblende focused on isolating the individual elements contained within it, the Curies published work announcing the existence of a new element, proposing to call this polonium, after Marie's native country, and introducing the term community. They made sure to acknowledge the role Becquerel's work had played in their research, and also detailed the ways in which both Pierre and Marie had contributed to their discoveries, in order to preempt the likely assumption that Pierre had taken the lead in their discoveries, with Marie merely assisting. In July 1898, members of the French Academy of Science wrote to Pierre, notably not Marie herself. His wife had won the Prix Guimier with a financial reward of 3,800 francs for her work on the magnetic properties of steel, as well as her work on radioactivity. In December, their studies led to the discovery of radium, another new such transformational discoveries made by the Curies required, however, with several scientists expecting clear proof of the existence of the new elements discovered by Marie. Alongside their employments, Marie and Pierre worked on providing evidence for the existence of polonium and radium, with Marie focusing more on the isolation of radium and Pierre focusing more on developing their understanding of radioactivity. They dedicated their time wholeheartedly to this, despite working in difficult conditions, based in an unused leaking shed at Pierre's workplace. They were also continually under radioactive exposure through their work, which had serious health implications, which were not fully appreciated at the time. The couple were tired and noticed they had lost considerable amounts of weight, despite taking precautions such as working outside to avoid exposure to fumes. Further precautions were not yet realized as being necessary due to a lack of understanding of the dangers of contact with radioactive materials. Whilst their lack of membership barred them from presenting to the French Academy of Science, in 1900, the couple were able to present their research to scientists from all over the world at the International Congress of Physics in Paris, explaining radioactivity as a new force alongside gravity and electromagnetism. In 1902, Marie extracted a pure form of radium and determined its atomic weight. The Curies never patented any of their work, as this would have cost implications for time and money. Highlighting their devotion to science for science's sake. By neglecting to do so, they missed out on the financial rewards this would have had in the long term. And Marie would write that her husband's salary did not quite cover their expenses at times. Pierre was offered a higher paying job by the University of Geneva in 1900, where he would be given a chair at the university of his intention to leave. The ramifications of losing the Curies, the Sorbonne then offered Pierre the chair of physics, and Marie a post at a teacher training college for women, offers which were quickly accepted. Although becoming more recognized for their discoveries, the Curies were feeling the effects of working intensely with radioactive materials. Whilst initially making light of the pain in their fingers induced by coming into contact with radioactive materials, overexposure was having real implications on the Curie's health. Pierre's fingers were covered with sores, and he was in increasing pain that prevented him from sleeping. A doctor had suggested that Marie might be anemic, another potential consequence of working in close contact with radioactive substances. Despite the discomfort experienced by Marie and Pierre, the family had traveled to Poland several times since their marriage, and Pierre did in impressing Marie's son Polish. Marie's father, Władysław, suffered a series of misfortunes related to his health, having been hit by a tram, as well as being afflicted with gallstones, with a surgery planned to remedy this. Marie was on her way to Warsaw to see him, but unfortunately was too late, as he died on the 14th of May 1902, aged 70. Another misfortune hit the family in 1903, when Marie suffered a miscarriage. She blamed herself for not taking greater care of her health before the premature birth of the child, and herself for some time afterwards. The Curies were awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics Becquerel in 1993. Some of the nations had only specified Pierre for the award, despite the Curie's efforts into their research. Having found out about this, Pierre insisted that Marie be equally recognized. She became the first woman to receive a Nobel Prize. They received a monetary prize as part of their Nobel Award, and Marie used this to improve their home, although they also gave a lot of money away to family, including Bronia and her husband, who had opened a sanatorium, as well as to causes important to the Curies, such as support for Polish students. The couple were invited to Stockholm to be awarded the prize and make a presentation about their work, but Pierre rejected this notion, citing the couple's teaching Camille's health. It is unlikely that either of the Curies relished the idea of the publicity their Nobel presentation would attract. The French press, in particular, reveled in these new heroes, but tended to cast Marie as playing a supporting part, rather than highlighting the mutual role she played in the discoveries the Curies had made. This carried over into their acceptance into the scientific world. Pierre was given a seat at the French Academy of Science, with no such recognition being offered to his wife. The Curies were bombarded by the press, and both of them felt this keenly. resenting the intrusion into their private life with unannounced journalist visits and a barrage of letters and requests. Some journalists, unhappy with the reception they received, commented on the apparent coldness of the couple and their lack of graciousness. And on one occasion, Marie complained that an interview with herself that had been published in a newspaper had never actually taken place at all. On the 6th of December 1904, Eva Curie was born, and they spent much time in the summer of 1905 at their leisure, hosting Marie's sister Helena and her daughter to the coast afterwards. Her teaching and developed a popularity amongst her students. However, tragedy struck the high-achieving couple when Pierre Curie died in an accident in 1906, having been struck by a horse-drawn carriage on a busy Paris street. Marie was devastated, having lost not only her beloved husband, but also her research partner. Her brother and sister Bronya arrived at the family home to support her and the children whilst they were in mourning. The Sorbonne, Pierre's employer, initially offered a pension to support Marie and her daughters, but she refused this, viewing it as charity. After much considered to enable her to continue her husband's work, essentially giving Marie Pierre University, making her the first female professor at the Sorbonne. This was a huge shift for the university at a time when posts were often passed from father to son. She took over Pierre's classes on the 5th of November 1906, working from the exact point at which he had finished his final lecture, making a professional, if emotionless, impression. Marie's initial lectures were overwhelmed, not only by students, but by members of the press. She was ahead of her time, not just in science, but in societal norms in a world in which female figures were expected to confine themselves to a life of domesticity and children, not to conduct groundbreaking scientific research. After Pierre's death, Marie moved her family out of central Paris and to the suburbs of Sceaux, where Pierre was buried. She organized her daughter's homeschooling alongside the children of friends, having the parents teach them various subjects and herself teaching chemistry. Eugène, Pierre's father, moved with them and carried on providing care for Irene and Eva. Despite his close relationship with them, Eva often lamented her mother's frequent absences because of her work and time spent in the laboratory, and felt the atmosphere in the house mournful and quiet. They took holidays together, but sometimes Marie sent the girls on holiday to the coast to be cared for by friends, believing in the importance of fresh air and physical activity for them. Biographers have disagreed over her approaches to motherhood, some highlighting the fact that she painstakingly documented her children's first teeth and steps, others arguing that she found her children a distraction from her scientific work. She reflected in later years that this struggle to balance life and work was not easy. This was to become harder when, in 1909, Eugène became unwell and nursed him until his death in 10. A sad time for the family. Marie's friends worried about her low mood, and Irene was particularly bereft, as she had been very close to her grandfather. Marie was asked to be involved in the setting up and direction of a new Radium Institute to further study radioactivity in 1909. She was keen to lead on this, meeting with architects to ensure the building was set up to her liking. Researchers worked under her direction, and she made sure to include scientists of both genders and a range of nationalities. When they traveled abroad, she tasked them with bringing back minerals that could be used for testing. Whilst her leadership of the Radium Institute was a recognition of her discoveries, her gender was still a barrier to her acceptance in the scientific world. She was never accepted into the French Academy of Sciences, despite her achievements. This was partially due to her gender, as the first female member of the Academy was only accepted in 1962, but it may have also had something to do with the controversy surrounding her relationship with Paul Langevin, with whom she grew close after the death of Pierre. Langevin, a fellow scientist, studied under Pierre, became a close friend of the Curies, had a family, but was increasingly unhappy. He had frequent arguments with his wife and her family, on one occasion having been injured by having an iron chair thrown at him by his mother-in-law. A visiting friend commented on how he would often leave the dinner table after exchanging cross words with his wife. In 1907, he drew closer to Marie, with both still grieving in the aftermath of Pierre's death, and his wife was made deeply jealous by the relationship between the two. Never admitted to the relationship, they appear to have been very affectionate with one another. And by 1910, they had rented an apartment. In the same year, his wife discovered letters between the two. Enraged by this, she made threats to discredit both parties, and even to kill Marie. But Langevin would no longer see Marie, even on a professional basis, and on his wife would stop issuing threats. Marie's health suffered, being both fearful of the threats made towards her and the potential scandal, but also excited to pursue a relationship with Paul, issuing advice in further letters about a potential separation between him and his wife. Despite Marie's conflicted emotions, she continued her scientific work, setting up the laboratory that had been promised to Pierre when he became a member of the Academy of Science, and publishing all her work on radioactivity thus far. In 1910, she was nominated to become a member of the Academy of Science herself, the first potential female member. Here, the gender debate began to be played out in the press, with some concerned that issuing such honors to Marie would damage future gender relations, and that her appointment to the Academy would open the gate for more challenges to gender norms and female domesticity. Members of the Academy made several arguments for and against women's acceptance into the Academy, with attendance almost doubling at the assembly of the Academy, which was scheduled to have this debate. Some made the point that once elected as a member of the Academy, Marie would also be eligible to become president of the institution, and that was going too far for several members. The assembly voted, and the results came out as 85 to 60, deciding against the inclusion of female members, despite some spirited defenses from members in Marie's favor. In 1911, Langevin's wife arranged for further letters to be stolen from him and threatened to have them published. She sued for divorce, using the letters between Marie and her husband as proof of the affair. The scandal had huge implications for Marie, who became ill upon the exposure of the letters, because as a woman, more so a woman with high standing in the academic community, she was expected to maintain high morals and ethics. There was also an element of anti-Semitism at play within the press, with some wrongly claiming that Curie was Jewish and leveling stereotypical tropes in her direction. Marie wrote complaints to the newspapers, threatening legal action for any further allegations made against her. As the Langevins continued to argue over the terms of the divorce, the author of a week published some of the letters written between Marie and Langevin in 1910, focusing on a particular letter of Marie's in which she offered Langevin advice about leaving his wife. More press and public condemnations followed, casting Marie as a homewrecker. A mob formed outside the home of the family, and they were forced to flee to a friend's house. There was even talk of Marie losing her place at the Sorbonne. In that same year came the announcement that Marie had prize for chemistry for her work on radium and polonium, the first scientist ever to achieve a second Nobel Prize. The chairman of the Nobel Committee attempted to prevent her attendance at the 1911 Nobel ceremony until her name was cleared of any wrongdoing, but Marie argued that she would attend, as the prize had been awarded for her scientific work and was nothing to do with her private life. She attended the ceremony in December 1911, giving the customary formal lecture, despite being unwell. When she returned home, however, she was admitted to hospital with a kidney ailment from which she continued to suffer for the coming years, most likely exacerbated by the stress. It was impossible to consider continuing to pursue a relationship with Langevin, and he eventually reconciled with his wife. Whilst the scandal faded, Marie ensured she guarded her privacy fiercely, sometimes appearing emotionless and isolated, refusing all requests for interviews until 1920. Marie's health had been seriously affected by the scandal, and at one point in 1912, she believed she was near death. Doctors had found lesions in her kidneys which caused infections, and she was in and out of hospital. She was forced to stop working for 6 months and went to a variety of resorts in an attempt to improve her health. She documented her attempts and measured her fluid intake and output and temperature daily. She traveled under an assumed name, still wary of the press and rumors following the Langevin scandal. She stayed in England with a friend, Herta Ayrton, a scientist herself who had also experienced the difficulties of working within a predominantly male field. Marie's health continued to improve only slowly, and that, together with the fallout from the events of 1911, meant that she was unable to contribute to continuing studies on radioactivity, where scientists were concentrating on the structure of the atom, although she continued her correspondence with those working in the field, and ensured she was up to date with the most recent developments. In 1914, with the beginning of World War I, Curie found her lecture halls empty as conscription resulted in her students' absence, as well as that of many of her male colleagues. Even when the German army was pushing towards Paris, she insisted on staying where she was, despite her prior plans to meet with her daughters on vacation. The government ordered that the precious radium in her laboratory be sent to a safer location, and she accompanied it in its leaden container by train. She was keen to support the war effort both for France and for Poland, which was the location of several battles between the Russian and German armies. She made several charitable donations for the war effort and attempted to donate her Nobel Prize medal, buying war bonds when this offer was rejected. On discovering that the French war effort was suffering due to a lack of X-ray equipment and trained personnel, Marie decided this was where her efforts should be placed. Learning more about the medical use of X-rays from a colleague, she worked on a plan of putting together a radiology car. She secured funding from charities and purchased or asked for unused equipment, and the first car was put into use in October 1914, despite the initial reluctance of army leadership. In November, Marie herself arrived near the front in the second radiology car she had developed, accompanied by her daughter Irene. She continued her work on the project throughout equipping several of the vehicles herself and securing her driving license in 19 so she could drive them, having now recognized the importance of X-rays in order to ensure efficiency in battlefield surgery, making it easier to diagnose broken shrapnel without invasive surgery. The army requested that she train others, and she set up a school for female X-ray technicians. Her daughter Irene continued to work on the project and teaching alongside her mother mobile X-ray machines during the war, and the machine nicknamed Little, after work in science, and was the recipient of funding, mostly from the United States of America. France was still suffering the after effects of the First World War, and the government was not in a position to fund Curie's work or the purchase of more radium for her experiments. The American public's interest in Marie had been piqued by an article published in an American magazine about her. She had been visited by an American editor, Marie Mattingly Maloney, in 1920. Maloney had been surprised by the simple way in which Curie lived, having interviewed some other notable scientists and inventors who lived in more luxury, reflecting the import of their discoveries, and she began to build up a friendly relationship with Marie. She started a campaign in order to raise funds to support Marie's work, initially to secure more radium for her to use in her studies. In an article written by Maloney, he had had no direct contribution to make to work. He also stressed in her writing that Marie had been generous in relinquishing the patents she could have held for producing radium, patents that could have allowed her to live in the same luxury as other scientists who had made great discoveries. Encouraging donations to Curie, Maloney stressed who had profited from her work. Marie Curie lived a simple life on low pay, having given up potential prosperity as well as good health, as she suffered from burns, jaundice, and cataracts, all for the good science. Maloney persuaded Marie to embark on a tour to raise a difficult task, as Marie was not keen on addressing crowds, and certainly did not relish the implications of fame, particularly after the Langevin scandal. She finally agreed to conduct a 6-week tour in the United States, starting in May 1921, with the hope of gaining funds for the studies held in her Radium Institute. Maloney convinced Curie to accept the donations publicly, despite her reticence for publicity, and attend lunches and events. Whilst agreeing to the tour itinerary set up by being accompanied by her daughters, and also ensured that rest days were included in the schedule. Right from the outset of the tour, Marie was greeted by large crowds, and she found the publicity overwhelming, sometimes refusing callers under the pretense of being unwell. When attending events, she spoke as briefly as possible, retiring from the stage at the earliest opportunity. As the tour went on, she increasingly asked her daughters to attend events and accept awards on her behalf. She attended hospitals giving radium therapy and the homes of those in high society, and she was presented with several honors never previously bestowed upon a woman, including a fellowship from the American Museum of Natural History and an honorary degree from Wellesley University. She even attended the White House, with President Harding presenting her with a key for a box containing a donation of radium. As the tour, she appeared increasingly aloof in public, and at the age of 53, and in declining health, she was almost certainly exhausted. Nevertheless, the tour achieved what it set out to do. Donations of radium, worth $100,000, and several other precious metals were received. A trust fund was organized to facilitate the continuation of Marie's work, and much scientific equipment was donated for her institutes. She was also provided with a chauffeur for her use in Paris. She was to conduct another tour at Maloney's behest in 1929, where President Hoover presented her with radium this time, but she attended only one public appearance, and the American public began to lose interest, seeing her as an eccentric recluse. After returning from her first American tour, Marie set back to work. Her Radium Institute continued to receive funding for further study. She also sat on the committee of the League of Nations from 1922 to 1934 in an attempt to support the coordination of the scientific research of member states. The French government, on the 25th anniversary of the discovery of radium, granted her a lifelong pension. Alongside her work, Marie enjoyed holidaying with her family, having invested in several holiday lodgings. In 1926, Irène married Frédéric Joliot, a French scientist, becoming Irène Joliot-Curie, and Marie's first grandchild, Hélène, was born, followed by the birth of her grandson Pierre in 1932. Like Marie and Pierre, Irène and her husband worked alongside each other in the laboratory, continuing Marie and Pierre's work on radioactivity and going on to discover artificial radioactivity, for which they were to receive the Nobel Prize in 1935. Unfortunately, Marie would not see the honor of the Nobel Prize being bestowed on her health or continued decline. Working in the early days of UNCIST, Curie's test tubes containing radioactive material in her pockets and was exposed to X-rays during her work in World War I. Her laboratory was thoroughly contaminated by the material she had worked with, and years later it had to undergo a stringent procedure before it was opened as a museum. Yet, doctors at the time, aligning radioactivity with cancer treatment, initially made assumptions and had also been used in a range of medical experiments. It was viewed as a miracle cure for a range of ailments by some. It was in the 1920s that the first real doubts were cast as to the safety of radioactive substances. Several watch dial painters died in the United States as a result of radium exposure from the luminous paint with which they were working. And closer to Marie's home in Paris, 2 engineers died from preparing radioactive material for medical use. More deaths in the industries linked to radioactives followed, including a Japanese scientist who worked closely with Irène on radioactive sources. Scientists in Marie's own laboratory began to fall ill, and she herself knew her health had suffered as a result of working with radioactive sources. Curie continued to work tirelessly in her laboratory, but her increasing bouts of illness, writing lecture notes, large letters, so she still read them as she developed cataracts, and undergoing surgery with only a few people close to her being informed. In May 1934, she had left her work in the laboratory after complaining of a fever, requesting that her current experiment be stored away until she returned. She was not to return. Doctors advised that she be taken to a sanatorium after identifying tubercular lesions on an X-ray, and she travelled there alongside Eva. The doctors there diagnosed not tuberculosis, but anemia, to which Marie's bone marrow was not reacting due to radioactive damage. She died at Saint-Selmo's Sanatorium from aplastic anemia on the 4th of July 1934 and was buried in Sceaux, above the coffin of Pierre Curie. Her funeral on the 6th of July 1934 was attended by her family, including her brother and her sister Bronia, who sprinkled soil from Marie's native homeland over her coffin. In 1995, the remains of both Marie and Pierre were moved to Paris, to be placed in the Pantheon alongside several other remains of the great minds of France. Marie was the first woman to be interred there on the basis of her own work. Marie Curie's discovery transformed our understanding of atomic physics. Elements, polonium and radium, were included in the periodic table, and scientists quickly embraced and sought to make use of them. leading to life-saving cancer treatments and breakthroughs in atomic theory. She has been the only person to win 2 Nobel Prizes, chemistry and physics. Although her health ultimately failed as a result of her work, despite her perseverance, this helped to inform safer practices in the future. She also worked against gender conventions of the time, working as a woman in a predominantly male field, combating her natural reserve to secure funding and disseminate her findings, even in the face of the backlash she experienced in the wake of the Langevin affair. She remains an inspiration today, particularly for women who remain underrepresented in the sciences. What do you think of Marie Curie? Was she an ambitious trailblazer, forging the way forward for women in science? Or was she an eccentric researcher, but single-minded in her quest for answers to the mysteries of radioactivity? In the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you.
That pace, like, I mean, that's 6.2 miles to run that pace. Like, think about, like, when you work out, when you were fighting, would you do road work?
I trained 7 miles yesterday. It's 7 miles.
Okay, so how long does it take you to run 7 miles?
I don't even know. The total workout's like an hour, I guess.
It's 7 miles. I don't want to hear about the workout.
I don't time myself. I have no idea.
Oh, wait,
the fastest mile I ever ran, I ran a sub 6-minute mile.
Okay, I'm talking
at 245 pounds.
Okay, but at 7, like 7 miles, like
I have no idea. Probably let's say an 8-minute mile.
These fucking guys are running like the whole. I mean, that's. .2 miles to run. That pace, like think about, like when you work out, when you were fighting, would you do road work?
Well, I trained 7 miles.
What the fuck?
It is Christmas 1961. In Oxford, England, an undergraduate student returns home to his family for the holiday season. However, whilst enjoying the festivities, the young man falls over on several occasions, and his family notice his speech is sometimes slurred. Over a year later, in 1963, the student is diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a motor neuron disease. Doctors tell him he will only live for a few years. However, the young man is determined to prove them wrong and defy his condition. Flash forward a quarter of a century and can no longer walk or talk. Has risen to become one of the world's greatest living physicists, having revolutionized the understanding of black holes and popularized physics more than any scientist before or since. The man's name? Stephen Hawking. The mind that defied him. The man known to history as Stephen Hawking was born as Stephen William Hawking on the 8th of January 1942 in Oxford, England. His father was Frank Hawking, born in Yorkshire, England in 1905, a medical researcher who specialized in tropical diseases such as malaria, sleeping sickness, and filariasis, illnesses that posed major public health problems in many parts of the world at the time, and Frank's work frequently took him abroad as he contributed to international efforts to study and combat them. His mother in Glasgow, Scotland in 1915. She studied philosophy, a rare academic through her position as a secretary in a medical research institute in London that she would meet before the outbreak of the Second War, a period marked by political unrest in Europe and growing concern over the rise of fascism. Their shared interest in politics, science, and social issues brought them together in what was a strong and intellectually balanced marriage despite their contrasting temperaments. They married in 1941 and settled in Highgate, London, but as German bombing raids on the capital intensified, Isabel relocated to Oxford, where Stephen was born in January 1942. Not long after his birth, the family returned to the London area and eventually made their home in St Albans, Hertfordshire, where they raised 4 children: Stephen, Mary, born in 1943, Philippa, born in 1946, and who became a part of the Hawking family through adoption in 1955. The Hawking house was known, read books, as everyone was encouraged curiosity, critical thinking, and independent learning, creating an environment where academic achievement and deep discussion were valued more than appearances. Stephen Hawking spent most of his early childhood in St Albans, the case north of London moved at the end of the Second World War, and although the Hawkings lived in what was considered a relatively modest house by ideas and mind. From a very young age, Stephen displayed a keen interest in how things worked, often dismantling household objects and reassembling them just to understand the mechanisms within. He was not considered particularly outstanding in the early years of formal schooling. He was known for his sharp wit, strong reasoning skills, and obvious capacity for abstract thinking. Only because boys under the age of 10 were allowed to attend and later to school and then to St Albans School, one of the oldest schools in Britain, where he was following in his own professional footsteps. But Stephen was adamant that his talents and interests lay in theoretical science, eventually part by the fact that Oxford University did not offer a specialised undergraduate degree in mathematics at the time, to pivot slightly in his choice of subject. By the time Steve completed his secondary education in 1959, at the age of 17, he had already developed a reputation as a deeply intelligent, if somewhat eccentric, student with an ability to solve difficult problems in unconventional ways and with strong academic results in physics and chemistry. He was awarded a scholarship to University College, Oxford, where his formal journey into advanced science would soon. In the autumn of 1959, at just 17 years old, Stephen Hawking began his undergraduate studies at University College, Oxford, reading physics and natural sciences, despite his desire to study mathematics, which was not offered as a dedicated undergraduate degree at the college, so physics became the closest alternative, and it would soon become clear that his abilities in the subject were nothing short of exceptional. Stephen initially found the academic workload at Oxford surprisingly light, and for much of his first year, he coasted through lectures with minimal effort, relying heavily on his natural aptitude for problem-solving and abstract thought, although he soon found more intellectual fulfillment through lively discussions with fellow students, late-night debates, and extracurricular pursuits, including rowing, serving as a coxswain for the college boat team. He had class honours in 1962, but only narrowly, as his examiners were uncertain whether to award him a first or a second-class degree. In his oral examination, he impressed them with his brilliance and with his confidence. University of Cambridge, where he would begin research in cosmology under the supervision of Dennis Sharma, one of the leading British physicists of the time. Soon after arriving in Cambridge in late 1962, Stephen began to notice troubling signs with his physical coordination. He became unusually clumsy, experienced difficulty with tasks like tying his shoelaces, and began to slur his speech slightly, symptoms which grew steadily worse, prompting concern among his family and friends. In 1963, at the age of 21, after a series of troubling symptoms and inconclusive tests, Stephen Hawking received a diagnosis that would force and define much of his life. Amyotrophic ALS, also known as motor neuron disease, MND, which is progressive, degenerative, and, at the time, incurable, attacking the nerve cells that control voluntary muscle movement, with doctors giving him a bleak prognosis of 2, perhaps 3 years to live, advising him to prepare for a rapid physical decline. The news Kay had just begun postgraduate studies at Cambridge and was surrounded by some of the most brilliant minds in British science. His world, once filled with intellectual promise and youthful optimism, suddenly narrowed into a future shaped by physical limitation and the constant shadow of mortality, leaving him overwhelmed and entering a period of deep depression, withdrawing from academic work, avoiding social activities, and spending much of his time alone. He later admitted that during this time, he struggled with feelings of futility, unsure whether to continue his studies or even make plans at all. Yet, it was during this period of profound uncertainty that Stephen met Jane Wilde, a bright and thoughtful student of language at Westfield College, London, having been introduced to mutual friends at a party held over the Christmas holidays. Jane was immediately struck by Stephen's sharp mind, dry wit, and intense curiosity, while Stephen, despite his growing sense of isolation, found comfort in Jane's gentle but determined spirit, and while their connection was quiet at first, shaped more affection, it quickly into something stronger. As Stephen's illness progressed and his speech began to slur, Jane made the decision to stand by him as she saw in him not a man bound for tragedy, but one whose brilliance and humour could still light up a room. And against the advice of some who believed she was taking on too great a burden, Jane committed herself to supporting him, and in doing so gave Stephen something vital, the sense that his life, however uncertain, was still worth living. Their early courtship was tender and determined, spent exchanging letters, walking and talking, and finding solace in the ordinary joys of companionship, with Jane's devout Anglican faith giving her the strength to face what lay ahead, and her quiet optimism was a powerful counterweight to Stephen's existential dread, as her belief in him helped restore his sense of purpose. In time, Stephen began to re-engage with his studies, returning to his cosmological research with renewed energy, and his intellectual life, so nearly extinguished, began to flourish once more. By 1965, Hawking had proposed to Jane, and they married on the 14th of July 1965, forming a partnership that would sustain him through the early years of his illness, allowing him to continue his work with determination and focus, even as his body continued to deteriorate. Despite the progression of his illness, Stephen Hawking pressed forward with his doctoral research at Cambridge, focusing on the nature of the universe, the origins of time, and the behavior of black holes, topics that were not only cutting edge, but also fundamental to the field of theoretical physics, and under the guidance of Dennis Sharma, Hawking soon began to emerge as a bold and original thinker. His doctoral thesis, completed in 1966, was entitled Properties of Expanding Universes, and in it he examined the mathematical structure of the cosmos by applying the equations of general relativity, building on the work of earlier theorists such as Alexander Friedmann and Roger Penrose, whose own work on gravitational singularities would deeply influence Hawking's thinking. In the mid-1960s, Hawking began working closely with Penrose, a brilliant British mathematician and physicist, and together they developed what became known as the Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems, which demonstrated that under certain conditions, general relativity predicts the existence of singularities, points in space-time where gravitational to have infinite density, such as at the center of black holes or at the beginning of the universe itself. These groundbreaking ideas challenged earlier assumptions about the uniform nature of the universe and provided compelling theoretical support for the Big Bang theory, which proposed the universe had a definite beginning in time. Hawking's ability to make sense of these complex and abstract ideas using elegant mathematical arguments gained him increasing recognition within the scientific community. Between 1965 and 1970, Stephen Hawking developed a series of groundbreaking singularity theorems that would become some of his most influential early contributions to theoretical physics by building on the mathematical framework of general relativity and working in collaboration with British mathematician Roger Penrose. Hawking used complex equations to show that under certain realistic conditions, the universe must contain singularities, points in space-time where gravity becomes infinite and the known laws of physics cease to operate. These singularities were not just theoretical curiosities. Hawking demonstrated that they were an inevitable feature of the universe's evolution, occurring both at the center of black holes and at the origin of the universe itself, the so-called Big Bang. His work provided strong mathematical backing for the idea that time and space had a beginning, challenging the view that the universe had always existed in a steady state. In the midst of his rising academic career and deepening research into the origins of the universe, Stephen Hawking experienced a profound personal milestone in 1967 with the birth of his first child, Robert, bringing joy and a sense of normality to a life increasingly shaped by illness and professional intensity. Both Stephen and Jane embraced parenthood with enthusiasm, despite the many logistical challenges they faced. Jane, who was continuing her own academic pursuits at the time, managed much of the caregiving, while Stephen remained actively involved, even as his mobility and speech steadily declined. Of a child in the household, the couple amid the growing Hawking's care needs and scientific responsibilities, and it marked the beginning of a new phase in their shared journey. In 1968, Hawking joined the Institute of Astronomy at Cambridge, and in 1970, despite increasing reliance on a wheelchair and requiring more daily assistance, he made a major scientific breakthrough alongside Roger Penrose, publishing foundational work on the nature of gravitational singularities. Together, they demonstrated that under general conditions, the collapse of massive stars would lead inevitably to singularities at the center of black holes, and that the universe must have originated from a singular point. In 1970, Stephen and Jane welcomed the birth of their second child, Lucy Hawking, further expanding their young family even as Stephen's physical condition deteriorated. But it was during this intensely busy and challenging period that Stephen, working independently, made another major breakthrough. In 1971, he published what became known as the Black Hole Area Theorem. This profound theoretical insight stated that the surface area of a black hole's event horizon, or the boundary beyond which nothing, not even light, can escape, could never decrease over time, even as the black hole absorbed matter or merged with another. And this results the second law of thermodynamics, which holds that entropy must always increase in a closed system. The true significance of this similarity would only become clear a few years later when he made his next major breakthrough. This major breakthrough came in 1974, when Hawking proposed what would become one of his most famous contributions to physics, suggesting that black holes were not entirely black, but could emit tiny amounts of thermal radiation due to quantum effects near the event horizon, a phenomenon soon known as the Hawking radiation. Although controversial at first, this idea merged the principles of general relativity, quantum mechanics, and thermodynamics in a way that fundamentally reshaped scientific understanding of black holes and the universe itself. That same year, in recognition of his groundbreaking theoretical work, including the prediction of Hawking radiation, Stephen Hawking was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society, one of the highest distinctions in British science, and at just 32 years old, he joined the ranks of an elite institution that had counted among its members such as Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and Albert Einstein. By this point, his physical condition had deteriorated markedly. He required assistance to walk, and his speech had become increasingly difficult to understand, yet his intellectual output showed no sign of slowing. His continue producing world-class research, while coping with a severely debilitating illness, inspired admiration from peers and the public alike. Throughout the 1970s, Professor Stephen Hawking began to attract widespread international attention, not only within the scientific community, but also among the wider public, as his groundbreaking ideas about black hole singularities and origin of the universe captured imaginations across the globe, and this decade marked the beginning of his transformation from a respected academic to a global scientific figure, as he accumulated a series of prestigious awards that recognized the depth and originality of his work. In 1975, he was honored with the Eddington Medal by the Royal Astronomical Society for outstanding contributions to theoretical astrophysics, and the following year, he received the Hughes Medal from the Royal Society, affirming his status among Britain's foremost scientists. But it was in 1978 that his growing stature was even more emphatically confirmed when he was awarded the Albert Einstein Award, one of the highest distinctions in theoretical physics. In 1979, Hawking's reputation was further solidified with the Albert Einstein. He was appointed to the prestigious ship of mathematics at Cambridge by Sir Isaac Newton, confirming his place as one of the leading theoretical physicists of his generation. That year, Stephen and Jane also welcomed the birth of their third child, completing their family of 5, and although Stephen's illness had significantly progressed by this time, requiring assistance for most physical tasks, he remained determined to continue.
If you're not talking to me, do you mind muting your device, please? Thank you, sir.
Despite the growing physical challenges he faced, Stephen Hawking maintained a close and loving relationship with his children, Robert, Lucy, and later Timothy, and was known within the family for his dry sense of humor and playful spirit, which often delighted the children and brought warmth to the home. Although he could not join in physical activities, he remained deeply engaged in their intellectual and emotional development, encouraging their curiosity and exploration of the world around them. At the center of the Hawking was Jane Hawking, who took on the immense task of managing Stephen's growing care needs, organizing medical support, coordinating assistance, and adapting their home to meet his physical challenges, while at the same time raising 3 children, often almost single-handedly, and pursuing her own academic and musical interests whenever time allowed. As Stephen's fame grew through the 1970s and 1980s, the pressure on Jane only increased, and although the household was often chaotic and unconventional, it was bound by a spirit of perseverance and love, with Jane later reflecting that while life with Stephen could be overwhelming, she never doubted the importance of his work or the value of the family they had built together. By the early 1980s, Stephen Hawking had become a leading figure in the field of theoretical physics, known not only for his important contributions to cosmology, but also for his determination to continue working in spite of the progression of his motor neuron disease. And although he had now lost the ability to speak clearly and relied on others for day-to-day care, his research output remained prolific, and his desire to bring science to a wider audience grew stronger. In 1982, Stephen Hawking was appointed a Commander of the Order of the British Empire, CBE, by Queen Elizabeth II, one of the United Kingdom's most distinguished civilian honours, which recognised his exceptional services to theoretical physics and his rising prominence as a national figure in British intellectual life. By this time, Hawking had already achieved global renown for his work on black holes and cosmology, and the CBE served as formal acknowledgement from the British state of his contributions to science and education. In 1985, Stephen Hawking was awarded the Gold Medal of the Royal Astronomical Society, the highest honour bestowed by the institution and one of the most prestigious scientific awards in the world, having been established in 1824 and previously awarded to such towering figures as Edwin Hubble and Albert Einstein. This recognition
was given to Hawking for his groundbreaking contributions to cosmology and gravitation, particularly his pioneering work on black holes, singularities, and the fundamental nature of the universe itself, and the award marked another major milestone in his ascent as one of the most important scientific thinkers of the modern age. That same year, while visiting CERN in Geneva, Stephen Hawking contracted a severe case of pneumonia, a condition that posed a grave risk due to his already fragile respiratory system, and as his condition rapidly deteriorated, doctors placed him on a ventilator to keep him alive, a move that forced difficult decisions about his future, with his condition becoming so critical that doctors discussed the possibility of withdrawing life support. But Jane insisted that Stephen's mind was still active and that his life was worth fighting for. To save his life, doctors performed a tracheotomy, a surgical procedure that involved removing part of his windpipe, which resulted in the permanent loss of his natural speaking voice, with many fearing that this would mark the end of his public and academic life, as the inability to communicate verbally seemed to exclude him from lecturing, teaching, and writing, all central to his role and identity as a scientist and communicator. For a time, he communicated painfully slowly by raising his eyebrows to select letters from a spelling card, a laborious and exhausting process that required immense patience from both Stephen and those around him. And although he was able to form words and sentences, it often took several minutes just to express a simple thought, creating enormous challenges not only for his academic work, but also for his personal interactions. Later, in 1985, a breakthrough came when Walter Wolters, an American computer programmer whose mother-in-law had been diagnosed with motor neurone disease, sent Hawking a copy of a software program he had developed called Equalizer, a system that allowed users to select words and phrases on a computer screen using simple movements. And for the first time since his tracheotomy, Stephen was able to construct full sentences again with greater ease, restoring a critical part of his independence. Around the same time, David Mason, a British engineer, adapted this system to be mounted directly onto Stephen's wheelchair and fitted it with a speech synthesizer operated by hand that could convert the selected words into a computerized voice. And although the voice was mechanical and distinctly American in tone, it's one of the most iconic aspects of Hawking's work, allowing him to continue lecturing and writing. It was during this period that Elaine Mason, a trained nurse specializing in the care of individuals with severe disabilities, became one of Hawking's primary carers, and her arrival brought a new level of professional expertise to his daily support, as she was not only highly skilled in managing complex medical needs, but also accustomed to working with patients who faced profound communication challenges, and over time, Elaine became an increasingly important presence within Hawking, offering both medical assistance and a practical understanding of the unique difficulties he faced as his condition progressed. After a period of intense health struggles and adjustment, Hawking had a significant personal loss in 1986 when his father, Frank Hawking, passed away at the age of 80. And although Frank did not live to see his son born, he had witnessed Stephen overcome immense challenges and build a remarkable academic reputation through his groundbreaking contributions to cosmology and theoretical physics. Stephen's relationship was complex, deeply formative. As Frank Hawking, nerved and somewhat detached emotional style, nevertheless profoundly shaped Stephen through his unwavering intellectual rigor, commitment to rational inquiry, quiet perseverance, although they often lacked open displays of affection. They were bound by mutual respect and a shared passion for science. From Big Bang to black holes, and although it explored profound topics such as the origin of the universe, the nature of time, black holes, the 25 million copies worldwide made Hawking a old name and brought on a they found the content challenging and visible to the general universe in people who had never studied physics before. That same year, Stephen Hawking was awarded the prestigious Wolf Prize in Physics, one of the most significant international honors in the scientific world, presented by the Wolf Foundation in Israel to recognize achievements that contribute to humanity and deepen our understanding of the universe. Hawking received the prize jointly with American physicist Roger Penrose in recognition of their pioneering work on gravitational singularities and black holes. The research had fundamentally reshaped theoretical physics and produced the famous Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems. This showed that they originated from a singular point and that black holes are governed by well-defined physical laws. The award not only highlighted the brilliance of Hawking's mind, but also affirmed the enduring impact of his early work. This, coupled with the release of A Brief History of Time, cemented his position at the very forefront of modern science. In 1889, Stephen Hawking was appointed to the Order of the Companions of Honor by Queen Elizabeth II, a rare and distinct aid limited to only 65 living members awarded to individuals who have made outstanding contributions to the arts, science, medicine, or government, with Hawking reflecting his achievements in science and his role advancing knowledge and sharing complex ideas with the public. By 1990, the long and often complicated marriage between Stephen and Jane Hawking came to an end, as the relentless pressures of Stephen's deteriorating health, rising public celebrity, and growing care needs proved too great a burden to bear. For over 2 decades, Jane had acted not only as a wife, but as a caregiver, organizer, and emotional anchor, raising their 3 children largely on her own, and although there remained a deep between them, their home life had, in Jane's own words, become a battlefield due to widening emotional distance. Around this time, Stephen Hawking formed a close relationship with his nurse, Elaine Mason, a woman with with a strong personality and a background in working with individuals with complex disabilities, and she soon became a central figure in Stephen's personal life following his separation from Jane. After Elaine's own separation from her husband, David Mason, their relationship quickly deepened into a romantic one, with Elaine assuming a prominent role not only within Stephen's care team, but also at the heart of his household. The relationship generated considerable controversy and was met with mixed reactions from the public and those closest to Stephen, as some praised Elaine for her devotion and believed she gave Stephen renewed energy and independence at a time when his condition had grown increasingly severe, while others, including members of Stephen's family and longtime friends, expressed concern over the intensity and exclusivity of the relationship, and, over time, contact between Stephen and some family members became strained. In 1995, following the finalization of his divorce from Jane Wilde, Stephen Hawking married Elaine Mason in a private ceremony held in Cambridge, attended by a small group of close associates, although many of Stephen's colleagues and family members were notably absent due to the ongoing tensions that had developed since his separation from Jane. The marriage was marked by a degree of privacy, with fewer public appearances alongside his children and previous associates, and although Stephen continued to travel and engage in public life, the tone of his domestic world became more insular. Nevertheless, during this time, he remained as intellectually active as ever, continuing to work on some of his most ambitious theories and contributing to popular science literature. Following the success of A Brief History of Time, Professor Stephen Hawking became a household name, appearing in interviews, documentaries, and television specials, and throughout the 1990s, he continued to write, lecture internationally, and use his platform to advocate for scientific education, disability support, and public engagement questions about time, space, and existence. His public presence alongside his dry sense of humor and sharp intellect challenged preconceptions about disability, making him instantly recognizable beyond academic circles, eventually venturing into popular entertainment, making memorable guest appearances as himself in episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation, The Simpsons, and Futurama, where he was portrayed affectionately, further cementing his place as both a scientific icon and a beloved figure in popular culture. However, Hawking's venture into the limelight had not dulled his scientific mind, as in the late 1990s and early 2000s, he, alongside physicist James Hartle, developed and later introduced a bold new approach to understanding the universe known as top-down cosmology, a theory which challenged the traditional view that the universe had a single linear history beginning with the Big Bang. Instead, Hawking and Hartle proposed that the universe's history should be understood retrospectively from the standpoint of what we observe in the present, and according to this view, rather than evolving from one fixed starting point, the universe could have had multiple possible histories, each compatible with the laws of quantum mechanics. Our current reality, they suggested, is not shaped by a singular past, but by all the different possible paths the universe could have taken to reach its present state. This approach opened up novel ways to interpret cosmological phenomena, particularly in the context of the multiverse, where countless universes with varying properties might exist simultaneously, and although top-down cosmology remained highly abstract, it was widely seen as an elegant attempt to bridge quantum theory and general relativity, reflecting Hawking's lifelong pursuit of a so-called theory of everything, a unified framework that could explain the fundamental workings of the universe in its entirety. In 2001, Stephen Hawking published The Universe in a Nutshell, a follow-up of sorts to his earlier bestseller A Brief History of Time, aimed once again at helping a general audience understand the deepest questions of modern cosmology. The book explored a range of complex subjects, including quantum mechanics, superstring theory, rain cosmology, and the concept of multiple dimensions. Topics often confined to academic papers, but which Hawking now sought to explain with clarity, accessibility, and visual elegance. Lavishly illustrated and written in a more accessible tone than his earlier work, was well received by the public, fortuitously, as it was designed to help grasp the intricate relationships between time, space, gravity, and the ultimate structure of the universe. In it, Hawking introduced cutting-edge ideas using vivid metaphors and visual diagrams to make the abstract seem tangible and to bring the frontiers of theoretical physics within reach of a wider audience. In 2004, Stephen Hawking stunned the scientific community when he publicly conceded a long-standing bet made in the 1990s over the so-called black hole information, a debate concerning whether information that falls into a black hole is lost forever or somehow. And although Hawking had famously argued that the information was irretrievably new, conflicted with the principles of quantum mechanics, which insist that information must be conserved. Hawking had even formalized the disagreement with a friendly wager against American physicist John Preskill, promising that if he were wrong, he would present Preskill with a complete set of encyclopedias, and at the 17th International Conference on General Relativity and Gravitation, held in Dublin, Hawking dramatically reversed his earlier position, stating that he now believed information could, in theory, escape from black holes through the subtle quantum effects, and true to his word, he presented Preskill with an encyclopedia set. At the same time as Hawking was at the forefront of science in 2004, unexpectedly, he appeared on the front of several British newspapers, which reported that Cambridgeshire police had opened an inquiry into concerns about Hawking's welfare after caregivers observed unexplained injuries. And although no formal allegations were made by Stephen himself, reports suggested that some staff members feared Hawking's second wife, Elaine, may have been responsible. Stephen issued a public statement denying any mistreatment and asserting that he had not been assaulted. And although the investigation attracted considerable media attention at the time, no charges were filed, and the case was closed after police cited insufficient evidence, plus Hawking's refusal to pursue any formal complaint, stating, "I have not been assaulted in any way by my wife." In 2006, Professor Hawking soon gained more positive attention as he was awarded the Copley Medal by the Royal Society, the oldest scientific prize in the world dating back to 1731. This prestigious medal previously bestowed upon luminaries such as Charles Darwin, Michael Faraday, and Albert Einstein, recognized Hawking's outstanding achievements in scientific research and confirmed his place among the most influential scientific minds in history. Hawking received the honor in recognition of his exceptional contributions to theoretical physics and cosmology, particularly his work on black hole dynamics, the naturalities, and the quantum structure of the universe. The award represented a crowning moment in his long relationship with the Royal Society, which had first elected him as a fellow more than 3 decades earlier. However, Hawking's life once again returned to the tabloids in 2006 as his second marriage to Elaine Mason broke down after 11 years, but he never publicly explained the reasons why, choosing to remain intensely private about his personal affairs, particularly after the intense media attention that followed the 2004 police investigation into allegations of mistreatment. The allegations were publicly denied, no charges were ever brought, and Stephen continued to maintain that there had been no wrongdoing. Despite this, tensions within the marriage have been widely reported for several years by members of his care team, academic colleagues, and even close family. And during this period, there were growing concerns that Hawking had become increasingly isolated, both personally and professionally, as Elaine Mason assumed a dominant role in managing much of his daily life. By the time of their separation, it was clear the emotional and relational strain had taken a toll on Stephen's once broader support network. Following the separation from Elaine Mason, Stephen Hawking gradually began to rebuild his relationship with his 3 children, Robert, Lucy, and Timothy, who were now each forging their own paths in life. Robert, the eldest, had pursued a career in software engineering and was living in the United States with his own young family. Lucy had become a successful journalist and author, known particularly for her children's science fiction books aimed at making complex scientific ideas accessible to young readers. It was around this time that she began collaborating with her father on a new series of novels beginning with George's Secret Key to the Universe in 2007, blending storytelling with real scientific concepts. Timothy, the youngest, had taken roles in education and corporate work and remained a quieter presence but maintained close ties with the family, and as Stephen's physical condition required increasing care, his children began to take a more active role in supporting his daily needs and in helping to manage his public appearances, travel, and professional commitments. Stephen also renewed his friendship with Jane Hawking, not as a romantic partner, but as a trusted confidant and long-time companion who had shared the most formative and challenging years of his life. By this time, Jane had remarried in 1997 to Jonathan Hellier-Jones, a musician and family friend who had been a source of support during her most difficult years, caring for Stephen. Despite the complexities of their past, Stephen and Jane maintained a cordial and at times affectionate relationship in his later years, occasionally appearing together at public events and family gatherings. Their renewed connection brought a sense of closure and continuity to a family that had, at times, been tested by strain and distance. And for Hawking, these final years were marked not only by ongoing scientific engagement, but also by a quieter, more grounded sense of personal reconciliation and familial closeness. In 2007, Stephen Hawking fulfilled a lifelong dream when he experienced weightlessness during a zero-gravity flight aboard a specially modified Boeing 727 aircraft operated by Zero Gravity Corporation in the United States. The flight, which took off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, involved a series of steep parabolic maneuvers that simulated the sensation of microgravity, allowing Hawking to float freely above his wheelchair for brief intervals. Photographs of the event showing Hawking smiling as he hovered mid-air with the assistance of flight staff quickly spread across the globe alongside his message that life on Earth was vulnerable to disasters, both natural and man-made, and that colonizing other planets would eventually become a necessity. In 2008, Stephen Hawking founded the Centre for Theoretical Cosmology at the University of Cambridge, an institute dedicated to advance research into the fundamental laws of the universe. The centre aimed to foster collaboration amongst bridging cosmology, quantum gravity, and particle physics, while also supporting the next generation of theoretical physicists through cutting-edge research and education. Hawking envisioned the CTC as a hub where the biggest questions in physics could be explored in depth, such as the nature of space-time, the origin of the universe, and the unification of general relativity and quantum theory. And although his health increasingly limited his mobility, Hawking remained actively involved in shaping the centre's mission and lent it the full weight of his global reputation. In 2009, Stephen Hawking was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States, by President Barack Obama. The ceremony, held at the White House, recognized individuals who had made extraordinary contributions to the security or national interests of the United States, to world peace, or to cultural and other significant public or private endeavors, with Hawking being honored for his profound impact on science, education, and the global imagination. Hawking was honored not only for his groundbreaking work in cosmology and theoretics, for his tireless commitment to public education, his advocacy for people with disabilities, and his role in promoting scientific understanding around the world. When presenting the award, President Obama praised him as someone who had overcome the odds and expanded our understanding of the universe. In 2010, Stephen Hawking co-authored a provocative and widely discussed book entitled The Grand Design, working alongside physicist and author Leonard Mlodinow. The book set out to explore some of the most fundamental questions in science and philosophy, such as, what is the nature of reality? Why is there something rather than nothing? And perhaps most controversially, is it necessary to invoke God to explain the creation of the universe? Building on developments in quantum theory and string theory, Hawking and Mlodinow presented a bold and simplified version of a theory of everything, introducing readers to advanced concepts. According to the authors, these advances in theoretical physics showed that the laws of the universe could arise spontaneously from nothing without the need for a divine creator, a claim that sparked widespread media attention and considerable debate. Hawking's assertion within the book that philosophy is dead and that science now held the answers to life's biggest questions drew both admiration and criticism, with theologians, philosophers, and scientists weighing in from all sides. Nevertheless, the book became an international bestseller, praised for its clarity and ambition, and it solidified Hawking's position not only as a scientific thinker, but also as a public intellectual unafraid to challenge traditional beliefs. The grand design was a continuation of Hawking's lifelong mission to make the deepest and most complex aspects of the cosmos understandable to a general audience, and to stimulate discussion about humanity's place in the universe, not just through equations, but through ideas that touched on existence itself. Throughout the 2000s and 2010s, Stephen Hawking remained intellectually active and firmly embedded within the global scientific community, continuing to publish, lecture, and collaborate despite his increasingly severe limitations. As Director of Research at the CTC, Hawking focused his attention on some of the deepest unresolved problems in modern physics, particularly the reconciliation of general relativity with quantum mechanics. Hawking continued to investigate the black hole information paradox, proposing that information could be preserved at the event horizon, and he revisited his earlier no-boundary proposal with James Hartle, refining it in the light of multiverse models, and although he no longer published at the same pace as in earlier decades, he remained active in research, mentoring students, co-authoring papers, and contributing to major scientific debates. In 2012, Stephen Hawking took centre stage at the opening ceremony of the London Paralympic Games, delivering a powerful pre-recorded message that set the tone for the entire event and celebrated the human capacity to transcend physical limits. Projected across the stadium and broadcast to millions around the world, Hawking's voice urged audiences to look up at the stars, not down at your feet. The same year, Stephen Hawking was honoured with the Special Fundamental Physics Prize, a $3 million Lifetime Achievement Award established by Yuri Milner to recognize monumental contributions to theoretical physics. The following year, he received the inaugural Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics, created by Milner, Sergey Brin, Mark Zuckerberg, and others to raise the global profile of pioneering scientists. These awards recognized Hawking's groundbreaking work on black hole thermodynamics, Hawking radiation, and quantum gravity, and praised his profound influence not only on modern cosmology, but also on the public understanding of science, reflecting a career that reshaped humanity's conception of the universe. Stephen Hawking's mother, Isabel Hawking, passed away in 2013 at the age of 98, having lived a long and intellectually rich life, and throughout Stephen's life she remained a steady and supportive presence, an anchor in both his early development and later success, as from a young age Stephen was deeply influenced by her sharp mind, strong will, and independent thinking, qualities that she herself had exhibited as one of the few women to attend Oxford University in the 1930s. She built a home where books, ideas, and debate were valued above convention, helping to spark Stephen's early with the universe, and as his fame grew, Isabel remained a quiet source of strength, staying close to her grandchildren and attending public events. Although she never sought the spotlight, those close to Stephen knew her influence on his intellectual and moral outlook was profound, making her passing the end of a deeply meaningful bond. 2014, Stephen Hawking's early life was brought to the big screen with the release of The Theory of Everything, a biographical drama based on the memoir Traveling to Infinity, My Life with Stephen by Jane Hawking. The film chronicled Stephen's early academic brilliance, his devastating diagnosis with motor neuron disease, and the evolving dynamics of his marriage to Jane, portraying both the triumphs and struggles that shaped his remarkable journey. Eddie Redmayne, who portrayed Hawking, received widespread acclaim for capturing both his intellectual fire and physical decline with remarkable accuracy, winning the Academy Award for Best Actor along with a BAFTA and Golden Globe. Redmayne credited Stephen's feedback as essential to shaping the role, with Hawking himself praising the film and noting that at times he felt he was watching himself, especially as the filmmakers used his actual computer-generated voice to add authenticity. In 2017, Stephen Hawking celebrated his 75th birthday, an extraordinary milestone for a man once given just a few years to live. To mark the occasion, the University of Cambridge hosted a major international scientific conference in his honor, bringing together many of the world's leading physicists, cosmologists, and academics to pay tribute to his life's work and his enduring influence on modern science. The conference, entitled Gravity and Black Holes, featured lectures and presentations that built upon the themes and discoveries Hawking had spent a lifetime exploring, including quantum gravity, black hole thermodynamics, and the nature of singularities, and it served as both a celebration of his legacy and a forward-looking examination of the questions that remained at the frontiers of theoretical physics. Hawking gave a speech at the event, delivered through his voice synthesizer, reflecting on the progress of science during his lifetime, his hopes for the future of humanity, and his belief in the power of the human mind. And while his 75th birthday marked a personal milestone, it was also a powerful reminder of how he had defied his initial prognosis and the physical adversities he faced throughout his life. Stephen Hawking died peacefully at his home in Cambridge, England on the 14th of March 2018 at the age of 76, a life far longer than the 2 to 3 years doctors had predicted when he was diagnosed with motor neuron disease at 21, and his passing marked the end of one of the most extraordinary scientific journeys of the modern age. The date of his death held poignant significance. It was Pi Day, celebrated around the world by mathematicians, and also the birthday of Albert Einstein, one of the greatest minds in the history of science, whose legacy had often intersected with Hawking's own. The parallels were not lost on the public, with tributes pouring in from every corner of the globe. World leaders, fellow scientists, celebrities, and institutions across science, technology, and education paid homage to Hawking's life, with many praising not just his intellectual contributions, but also his courage, resilience, and humor in the face of overwhelming personal challenges. The Vatican issued a statement honoring his work. NASA expressed gratitude for his cosmic insight. Flags were flown last in academic circles. His funeral, 31st of March 2018 at Great St. Mary's Church in Cambridge, attended by family, friends, and distinguished figures from public life. The service reflected both the passion and immense respect he commanded across the world. with crowds gathering outside to pay their final respects, while inside, tributes were paid to his extraordinary life and contributions to science. His ashes were later interred at Westminster Abbey on the 15th of June 2018, placed between the graves of Sir Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, two of the greatest scientists and contributors to scientific history, whose legacy Hawking had unquestionably joined, cementing his place among the greatest thinkers Britain has ever produced. In October 2000, after his death, Stephen Hawking's final book was titled Brief Answers to the Big Questions. This was compiled from his personal archives and unfinished essays and completed by colleagues, family, and long-time collaborators. The book served as a dual legacy, a final message from one of the greatest minds of the modern era, tackling some of the most profound and urgent questions facing humanity. The tone of the book was characteristically clear, bold, and thought-provoking, and while it did not claim to offer definitive answers, it laid out Hawking's views in a way that was both accessible and deeply reflective, as he expressed concern about climate change, unchecked technological advancement, and the long-term survival of the human species, reiterating his belief that humanity must eventually look beyond Earth if it is to endure. The book became an international bestseller, widely praised for distilling complex topics into simple, readable language while retaining the depth of Hawking's insight. For many readers, Brief Answers to the Big Questions, with a warning about the future and a celebration of the curious, daring intellect that had reshaped humanity's understanding of the universe. Stephen Hawking's life was one of extraordinary contrasts. A man bound to a wheelchair who explored the furthest reaches of the universe, a scientist who could not speak, yet who communicated some of the most profound ideas in human history, and a figure whose physical fragility was overcome by a profound spiritual strength and resilience. From the quiet streets of St. Albans to the halls of Cambridge and the world stage, he became a beacon of human potential, reminding us all
Yo, what up?
that the limits of the body are no match for the power of the mind. Evaluating his scientific contributions, scholars continue to debate the full impact of Hawking radiation and his quest for, but there is near universal agreement that his work fundamentally altered our understanding of black holes, time, and the origins of the universe. His ability to bridge general relativity and quantum mechanics helped lay the foundation for future research in quantum gravity and string theory. Many of his most famous theories, from Hawking radiation to the no-boundary proposal, remain unproven. Not because they lack merit, but because the tools to test them have not yet been invented. Yet, Hawking fully acknowledged this gap between theoretical elegance and empirical confirmation, often describing his work as a map towards truths that future generations might uncover. While Hawking was widely admired, his career was not without criticism of some of his public comments, such as his warnings about the existential risks of artificial intelligence. These were viewed by some as visionary and by others as speculative, and a few critics within academia argued that his immense celebrity sometimes eclipsed his more cautious scientific output, especially as theories like the multiverse or no boundary proposal remained untestable. Nevertheless, even without empirical proof, Hawking's ideas pushed the boundaries of accepted thinking, sparking new debates and encouraging others to imagine boldly. And he never shied away from life's largest questions, challenging traditional beliefs about God, existence, self, and stating his place in the timeless conversation between science and meaning. Alongside figures such as Carl Sagan, Hawking became one of the most influential popularizers of science in the modern era. And through books such as A Brief History of Time, public interviews, and cameo appearances on television, he helped ideas like black holes, time travel, into every station. What set was not only the tackling of his subject, but his ability to show that science could be both wondrous and accessible. Though often portrayed as of fame and scientific genius, those closest to Stephen Hawking described him as witty, independent, and deeply determined. And his children spoke of a father who encouraged their curiosity and embraced humor even in the most difficult moments. While colleagues recalled despite his physical constraints, Hawking remained actively engaged in his relationships and work, often surprising those around him with his stamina and intellectual appetite. Private and guarded, also warm and generous with those who knew, on all who shared in his. He defied a diagnosis that gave him just a few years to live, surviving more than 5 decades with a disease that would have silenced most, proving that the limits of life are not defined by the body, but by the mind and will. Even as his body weakened, his mind remained a laboratory of its own, collaborating with mathematicians, physicists, and students to build some of the most ambitious theoretical frames of the modern age. Today, Stephen Hawking is not only for his contributions to science, the expectation is to inspire, and his genius lay not only in what he made us question, and most of all, in what do you think of Stephen Hawking? Was he the greatest scientific communicator of our time and of itself, or was he a brilliant theorist who sometimes eclipsed passages of his work? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. crisis. The dreaded plague is spreading north from London. The UNIS and both students and teachers head home to safety. Such student heads north to his family's estate in Lincolnshire. One afternoon, while sitting drinking, he observes an apple formed and begins to speculate about why all objects are drawn to the Earth's center. Eventually, nearly 2 decades later, universal gravitation, which, for the first time, lays down the laws of gravity and simultaneously revolutionizes mathematics, physics, and astronomy. His name? Sir Isaac Newton, history's greatest scientist. The man known to history as Isaac Newton was born on Christmas Day, the 25th of December, in the year 1642, at the manor house of Woolsthorpe, south of the town of Grantham, in Lincolnshire, in the East Midlands of England. The Julian calendar was still in use in England at the time, and it was the 4th of January 1643 on the continent, where most countries had adopted the Gregorian calendar that was 10 days ahead of the Julian calendar. Little Isaac was clearly sickly and underweight, and it is understood that his mother believed he would die shortly after being born, a development which explains why he was not baptized for a week after Germany. Took place within 4. Eventually remarried after her first death. Her second marriage was a churchman with a large estate that generated an income of around £500 per year, a substantial amount of money in the middle of the 17th century. When she married Smith, Isaac's mother left to live with him at around 3 kilometers away from Woolsthorpe. There, she started a new family. Isaac, when his mother headed to live with Smith, she left her firstborn son. Evidently, Isaac's child was not a pleasant. Years later, he felt abandoned by her mother and was left to grow up in a house where his relationship with his grandparents was strained. Historians have concluded that the peculiar elements of Isaac's later personality, his aloofness and distance from others, were shaped by these early childhood experiences. Newton's life was also influenced greatly by intellectual, cultural, and social forces which had commenced well over a century before his birth. The Renaissance is typically viewed through an artistic prism as a movement that led to the emergence of great painters, sculptors, and architects. In reality, it transformed every sphere of European life in the 15th centuries, from philosophy and technology. One of the offshoots of it was the scientific revolution. Medieval European science was primitive. A certain amount of knowledge about astronomy, as well as biology, mathematics, and the natural sciences, had been retained. From the ancient Greeks and Romans. First, a Polish man, Nicolaus Copernicus, published a book entitled. In this, he laid out the heliocentric model of the universe, which stated that the Earth rotated around the Sun and that the Earth was not the center of existence. Copernicus opened the floodgates for a wave of new scientific inquiry. Soon, figures like Tycho Brahe in Denmark, Johannes Kepler in Germany, and Galileo Galilei in Italy were conducting groundbreaking work on astronomy, optics, mathematics, and physics. They also began developing scientific instruments like telescopes and measuring tools. The scientific method emerged too. This was the idea that a person could come up with a hypothesis and then test that through experimentation and reasoning. This work was related to philosophical inquiry, which had long used such methods going back to the ancient Greeks. It was also in ancient Greece that philosophers began conceiving of the world as being made up of tiny particles, which they had called atomos, the root of the modern word atom. In line with this, the scientists of the European scientific revolution viewed themselves as being natural philosophers. There was an English dimension to all of this. Scientific revolution arrived at England later than most other parts of Western Europe. One of the earliest proponents of the new science was Sir Walter Raleigh, the famous Elizabethan courtier. Raleigh fell out of favour after Elizabeth's death and was imprisoned in the Tower of London for 13 years between 1603 and 1616 by the new king, James I. There he set up a laboratory and spent much of his time carrying out experiments. Elsewhere, the drive to discover the northeast and northwest passages to Asia by sailing north of Europe or America had led English navigators to develop scientific instruments and accomplished cartographic or map-making skills in the 16th century. But it was really in the 17th century England came into its own as a centre of the scientific revolution. The Lord Chancellor of England between 1621, Sir Francis Bacon, was known for his contributions to the scientific method and inductive reasoning. William Harvey, an English physician of the early 17th century, conducted groundbreaking work on the circulatory system and human anatomy. By the time Newton was born, Robert Boyle, the youngest son of the first Earl of Cork, Richard Boyle, was commencing his pioneering work in chemistry. He is now deemed to be the father of modern chemistry. There were many other natural philosophers beginning to make contributions here and there to the various fields of science. All of their activities gained greater coherence and collegiality in 1660, when the Royal Society was founded in London as a means for scientists to swap ideas and correspond about their research. Newton would soon emerge as the greatest figure of the scientific revolution in England. Not much is known about Isaac's earliest years. He was reluctant to write about his childhood and later life. His stepfather died in 1653 when Isaac was 10 years old. His mother then returned to Woolsthorpe along with Isaac's younger 3 half-siblings. By then, Isaac's education was already well underway, guided by a cousin, another churchman named Richard Askew. In 1655, when he was 12 years old, he was sent on to a grammar school in the nearby town of Grantham, where he was taught by a Mr. Stokes. The curriculum would have had a heavy emphasis on learning Latin, and then that stemmed outwards into the subjects that were written about by the greatest Latin writers, namely Roman authors like Cicero, Quintilian, Virgil, Tacitus, Seneca, and the like. The subjects were rhetoric, history, prose poetry, and philosophy. Still, recent research has revealed that Mr. Stokes did have a good bit of mathematical knowledge too, and Newton's abilities in this area were consequently fostered from around age 12 or 13. Isaac, who would notably display almost no interest in the opposite sex as an adult, appears to have had a teenage romance with the stepdaughter of a Mr. Clark, with whom he lodged at Grantham. In 1659, he was 16 years old. He was recalled home to Woolsthorpe to help out on the family farm, but this was a short-lived experiment. Isaac hated farm work, and both Mr. Stokes and his cousin Richard Askew had learned enough about his intellect to realize that he had the makings of a gifted scholar. They organized to help finance the finishing of his elementary schooling, and then, with this done, he was sent off to Cambridge University in 1661. Newton's earliest years at Cambridge were formative in his emergence as one of the greatest scientific minds in human history, though often in unusual ways. His comparatively humble background meant that he was assigned as a sub-sizer. This meant he was expected to earn his keep cleaning the college and was not allowed to dine the wealthier students. His mother had provided, she now controlled from not one, but 2 deceased husbands. What it did ensure was that Newton was somewhat socially isolated as a lowly sub-sizer, something which encouraged him to focus more on his studies. Early on, he was taught by Benjamin Pullin, a tutor behind him lots of writings by the giant of the medieval scholastic curriculum, the ancient Greek polymath Aristotle, a man who was primarily remembered as a philosopher, but who was also one of the great early natural scientists. Before long, Newton was moving on to more contemporary scientific works and had developed an especially keen interest in physics. About 2.5 years into his studies at Cambridge, he then abandoned any sense of formal or structured learning. His lengthy notebooks, which have survived down to the present day, show that he stopped reading the works of Aristotle and other canonical Greek and Roman works by figures like Plato. Instead, Newton began to concentrate overwhelmingly on more modern scientific, philosophical and political writings. Robert Boyle's pioneering chemistry work featured amongst what he was interested in, as was Thomas Hobbes' great work of political theory, Leviathan, published just a few years earlier in 1651. However, it was the works of Galileo that held Newton's attention above all others at this time. The Italian polymath had revolutionized the study of astronomy, optics, and many other fields in a series of studies and 1630s. Later in England, they were inspiring Newton to break with the established curriculum at Cambridge and begin his own highly original research on mathematics, physics, and optics. Education at Cambridge was coming to an end. Just of events in England would create an ideal environment for him to carry out one of the most miraculous periods of research and writing ever undertaken in the history of science. Late in 1664, a large comet was seen over southern England. In the minds of early modern English people, this was a celestial portent of bad times ahead. Early in 1665, their worst fears were confirmed when a virulent wave of the bubonic plague struck England. While the plague's most terrible moment had come in the late 1340s and early 50s, were killed upwards of 1 out of every 3 Europeans, smaller waves of the disease struck the continent periodically for centuries to come. Crowded, dirty cities were particularly susceptible to plague pandemics, and these outbreaks even reached the streets of relatively small university towns like Cambridge. For instance, an outbreak of the disease in 1603 had killed an estimated 25,000 to 30,000 people in London, over 10% of the whole of the time. There was no cure or no effective way of fighting it other than to flee from urban areas and avoid contact with others who carried the disease. Thus, when the plague arrived, the wealthier people who were able to do so often fled from London, Bristol, Cambridge and Oxford to their country houses and spent months there. This is Plague Year of 1665, a particularly destructive wave of the disease which killed upwards of 100,000 people in London in the mid-1660s, about 15% of the total population there at the time. Cambridge University closed, and Newton retreated to his family estate at Woolsthorpe. The isolation and lack of interruption would allow him to produce an enormous array of work, such that this period in 1665 and 1666 is often termed Newton's Annae Mirabilis, or miracle years, much like that which Albert Einstein had centuries later in 1905, when he published 4 papers within the space of a few months, which revolutionized the study of physics. Newton's work in his miracle years can broadly be broken down into 3 key fields: physics, mathematics, and optics. Despite the tendency to view this as a period of miraculous, Newton was building work he had been carrying out during his years at Cambridge, and which he had kept extensive notes of in a book which he inscribed with the title Quaestiones Quadam Philosophicae, meaning certain philosophical questions. though the topics covered were concerned with the hard sciences. His first major discoveries were mathematical. They resulted in the development of the binomial theorem in 1665, a mathematical concept which allows for expansion much more basic theories like x plus y. This was the foundation for further work which involved measuring large objects and their movement, as well as algorithms for tracing curves, tangents, and the like. No other mathematician in Europe had ever arrived at findings that were this complex before. Making these discoveries, which he entitled "To Reasons by Motion, these following propositions are sufficient." He then placed the paper in a drawer and forgot about mathematics for at least 6 months. He would not make any effort to publish or disseminate that work at the time. With this done, and still mired in his continuing self-imposed exile from the plague, Newton moved on to studying mechanics. His mathematical inquiries were related to this, as basic study of weights, measures, and mechanics requires use of mathematical equations. Newton wanted the work of Galileo and René Descartes, the latter a philosopher who 30 years earlier had come up with the famous phrase "cogito ergo sum," or I am, as a basis for an objective, unquestionable truth that could form the foundational system. Building on their work and using his own complex mathematical ability, now gravity, by studying how objects collided, he worked out that objects of any kind exert force over one another when they clash or meet. This sends them in different directions, but there is evidence of a center of gravity along a straight line. Experimenting further, conclusion that particles or atoms attract one another, and that the force in this gravitational pull correlates with the mass of the objects in question and the distance between them. It is a complex concept that was tied into several he reached in his notes in 1665 and 1666 about how force, gravity, and mechanics operated. These laws of physics which he devised at the time, this states simply that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. When you jump into the air, this action is immediately followed by gravity pulling you back downwards to the ground by the same distance. While some of the laws concerning mathematics and gravity which he devised at this time were consequently more complex than others, what they amounted to in their entirety was a fundamental expansion on human understanding of how gravity and motion work. A fanciful story later developed that Newton had reached his conclusions about gravity after seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsthorpe. The tale was probably supposed to mimic a story about the mathematician Archimedes, while taking a bath, discovering the principles of buoyancy and displacement in the process. In the long run, Newton's discoveries around gravity, weights, and mechanics in the mid-1660s were the most important. There was a third field, though, beyond mathematics and hard physics. Also made some important discoveries in the field of optics of light, colors, and the visual world. From there, get a sense of how Newton carried out his research and experiments. He wanted to see if the rays emitted by different colors could be perceived in different ways. To achieve this, he first painted one end of a piece of thread red and the other blue, and then observed them through a prism. They looked disjoined, as he had expected, demonstrating what's known as the heterogeneity of light, the fact that light can appear more intense and available depending on different sets of circumstances. He then expanded the research by setting up a dark room, through which he only allowed in a narrow beam of light. Then he placed a prism in front of the beam and refracted that onto a wall that was over 20 feet away. The resulting color spectrum was 5 times longer than it was wide. What Newton consequently realized was that light was not homogeneous, but heterogeneous. It is not made up of one single thing, but is instead comprised of different parts which can be seen in terms of the different colors in a light prism. This is the corpuscular theory of light, as Newton would describe these parts which make up light as corpuscles. This research would become the foundational basis for Albert Einstein's subsequent discovery of photons nearly 2.5 centuries later. By the time 1666 came to an end, Newton had made a series of breakthroughs in the fields of mathematics, physics, and optics. Nobody, as yet, though, knew what he had accomplished. His remarkable findings were carefully recorded in his notebooks at Woolsthorpe and shared them with the world.
Check this out. Rocket. Rocket. You know, rocket pops that goes to somebody and change the color of our house. So, how we did this, I have no idea. No idea. Chili cheese dog cheese. Here's the latest. U.S. search and rescue teams are now on the ground.
It was the spring of 1667 before it was considered safe to return to Cambridge, as life in southern England was so disturbed by the final stages of the Plague Year and the Great Fire of London that had destroyed the capital in September 1666, leaving around 100,000 homeless, people who either encamped outside the ruins of the city or dispersed to other towns and villages around the country. In this atmosphere of disordered life, Newton arrived back at Cambridge and managed to gain election as a fellow, a post that provided him with a modest salary. He began teaching, tutoring, and continuing his research back at Cambridge. He also started to disseminate some of his findings in a limited way. For instance, he distilled some of his mathematical work into a tract entitled On Analysis by Infinite Series, which he then gave copies of to a number of colleagues. This was hardly the greatest example of academic self-promotion ever attempted, and it's debatable whether people he gave his findings to would have been able to follow the equations he laid out in all instances. It was nevertheless enough for it to be made clear to people at the university that Newton was a mathematician of unusual skill and that he had made breakthroughs during the plague year. He was therefore made the Lucasian Professor of Mathematics in 1669, a chair which had only been founded in 1663 through a bequest made by Henry Lucas shortly before his death. Lucas was a parliamentarian who had represented Cambridge during the English civil wars of the 1640s. Newton would hold the Lucasian professorship for 33 years, though his final years were absentee as he moved to London in the mid-1690s. The position was hardly onerous. Newton was expected to deliver one lecture every week during one term of the year. For this, he was paid an income of £100 per year. Moreover, the lectures barely had any audience. Such was the lack of interest in mathematics and physics at Cambridge in the late 17th century. Even this light load was dispensed with by 1687, after which time Newton had no teaching responsibilities. What these lectures did do was allow Newton space to refine his findings from the mid-1660s and make them more accessible to an audience. To demonstrate his findings to the few students who attended his lectures, he began developing instruments to showcase his findings, notably a telescope and prism rings that showed his theories on optics. Very slowly, his findings began to reach a wider audience. By 1671, the Royal Society in London had heard about his discoveries and invited Newton to send them information about his work. He was duly elected as a Fellow of the Society in January 1672. In the years that followed, his entry into the Royal Society would mean that his research findings began to spread beyond Cambridge to the wider academic community in England and then to the continent, as many members of the Royal Society corresponded extensively with natural philosophers and scholars on the continent. In an age before academic peer review journals, this was how new research was disseminated. As this happened, Newton refrained from publishing much of his work. His paper on analysis by infinite series was distributed and was eventually published in print in 1711, while another couple of works appeared as well, but Newton would ultimately wait over 20 years between when he made his breakthroughs at Woolsthorpe and when he published them in complete form. As Newton emerged in the 1660s and 1670s as one of the leading scholars of his day, he seemed to have no concurrent interest in starting a family or marrying. It was taken for granted in the 17th century that a man of his social status would marry, have children, and try to move up the social ladder. He would never do this and does not appear to have ever contemplated doing so. In fact, he seemed to have no interest in the opposite sex. This has understandably led to people questioning his sexuality. There is no evidence to suggest that Newton was gay. Instead, he just appears to have been largely asexual, with no interest of any kind in a sexual relationship. Historians were surprised to learn years ago about his possible fling as a teenager with the stepdaughter of Mr. Clark, with whom he lodged in Grantham when he was attending the grammar school there in the mid-1650s, simply because it was so unusual. The conclusion we can draw from this is that he was heterosexual but with very little interest in women. Over time, he abandoned any thoughts of marriage and a family, if he ever gave it much consideration at all. Instead, he committed himself fully to his research and writing. This included friendships. Newton was a reclusive individual who didn't socialize much at Cambridge. When he visited London in August 1674, he made no effort to meet any of the people at the Royal Society he had been in contact with for several years by then. Instead, he went back to Cambridge a week later and continued writing to them about his work. As he aged, he did become slightly more sociable. His religious views were also unorthodox. Newton was a Protestant, as were the majority of English people by the second half of the 17th century. He was a nonconformist, though, someone who disagreed with the established views of the Anglican Church of England. In Newton's case, his nonconformity was on the extreme end of the spectrum. He did not believe in the sanctity of the Trinity of God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. However, he kept his religious views largely to himself. It has only been possible to reconstruct them through analysis of his notebooks. Newton's aloof and often difficult personality could translate into rivalries and conflicts with fellow scientists as the years went by. There were occasions when this was the simple over and back between scholars with competing theories. This was the case with Newton and Christian Huygens. Huygens was a leading Dutch mathematician, natural philosopher, and astronomer whose work also focused on optics. For instance, while Newton was still a child, Huygens had discovered Titan, the largest of Saturn's moons, in 1655. He was a scholar of considerable renown around Europe when Newton was unheard of. Both men developed competing theories about the nature of light. Huygens disagreed with Newton's corpuscular theory of light and instead proposed that light traveled as waves that then produced secondary waves or wavelets. A considerable academic debate played out between Newton and Huygens over many years about this. More toxic was the rivalry that developed between Newton and Robert Hooke. Hooke was 7 years older and was also a natural philosopher, mathematician, and astronomer. He dabbled in surveying and engineering too, and had overseen a lot of the work which went into rebuilding London after the Great Fire of 1666. Hooke was working on telescopes, optics, and gravity in the 1660s and 1670s, and viewed Newton's emergence as a threat to his eminence within England's scholarly community. An unpleasant rivalry developed, one which lasted decades and which famously is believed to have ended with Newton having all portraits of Hooke held by the Royal Society destroyed after his rival's death in 1703. Rivalries aside, Newton had something in common with many of these other English natural philosophers. They were all generally interested in alchemy, esoteric thought, and what was known in early modern Europe as Hermeticism. Newton's interest in these pursuits was lifelong. Alchemy is a field in which individuals sought to discover the fabled philosopher's stone, a legendary substance which alchemists believed could turn anything into gold. It was closely allied to a belief in magic and elements of esoteric or hidden history and arcane knowledge. Hermeticism was a branch of alchemical studies. The word comes from a set of teaching which were believed to have been written by a mysterious figure from late antiquity known as Hermes Trismegistus. He was understood to have been a philosopher and a proto-scientist who dabbled in alchemy. In reality, The works which early modern Europeans ascribed to him were largely derived from a mix of Neoplatonic philosophy by 3rd century AD writers like Plotinus and science as it had been carried out in the Roman Empire in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, while elements of ancient Egyptian law and other writings were also incorporated into Hermetic and alchemical thought in early modern Europe. As such, Hermeticism was a kind of pseudo-religion and experimentation with arcane knowledge. It was very closely connected to the scientific revolution, and Newton and Leibniz were far from the only major scientists of the era who dabbled in alchemy and Hermeticism. So too did figures like Nicolaus Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, Johannes Kepler, Galileo, Walter Raleigh, Francis Bacon, Robert Boyle, and many others. Scientific revolution wasn't in stone, chemical studies more broadly, Hermetic thought. Chemistry in particular emerged as a discipline directly from alchemical studies. A visitor to Newton's study for many years would have seen scientific instruments that were designed to test the suitability of substances as the philosopher's stone, while his papers are peppered with manuscripts about alchemy and Hermeticism. He had obtained a 6-volume work in 1602, and which contained extensive treatises on how elements. Newton closely read this and other works on the subject, even as he was carrying out his groundbreaking work on physics and mathematics. By 1670, his alchemical studies were advanced enough that he composed a poem entitled The Vegetation of Metals. Vegetation meaning transformation in this case. By that time, he was considering moving away entirely from natural philosophy or physics to focus on alchemy. He entered into correspondence with the leading chemist of the age, Robert Boyle, and continued to develop his laboratory in Cambridge, carrying out new experiments and acquiring all sorts of substances and equipment with which to study them. This led to the creation of an Index Chemicus, or chemical index, in which he noted his experiments with hundreds of different substances to find the philosopher's stone. Newton would eventually develop files over thousands of pages of notes as part of his studies in alchemy. Unfortunately, much of this was in the form of symbols, which he clearly was able to understand himself, yet which are now impenetrable to the modern reader. It does add to the sense that he was engaged in arcane research, though. In fact, he probably gave over more of his time to this than the study of physics. This interest of Newton's in alchemy and Hermeticism extended into what we would call esoteric history and thought today. Esoteric means mysterious or hidden. An example of Newton's interests in this area is the myth of Atlantis that has been described at length by Plato in 2 of his dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. Newton incorporated the fabled Utopia to a long book which he wrote entitled The Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms Amended. This explored the chronology of ancient societies like those of ancient Egypt and Greece, the Babylonians, the Assyrians and the Persians and so forth from antiquity. It must be remembered that when Newton was writing about these, the modern disciplines of Egyptology, Orientalism and archaeology had yet to emerge, and the history of ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia was still shrouded in mystery. Some of his work was historically based. Other parts of it involved an eclectic blend of history and myth. It fed into his interest as well in the Old Testament and more obscure elements of Christian theology. For instance, Newton was fascinated by the Book of Daniel, an apocalyptic text of the Old Testament in which the end of days was discussed. Worryingly, this research into apocalyptic texts would eventually lead Newton to calculate that the world could end in either 2034 or 2060. We might not have long left. This interest in the more obscure historicity of the Old Testament saw Newton also writing in his extensive notes about the Temple of Solomon, the first Temple of Jerusalem in the Holy City, and whether it had in fact been built by King Solomon. Newton concluded that these ancient buildings and the religions around them were evidence of long-lost knowledge systems of the ancients, which alchemical studies formed just one prong of efforts to recover. In the end, Newton did not decide to abandon his work as a natural philosopher to become an alchemist, a transition which, to put it in modern terms, would have seen him switching from studying physics to chemistry. Instead, he continued to focus on natural philosophy, moonlighting in alchemy. We are fortunate that he did, for in the 1680s, he began working on condensing his research and findings into one of the most important books ever written in the history of science. This was entitled the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, meaning the mathematical principles of natural philosophy. 1686 and then published in 1687, it contains a synthesis of all the work which Newton had undertaken since his student days at Cambridge. While he had disseminated quite a lot of this since the mid-1660s, in the form of papers and through extensive correspondence, this was a much more refined account of his findings in the sphere of gravitational laws, mechanics, and mathematics. It added greatly to European scientific knowledge. For instance, while Galileo and Kepler had observed and described planetary motions nearly a century earlier, Newton was now able to provide a scientific and mathematical explanation for why the planets moved in the way they did. It also added to knowledge about the equinoxes and the world's ocean tides. Newton even theorized about how the theory of gravity, which he had proposed over 20 years earlier, could account for physical phenomena like observations of irregular motions in the moon. It would soon come to be regarded as the most important book written during the scientific revolution. The Principia Mathematica was broken down into 3 books. The first book, entitled De Motu Corporum, or On the Motion of Bodies, provided a description of his theories around gravity and the ocean, as well as exploring the ideas of gravitational pull force that he discovered back in 1666. This included additional discussion of the work of earlier scientists like Johannes Kepler and how bodies moved owing to things like centripetal force. These theories were then expanded upon in Book 2. Here, he was responding directly to arguments that had been made by René Descartes and others on the continent in decades gone by, and systematically showing where they had gone wrong in their analyses. Finally, in Book 3, subtitled as De Mundi Systemate, or On the System of the World, Newton attempted to demonstrate what the real-world implications of the theories he had described in the first two books were. For instance, there was a lot of discussion in Book 3 of how the laws he enforced, which he detailed in Book 1 and Book 2, impacted on the planets and the solar system. In the course of this, Newton also laid out his own views on the nature of the solar system and the heliocentric universe. In this way, the Principia Mathematica was not just laying out new theories. It was discussing the vast range of material which constituted the scientific revolution, going all the way back to Copernicus's discoveries about the solar system and the Earth revolving around the Sun a century and a half earlier. If there is one thing that takes a small shine off Newton's accomplishments, is that many of the same conclusions were arrived at completely independently at the exact same time, hundreds of kilometers away in Germany. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was born in 1646 in the city of Leipzig in Saxony in eastern Germany, a few years after Newton's birth in England. He attended numerous universities in the 1660s and then embarked on a career of exceptional scholarship. Like Newton, Leibniz was a polymath who cannot be easily categorized as a mathematician, a physicist, or a philosopher. He worked in an extensive fields and, as Newton, he also worked the government and performed a range of administrative roles, even working for Peter the Great, to modernize the state in the early 18th century. Leibniz's research led him to make many of the same discoveries that Newton was making in England between the 1660s and 1690s. In particular, both men made the same breakthroughs in developing the field of calculus, though Leibniz was more practical in his application. He invented the Leibniz wheel as a kind of mechanical calculator. So similar were discoveries that the two men made complete one another, that later in their lives an academic argument broke out in which they both claimed to have been the first to make their discoveries. In the course of this, Newton disingenuously used some letters he had written to and from Leibniz back in the 1670s to try and claim his German counterpart had copied his findings. If nothing else, what this demonstrates is that societies have to arrive at a certain threshold of knowledge in a given discipline before individuals can make specific breakthroughs. Both men reached the same conclusions at the same time because they were building on the work of Galileo, Kepler, and others. Similar phenomena are seen in other time periods. Over a century and a half later, both Charles would arrive at almost identical ideas about evolution and the survival of species independent of one another, yet at the same time. Newton published the Principia Mathematica just as England was entering into a period of pronounced political instability. 2 years earlier, in 1685, King Charles II had died. Although he had fathered a huge number of illegitimate children with over half a dozen different mistresses, his marriage to his Portuguese wife, Queen Catherine of Braganza, had been childless. Without a direct, legitimate heir, the throne passed to his brother, James, Duke of York. The problem was that the newly ascended King James II was a Roman Catholic at a time when anti-Catholic sentiments in England and Scotland were running very high. An already unstable political dynamic boiled over when a son was born to James in the summer of 1688, one who would now be raised as a Roman Catholic, putting in place the possibility of an extended return back to Catholicism in England. James did nothing to alleviate these concerns and unwisely began placing Catholics in positions of power in England and Ireland. Within weeks, a powerful alliance of English aristocrats and politicians had written to James's son-in-law, William of Orange, the most powerful figure of the Dutch Republic and the husband of James's daughter, Mary. They offered him the throne, and William duly headed to England with an army to enforce his claim. By the time the year 1688 was out, James had fled to France, and William and Mary were about to become joint rulers as King William III and Queen Mary II. The Glorious Revolution was a period of instability, and it continued into the 1690s as war followed between England and the Dutch Republic against the French, who were backing James's claim to be restored to his throne. These events had a bearing on Newton's career. His aloof character meant that he had always avoided becoming involved in Cambridge's politics. However, early in 1687, while he was still king, James II had attempted to take over the university politically by installing Roman Catholics like the Benedictine monk Alban Francis as members of the Senate that ran the institution. This annoyed Newton, a religious nonconformist who viewed even Protestant Anglicans poorly and who perceived Catholics as adherents of a branch of Christianity which had little or no basis in Scripture. He therefore became involved in the internal wrangling at Cambridge to try to maintain the political and religious independence of the university. In 1688, this led to Isaac and 7 others being ordered to come to London to answer for their efforts to resist James's attempts to enforce control over Cambridge. This brief foray into political activity was enough that when the Glorious Revolution had occurred and a new convention parliament was being assembled to ratify political changes, Newton stood for election at Cambridge. He won a seat. His contributions were limited. Newton backed the constitutional changes which saw William and Mary become king and queen on the basis that Parliament's power relative to the monarchy was vastly increased in England. But he never spoke before the Parliament. A legend has it that the only vocal contribution he made to the Convention Parliament was to ask an usher to close a window that was creating a draft. Despite this, he was elected again as a member of Cambridge University in 1701, though a third election attempt in 1705 was unsuccessful. More broadly, Newton's brief forays into politics were important in that he spent more time in London and his social circle expanded slightly. In particular, he developed a friendship with the noted philosopher John Locke, whose areas of focus were optics and epistemology, the theory or study of knowledge. Life in London saw him become a government employee. In 1695, he was one of 8 individuals that the government contacted about the issue of English coinage being clipped. By the late 17th century, money was still circulating exclusively as coins made out of metals like silver and copper. Notes were starting to appear as instruments of exchange within the business community, but it was a long time before they would become part of day-to-day economic life. The issue with the coinage in the 1690s was that the stresses of war with France following the Glorious Revolution had led to people clipping the nation's coins. This is where a small sliver of silver was clipped or cut off the edges of coins. If this was done with a large amount of coins, a person could get themselves a nice ball of silver. Clipping was reaching epidemic proportions by the mid-1690s, and Newton was one of the individuals contacted about coming up with a solution. This first engagement with the government led to him being offered the post of Master of the Mint a year later in 1696. Over the next 2.5 years, he oversaw a complete recoinage. This was where an early modern government called in all of the old coins, melted them down, and minted new ones that were reissued. The new coins features which made it obvious if they had been clipped. Nearly £7 million worth of coins were minted and issued between the spring of 1696, when he became Master of the Mint, and the end of 1698, roughly the same amount as was usually issued over 30 years. The accomplishment points towards Newton's considerable abilities as an administrator, though his coins were undervalued by comparison with European silver, and England's new silver coins soon started vanishing to France, where people could exchange them for higher amounts of money. Despite his position as the leading natural philosopher of his age in England, Newton had only played a limited role in the activities of the Royal Society for much of his life. This was broadly owing to his acrimonious relationship with Robert Hooke. Hooke had a lot of supporters within the society, and Newton had been marginalised within it as a result. However, Hooke died on the 3rd of March 1703, paving the way for Newton's rapid ascent. Many members of the organisation felt it was in need of a more scientific-minded leader after years in which two nobles, Charles Montague, 1st Earl of Halifax, and John Somers, 1st Baron Somers, had held the position of president. Spain, at a meeting of Society's members in November 1703, was elected as the new president. He would hold the position down to his death, becoming the second longest-serving president ever, eclipsed only by Sir Joseph Banks, who held the office for a huge period of over 41 years between 1778 and 1820. 2 years after he became president of the Royal Society, Newton was also knighted, becoming the first scientist or natural philosopher ever to be awarded such a title in Europe. As president of the Royal Society, one of Newton's foremost achievements was balancing Society's books. It was badly in debt in 1703. By 1710, he had not only managed to remedy its financial situation, but had also enough of a surplus to acquire a new property at Crane Court, near Fleet Street in London, which became the Royal Society's home in London for many years. Other actions were less admirable. He developed a rivalry with John Flamsteed, the head of the Royal Greenwich Observatory, resulting in Newton trying to suppress Flamsteed's work and steal his research. The whole episode highlights unsavory elements of Newton's personality. While Newton's dual roles as Master of the Mint and President of Society kept him busy with government duties of one kind or another from the mid-1690s onwards, he did find time to continue his scholarly research and publishing. In 1704, he published Optics, or a treatise on the reflections, refractions, inflections, and colours of light. In this, he expanded on his earlier work in the nature of light and how humans observed light refraction through glass and other substances. This was a synthesis of things Newton had written and lectured about since the 1660s. For instance, it contained one of the first detailed discussions of how light, when filtered through a glass prism, separates into different colors, the same thing which is witnessed in rainbows. This involved a fundamental revision of Western ideas about the nature of light. Going all the way back to studies conducted by Aristotle in ancient Greece, it had been assumed that light was one single color. Newton made it clear that this was not the case. The book also expanded on the idea of historical method and research. His decision to publish the first edition of the book in English rather than in Latin was also important, signaling a shift away from the medieval and Renaissance notion that Latin was the unquestioned language of scholarship. Newton relying on an expanded and revised second edition of the Principia Mathematica, published in 1713. As his efforts to suppress John Flamsteed's work and plagiarize his research indicates, Newton was also quite interested in astronomy and study of the stars in his later years. In this, he collaborated with Edmund Halley, the English astronomer who Halley's comet is named after. Halley used Newton's gravitational laws to calculate how often the comet would be visible from Earth, coming to the conclusion that it would be seen approximately every 75 years. Newton turned 70 years old at the end of 1712. This was quite old by the standards of the 18th century, and his thoughts were now turning to his legacy rather than any sort of groundbreaking new work. Over the next decade and more, he published several new editions of his works, notably a French edition of Optics, which made his research and findings more widely available on the continent. He entered into numerous arguments with other scholars on the continent about who had developed particular theories first. Newton was also employed by the government on a number of different scientific projects. One involved efforts to find a way of measuring the wind at sea. The British Royal Navy had emerged as the finest navy in the world, and as Britain's colonial and imperial expansion accelerated, the government wanted to find better and better ways to explore the uncharted parts of the world. Newton spent time in his later years reading papers that discussed various theoretical ways of measuring longitude, but a fully functioning marine chronometer would not be successfully developed until John Harrison in 1761. Beyond this, Newton spent a lot of his later life returning to the study of esoteric subjects and theology, which had held his interest throughout his life. His research on prophecies and apocalyptic religious thought were eventually published after his death as Observations upon the Prophecies of Daniel in 1733. In this, he had pondered the possible end of the world as his own life was also winding down. His health deteriorated from 1722 as he entered his 80s, though he continued to work. On the 2nd of March 1727, at 84 years of age, he chaired a meeting of the Royal Society. Afterwards, he became ill and his health deteriorated quickly. Newton died on the 20th of March 1727, the 31st of March on the continent. He was laid to rest in Westminster Abbey after a funeral attended by the leading figures of his age. Newton had been remarkably reticent about publishing his research during his lifetime. More than 20 years elapsed between his period of great discovery in 1665 and 1666 and when he finally published his work fully in the Principia Mathematica in 1687. This was mirrored in the amount of work which was left unpublished at the time of his death. Therefore, nearly more of his research was published posthumously than had been so during his lifetime. In 1728, just a year after he died, a collection of his lectures and writings on optics from Cambridge was published. That same year, his Chronology of Ancient Kingdoms amended, his work of history and theology that he had worked on over many years, appeared in print. 5 years later, his apocalyptic text of observations on Daniel and the Apocalypse of St. John was also published. In 1754, the text of his correspondence with John Locke on scriptural matters was published as An Historical Account of Two Notable Corruptions of Scripture. As such, a lot of Newton's esoteric and theological work was published not long after he died. In many ways, though, the most consequential of all of Newton's written output are his extensive notebooks, correspondence, and working papers, huge amounts of which have survived. His notebooks are generally found in the libraries of Cambridge University, though one of his earliest notebooks, dating all the way back to 1659, is today housed in the Morgan Library in New York. Extensive correspondence is extant by him, generally at Cambridge for the period of his life, prior to moving to London in the mid-1690s, and then in the National Archives of the UK in London for the years after he moved to the capital. With extensive digitization and transcription, Newton's entire research career and virtually everything he wrote is available for the whole world to consult online today. Newton was already regarded as one of the geniuses of European scholarship and science in his own lifetime. His reputation in the 18th and 19th centuries was similar to that of Albert Einstein in the modern world. And yet, just like Einstein, Newton's work has been re-evaluated over time and revised. For instance, his work on gravity did not take account of how gravitational pull occurs beyond Earth itself and how it is impacted by things like black holes. There was simply no way for him to even begin measuring this in the 17th century. In this sense, it could be said that Newton's law of gravity was incorrect. But this misses the point. It was a stepping stone towards a more perfect understanding of how gravity functions. Science is a journey rather than a destination. The same thing Einstein's theory of general relativity. While it might have transformed the field of physics at the start of the 20th century, it is appreciated there are several theoretical shortcomings within it. But, like Newton before him, Einstein didn't have the benefit of the kind of technology available to modern physicists, like quantum computing and the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in Switzerland. The re-evaluation of the transformative work of figures like Newton and Einstein is a normal process in the evolution of knowledge. Each generation builds on the last and eventually reaches a new threshold of knowledge based on earlier findings and new ones. There is no denying Newton's influence, though, on all those who came after him. The great theoretical physicist, Stephen Hawking, called the Principia Mathematica the most important book ever written on the hard sciences. Many would still agree 3 centuries after Newton's own time. Isaac Newton was undoubtedly one of the greatest figures of the scientific revolution. The peculiar thing about this is that his background would not have suggested his emergence as a great scientist or natural philosopher, as it was known in the parlance of the time. Newton hailed from rural England and came from a difficult family background, complicated by the death of his father, Bourne. There was no tradition of scholarship in his family. Indeed, His father and several other family members were illiterate. This being said, his family background possibly drove him to intellectual pursuits. Ensconced in a dynamic where he was marginalized by his mother's second marriage, he applied himself to his studies. Early influences like teacher at the grammar school in Grantham when he was young, Mr. Stokes, imparted the basics of mathematical inquiry to Newton. Then he went to Cambridge. He never applied himself in a dedicated manner to the standard curriculum. Instead, Newton began his own investigations into physics, mathematics, and optics based on his reading of thinkers like Galileo and Kepler, whose works were still revolutionary in the 17th century. Based on these and his own penetrating mind, he developed some of the most important concepts about how gravity functioned, as well as calculus and optics, all while he was still in his early 20s. 2 decades later, in 1687, he published one of the most important books ever written in the history of science, the Principia Mathematica. His story also points towards the unusual nature of the scientific revolution and the way that science and government overlapped to a greater extent in the 17th and 18th centuries than they do today. Newton, for instance, pursued studies in alchemy and esoteric knowledge, like all of his contemporaries in the field of natural philosophy. Later in life, he was drawn into government service and became Master of the Royal Mint in England. Throughout his life, he remained a difficult individual who few people knew much about on any personal level. In short, he was both complicated and brilliant. What do you think of Isaac Newton? Was he one of the most radical thinkers in the history of Western thought, or does the fact that Leibniz made many of the same discoveries as he did, independently of him, detract somewhat from the significance of Newton's work? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 31st of January 1858. On the banks of the Thames in London, thousands look on in awe at an iron leviathan that towers over them on the riverbank. The 19,000-ton ship, which has been the obsession of its designer, is, after several failed attempts, finally launched into the water where its construction will be finished afloat. A year later, whilst on board the giant vessel, the same man suffers a stroke and dies, never seeing his creation. At the time, the largest ship ever built set sail on her maiden voyage. His name, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, history's greatest engineer. The man known to history as Isambard Kingdom Brunel was born on the 9th of April 1806 on the island of Portsmouth, now part of the city of Portsmouth, on the south coast of England. His father, Mark Brunel, was born in 1769 in Normandy, in France. While Mark's father, Isambard's grandfather, intended for him to become a priest, Mark wanted to be an engineer and joined the French Navy. The French Revolution of 1789 troubled the royalist Brunels, and in 1793 Mark was fleeing to the United States, one of tens of thousands of royalist and conservative political refugees who left France in the wake of the revolution. In America, he was appointed chief engineer of New York City in 1796 during a formative period in the city's history as it grew to eclipse Philadelphia as the foremost urban center in the young country. While Mark was still in France, he had fallen in love with Sophia Kingdom, a young English lady who was working as a governess in the city of Rouen in Normandy after being stranded there when war broke out between Britain and France. Mark had to leave Sophia behind when he escaped to America, but the two continued to exchange letters. After Sophia returned to her native country in 1795, Mark was anxious to join her. Soon he had an opportunity to do so. At a dinner party with Alexander Hamilton, one of the country's founding fathers, in 1798, Mark heard that the British war effort against France was hindered by the lack of wooden pulley blocks for the rigging of sailing ships. Seeing an opportunity to rejoin Sophia, Mark designed a machine to simplify the manufacturing process for pulley blocks. In early 1799, he sailed to England, carrying his designs and a letter of introduction from Hamilton, which he presented to George Spencer, the First Lord of the British Admiralty. Mark wasted no time in seeking a reunion with Sophia, and in November 1799, the couple were married at St Andrew's Church in Holborn, in London. It was a lucky thing that the union had ever occurred. After Mark had eloped from France years earlier, Sophia had remained in the country, even as Britain found itself at near continuous war with the French from 1792 onwards. As a British woman, she was eventually arrested in October 1793 after the French government imprisoned all foreigners on suspicion of espionage. She was only released after the radical revolutionary leader Maximilien Robespierre was ousted in a coup known as the Thermidorian Reaction in August 1794, and a less radical government came to power. Thereafter, Sophia had been able to return to England to live with her brother in London until such time as Mark joined her again and they were wed. Between 1800 and 1805, the couple had two daughters, Sophia and Emma, before the birth of their first and only son in April 1806, to whom they gave the unusual name Isambard Kingdom. The family had moved to Portsmouth in 1802. After Mark's proposals for manufacturing pulley blocks received the backing of Sir Samuel Bentham, the Inspector General of Naval Works, and a younger brother of the utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham. A factory was set up at the Naval Dockyard in Portsmouth, where Mark was contracted to supervise the manufacturing process. Isambard Kingdom Brunel grew up at a time of revolutionary change in Europe. The French Revolutionary Wars that had separated his parents for several years in the 1790s continued into the 1800s, morphing into the Napoleonic Wars over time. Many Englishmen had sympathized with the initial aims of the revolution and welcomed the fact that France was becoming a constitutional monarchy. But the execution of King Louis XVI in January 1793 had prompted Britain to declare war on the French Republic. The German powers of Prussia and Austria had already been at war with France since April 1792, and Europe would not see a stable peace again until 1815. In France itself, political order was temporarily restored after General Napoleon Bonaparte took power as first consul of the Republic in 1799, before making himself emperor in 1804. Between 1805 and 1807, Napoleon defeated the major continental powers of Austria, Prussia, and Russia in quick succession, enabling him to dominate the European continent. Across the English Channel, Britain was the only major European power to remain undefeated, and the blockade of French ports by the Royal Navy prevented Napoleon from launching his desired invasion of England. An attempt by the French Navy to break out of the blockade in 1805 ended with the defeat of an allied Franco-Spanish fleet by Admiral Horatio Nelson, and the British Royal at Trafalgar in October 1805. The Royal Navy's control of global maritime trade strengthened the British economy, which was experiencing the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. From the 1770s onwards, technological innovations encouraged the development of factories and the specialization of labor, lowering the production and increasing profits for entrepreneurs. While science and tea was more advanced in France, financiers and industrialists in Britain enjoyed political support to pursue their projects. Although the Napoleonic Wars had a significant impact on the British economy, Britain escaped the devastation of the European continent, and the process of industrialization could continue undisrupted. During the first half of the 19th century, Britain continued to be the leading industrial power in the world, and Brunel would play a major part in Britain's economic development during this period. In 1808, when Isambard was 2 years old, the family moved to Chelsea in southwest London, where they would live for almost 2 decades. Mark Brunel's work on pulley blocks made his reputation in England, and in 1808 he built a sawmill at Battersea across the Thames from Chelsea, where he implemented measures to increase the efficiency of timber processing. The following year, he began to mass-produce boots for poorly equipped British soldiers, and in 1812 he was commissioned by the Royal Navy to build a sawmill at the Chatham Dockyard in Kent. Despite his contribution to the war effort, Brunel was often not paid the full amount he had been promised by the British government, and the family's precarious financial situation would eventually lead to disaster. As the only son of the family, young Isambard was brought up to follow in his father's footsteps. The young boy benefited from the close attention of his father, who taught him to draw at the age of 4 and the basics of Euclidean geometry at the age of 8. Mark was impressed by his son's abilities and sent him to a boarding school at Hove in Sussex, where he studied classics and made a survey of the town in his free time. He used his knowledge of engineering to astonish his classmates by predicting the imminent collapse of poorly designed buildings. In 1815, peace was restored to Europe after Allied armies, led by the Duke of Wellington and Field Marshal Gebhard von Blücher, defeated Napoleon decisively at the Battle of Waterloo in what is now Belgium. This was the second time Napoleon had been defeated. At this time, the victors made sure he could never pose a threat to the peace of Europe again, exiling him to the utterly remote island of St. Helena in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean. Mark Brunel was glad to see the restoration of the House of Bourbon to the French throne in the aftermath of Napoleon's demise, but he was now a British citizen and made no effort to return to his native land with his family. Nevertheless, he believed his son would benefit from a French education, and in 1820, 40 was sent off to France. The teenage Brunel was initially enrolled in the College of Caen in his father's native Normandy, now Caen University, before moving on to the Lycée Henri IV in Paris. In 1822, at the age of 16, Isambard spent several months working for the clockmaker Abraham Louis Breguet, who was impressed by the young man's inventive potential. Mark had hoped to send Isambard to the prestigious École Polytechnique in Paris, which Napoleon had transformed into one of the most advanced academies for military engineers anywhere in the world, but Isambard's English birth disqualified him from obtaining a position here. Therefore, he returned to England in August 1822 to become an assistant at his father's office at 16 years of age. During Isambard's absence in France, Marc Brunel had fallen into debt as a result of a series of failed projects that had run into trouble in a post-war environment in which his designs were no longer as necessary. He spent 3 months in debtor's prison in Southwark as a result, where the dutiful Sophia joined him and helped him with his work there. After his initial appeals to the government were unsuccessful, Marc sought assistance from Tsar Alexander I of Russia, who had been impressed by his work on polyglocks more than a decade earlier and had invited him to St. Petersburg. After writing to the Tsar, Marc also went public with his criticisms of the British government for failing to pay him for his work in the war, incarcerating him for unpaid debts years later, as though the debts were not really those of the government. Following the public outcry, Marc Brunel's influential political friends, including Lord Spencer and the Duke of Wellington, persuaded the government to pay him £5,000 to clear his debts in exchange for a promise to remain in England and not travel abroad to share his engineering ideas with other governments. The British were particularly keen to avoid him entering the employment of Russia at a time when the Great Game, the name for the rivalry between the Russians and the British in Central Asia, was just beginning. Hence, after leaving prison, Marc Brunel returned to work with a wide range of projects. Young Isambard was involved in supervising operations at a Sheffield ironworks, which was making the iron for 2 suspension colony of Réunion in the Indian Ocean. Isambard was about to set out on his own engineering career at this time. It is worth briefly reflecting on the environment he would work in. While the Industrial Revolution had changed Britain, this first Industrial Revolution, as it is now termed, was quite limited in some respects. It had taken place in the half-century after 1770 and was primarily focused on revolutionizing the textile industry that formed the backbone of the British economy in those days. Factories had been set up to engage in mass scale, and steam power was employed for the first time to reduce the need for sheer manpower. Coal mining had expanded accordingly to feed the new factories. However, it was not until the 1820s that a truly revolutionary period of engineering in England. The first railway lines would be laid down in the late 1820s, and the 1830s and 1840s saw a revolution in transport as thousands of kilometers of railway line were laid down across Britain. Soon, people would begin wondering how the steam engines which propelled locomotives across land by burning coal could be employed to propel ships across the Atlantic Ocean. There were also all kinds of new innovations being introduced in the fields of metallurgy. Though it would take until the mid-1850s until modern steel was first produced in England, many people were already working in the 1820s on ways to manipulate iron and other metals to produce more durable metals. Stronger metals could hold greater loads, and this meant stronger bridges and other types of engineering. All of this would culminate in 1851 in the Crystal Palace exhibition in London, a fair showcasing many thousands of pieces of new engineering and inventions. A few years later, plans to develop a modern sewerage system for London were being initiated. Thus, the period from the 1820s to the 1850s was in many ways an engineering revolution after the first industrial revolution. Isambard Kingdom Brunel would be absolutely central to this engineering revolution. The young Brunel spent much of his time in the 1820s experimenting with the gas engine. At a meeting of the Royal Society in London, Mark Brunel listened to a lecture by its president, Sir Humphrey Davy, who noted that Michael Faraday had recently invented a method to liquefy natural gases under pressure. Davy suggested that by using a small amount of heat to convert liquefied carbon dioxide back into gas, it was possible to generate energy much more efficiently than by using steam. Mark Brunel decided to investigate the feasibility of such an engine, but despite some encouraging experiments, the difficulties involved in the casting of metal strong enough to withstand the high pressures involved eventually caused the project to be abandoned. At around the same time, the French scientist Sadi Carnot was in the process of formulating the first law of thermodynamics, which demonstrated that energy could not be created or destroyed, only transformed from one state to another. This meant that Davy's concept was physically impossible, but British engineers were unaware of Carnot's work for decades. Despite the failure of the gas engine, Mark Brunel saw greater success in patenting an improved steam engine which ran more efficiently. Isambard watched all of these developments closely as he began to enter his late teens. While Isambard would one day eclipse his father's achievements, in the 1820s he was still very much learning from him. Father and son would embark on their greatest collaboration in June 1824, when Mark Brunel was appointed engineer of the Thames Tunnel Company. For several centuries, the only crossing over the River Thames in London was London Bridge. But demands created by the rapidly increasing population of the 18th century led to the construction of several bridges further upstream. A new river crossing was also required to the east of London Bridge, but a bridge was out of the question since it would prevent tall sailing vessels from accessing the London dock. In 1805, Trevithick, a mining engineer best known for his pioneering work on steam locomotives, led a group of Cornish miners to build a tunnel in East London. The miners were used to working with hard rock and struggled to make progress with the soft clay under the Thames. By 1809, the project was abandoned and Trevithick concluded that it was impossible to tunnel under the River Thames. The versatile Mark Brunel took an interest in the project and by 1818 he had patented a tunnelling shield that consisted of a cast iron frame to protect workers as they were excavating the tunnel face. After examining the route of the proposed tunnel between Wapping on the north bank of the Thames and Rotherhithe to the south, Brunel modified his design to make a rectangular frame that accommodated 12 men at the tunnel face. Work began in 1825, and soon Brunel's shield was installed under the river. It would only take 3 years, but the project faced a series of challenges and would take 6 times as long. Isambard initially served as an assistant engineer, but after the departure of resident engineer William Armstrong, the 20-year-old was promoted to succeed him in January 1827. For the next 18 months, Isambard worked closely with 2 assistants, Richard Beamish and William Gravatt. By now in his 50s, Mark Brunel was primarily concerned with the overall direction of the project and dealing with the company's fractious board of directors, leaving Isambard and his assistants to oversee the day-to-day work underground. Here, Brunel was working 12-hour days, 6 days a week in often poor conditions. By the spring of 1827, almost 500 men were working on the project, and the tunnel was approaching its halfway mark of 600 feet, approximately 180 meters. On the 18th of May, 1827, disaster struck after the riverbed cut on top of the shield and flooded the whole tunnel. Thanks to the efforts of Isambard and William Gravatt, no lives were lost. Despite the cramped working conditions, the company directors attempted to improve the company's financial position by selling tickets to see the unfinished tunnel as a kind of tourist engineering attraction. In November 1827, Isambard held a dinner for 50 guests, and Richard Beamish arranged for the band of the Coldstream Guards, his former military, to provide musical accompaniment. However, 2 months later, in January 1828, as the tunnel reached its halfway point, the tunnel was flooded once again. On this occasion, 6 workers died, and Brunel himself narrowly avoided drowning by being rescued by Beamish. Brunel would spend several months recuperating from the ordeal, and work on the tunnel came to a halt. It would only resume 7 years later. In 1835, Mark Brunel had raised sufficient funds to recommence. Despite further flooding, the tunnel was finally opened to the public on the 25th of March, 1843. By then, Mark had already been awarded a knighthood by Queen Victoria in 1841 for building the world's first underwater tunnel, which was subsequently converted into a rail network. While Isambard played no further part in the construction of the Thames Tunnel, he had gained considerable experience as a project manager and leader of men from the experience. After experiencing how his father was forced to compromise on safety by his directors to save money, Isambard resolved that he would never be coerced by financiers to act against his own better judgment in engineering matters. Brunel struggled with his health throughout 1828 and made several trips to France. Upon poor physical health and near-death experience while working on the Thames Tunnel, and the cessation of tunnel works seemed to have had a major impact on Brunel's psychological state at this time. The morbid sentiments he expressed to friends were in stark contrast to his bombastic ambition to command a fleet of steamboats in the Royal Navy with which he would, quote, take some island or fortified town, which he confided to a private journal begun in October 1827. He also shared his thoughts about the women in his life, making reference to Ellen Hume, a young lady from Manchester, whom he had apparently already known for almost 7 years at the time of the diary entry. Although he considered making a proposal of marriage, by 1829 he decided that he could not marry her, even though his romantic affection appears not to have diminished. Throughout his diary, Brunel referred to his habit of dreaming up, quote, castles in the air, personal ambitions and professional projects which he believed would never be realized. Since at his father's death, the project and his continued experimentation with the gas engine, Brunel entered a competition to design a bridge spanning the Avon Gorge near the Bristol suburb of Clifton. Brunel had never designed a bridge before and asked his father for guidance. Mark argued that the gorge was too wide for a single span and proposed a Chinese-style pagoda rising from the bottom of the gorge to support the structure. Isambard ultimately rejected this idea, and instead, in November 1829, he submitted 4 variations of a single span of some 270 meters, though the technical drawings did show his father's input. The competition's judge, Thomas Telford, was the president of the Institute of Civil Engineers and had recently completed the Menai Suspension Bridge in Wales, connecting the island of Anglesey to the mainland. Telford rejected all the submissions before presenting his own design, which included 2 large towers rising over 70 meters from the gorge. Brunel was incensed by the display of corruption and wrote to the committee arguing that Telford's towers were too heavy and would collapse. In 1830, the Bridge Committee determined that Telford's design was too expensive and reopened the competition with new judges. Although he knew that his initial proposals were structurally sound, Brunel modified his proposal to build a large abutment on the western bank to shorten the span to 200 meters. Meanwhile, in late 1830, he received a commission to design an observatory for the astronomer Sir James South at his home in Kensington. Brunel had an interest in astronomy and was a friend of Sir John Herschel, whose father, William, had discovered Europe in 1881. The observatory was complete in May 1831, but not long afterwards, South complained to Brunel that the costs of the project significantly exceeded Brunel's initial estimates. An anonymous article published in the Athenaeum Journal criticized Brunel's mechanical shutters and argued that, quote, this absurd project has no other object than the display of a tour de force. Brunel was deeply hurt and was advised by his friend Charles Babbage, the mathematician and computing pioneer, to take South to court for libel, but Brunel soon dropped the matter. In the late 1820s, the Bristol Bridge Committee once again decided against Brunel's proposals for a bridge across the Avon Gorge, but the young engineer refused to accept defeat. In March 1831, he went to and met with the members of the judging panel and persuaded them to adopt his design, arguing that it was the most structure-efficient way to undertake the project. Work began in July 1831. The 25-year-old Brunel was well set on the path to engineering stardom, but within a few months the project ran into difficulty. Aside from the usual financial and engineering challenges, in late October 1831, The city of Bristol experienced 3 days of rioting. The House of Lords rejected an early version of the Great Reform Bill, legislation which was under consideration in the British Parliament in the early 1830s to significantly expand the voting franchise in a country where only well-off men were allowed to vote in the early 19th century. As one of the largest cities in the country, with a population of over 100,000 people, Bristol was a strong centre of support for the reform of the electoral franchise, which at the time only allowed 6,000 in the city to vote. The reform bill proposed by Earl Grey's Whig administration intended to widen the franchise and rebalance parliamentary constituencies towards the rapidly growing cities. The reform bill would eventually become law in June 1832, and in the general election later that year, Brunel campaigned extensively on behalf of his brother-in-law and closest friend Hawes, and helped win elections Member of Parliament for Lambeth in South London. The political instability in Bristol following the riots caused building work on the suspension bridge to be suspended. Brunel had also been looking for work elsewhere in the country, and in November 1831, he was commissioned to design docks at the mouth of the River Wear in the northeast of England, which was struggling to export the vast quantities of coal extracted from the air. On a visit to the area, Brunel settled on a location at Monkwearmouth on the northern bank of the Wear in Sunderland. He then travelled across the country to Manchester, where he visited the Hume family and took a ride on the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, which had opened a year earlier. Brunel was impressed by the potential of rail travel and predicted that passengers would soon be able to board trains that would travel smoothly at 45 miles per hour. When he returned to London and presented his plans for the Monkwearmouth dock, they were rejected by Parliament as too expensive. In the summer of 1832, Brunel's Bristol friend, Nicholas Roche, invited him to carry out a review into the condition of the harbour in Bristol. For centuries, Bristol had been the most important port on the west coast of England, but during the 18th century, it lost its primacy to Liverpool, where new docks were able to accommodate larger merchant ships. At the beginning of the 19th century, the so-called floating harbour was built in Bristol to enable ships to remain afloat at low tide, but within 20 years the harbour's efficiency had deteriorated due to the build-up of silt. In a report submitted to the Bristol Docks Company in late August, Brunel recommendations to remove the existing silt by dredging and to increase the flow of water to prevent further accumulation. While most of Brunel's recommendations were deemed too expensive to implement, some minor changes improved performance. Brunel also concluded that the floating harbour was too small, but the city's merchants insisted on keeping the facilities in the city centre. Brunel would often clash with port authorities over the following decades. In February 1833, Nicholas Roche informed Brunel of a rail connect London-Bristol, which was backed by several directors of the Clifton Suspension Bridge Company. Roche told Brunel that the Railway Committee were seeking proposals and would accept the one which offered the lowest costs. Brunel was infuriated by the penny-pinching attitudes of the merchant class and informed the committee that while his proposal would not be the cheapest, it would be the best. Brunel's arguments persuaded the committee, who appointed him to survey the route. He travelled back and forth between London and Bristol to determine a suitable route through the hilly terrain and completed his survey within a matter of weeks. In July, a committee of directors was formed in London to complement the one in Bristol, and at their first joint meeting in August 1833, Brunel was officially confirmed as engineer of what was to be known as the Great Western Railway. While he continued to receive occasional advice from his father, by now Brunel had established his credentials as an independent engineer. He was a visionary who saw the new railway as part of a new network that would connect the country together and enable people to travel long distances quickly and cheaply. In September, Brunel was asked to undertake a more detailed survey of the route, while the railway's directors still had to raise capital before seeking parliamentary approval. The fundraising effort was led by Charles Saunders, secretary to the company's London committee, who became a close friend and colleague. When the new session of Parliament in autumn, the directors sought approval for 2 short stretches of line from Bristol to Bath and London to Reading. In addition to opposition from landowners and farmers unwilling to have a railway line run through their backyard, Eton College, which lay near the proposed railway route, complained that the railway line's proximity threatened to damage the morals of the pupils who had had easy access to London and all its temptations. The 11 days Brunel spent giving evidence to the committee enabled the bill to pass the Commons, but major objections remained in relation to the proposed terminus, Vauxhall, South London, and other issues that led one opponent to quip that the scheme was neither Great Western nor a railway. After the House of Lords voted the bill down in July, Brunel and his company directors set out to revise the bill by changing the proposed London terminus from Vauxhall, near Lambeth in South London, to Euston on the northern side of the city, from where it would join the London and Birmingham Railway. Brunel had a further concern about passenger comfort, believing that existing rail carriages were too narrow and had a tendency to sway at higher speeds. The existing track in the country had been laid to a narrow gauge of nearly 5 foot, following the standard set by the father and son team, George and Robert Stephenson, who were responsible for the construction of the Liverpool-Manchester Railway. From the communities in the northeast of England, the Stephensons were primarily interested in using rail to transport commodities such as coal. The comfort of passengers was an afterthought. In contrast to their approach, Brunel envisaged rail as a means of transporting the general public around the country and began working on a broad gauge measuring around 7 feet, one which would be more comfortable for passengers to travel in. This would enable him to place his carriages between the rails and lower the centre of gravity, providing for a smoother ride and faster speeds. The Great Western Railway's initial proposals envisaged the track to be laid to Stephenson's narrow gauge, but without informing the company's directors, Brunel persuaded Lord Shaftesbury, who was drafting the revised bill on the company's behalf, to delete the reference to Stephenson's gauge, thus giving himself the flexibility of building the railway to his broad gauge. By February 1835, the Great Western Railway Company had raised enough seed capital to present a revised bill for the whole length of track between London and Bristol. Brunel's plan included a tunnel almost 2 miles in length under the hills to the east of Bath, near the village of Box. This particular element of his plan was targeted by the supporters of rival London and Southampton Railway as a point of weakness, who put forward the science professor Dionysius Lardner to give evidence to Parliament, claiming that if the brakes of the locomotive were to fail inside the proposed Box tunnel, the gradient of the tunnel would cause the train to emerge at the other end, travelling at 120 miles per hour, which would increase air pressure and suffocate the passengers on board. The science of travelling at such speeds was still very unclear at the time, and people literally did not know if this was true or not. After Brunel refuted the claims, the bill passed both houses of Parliament, and at the very end of August 1835, the plans for the Great Western Railway Act received the royal assent from King William IV. 2 weeks later, Brunel informed the company directors that he intended to build the railway to a broad gauge to accommodate passengers in some degree of comfort, and won their approval for this plan. In December 1835, the company directors abandoned the terminus at Euston in favour of temporary station facilities at Paddington in West London, as the London and Birmingham Railway was not keen on connecting with the Great Western Railway with a different gauge. As he approached his 30th birthday in April 1836, Brunel had many things going his way. Not only had work begun on the Great Western Railway, but the Thames Tunnel was revived, and his revised plans for the docks at Monmouth also received parliamentary approval. A few months later, construction also resumed on the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Brunel's professional success had a major impact on his personal life. Since 1832, he had been a frequent visitor to Kensington House, the home of William Horsley, a musician and composer whose 5 children included talented artists and musicians. Brunel was particularly attracted to the 19-year-old Mary Horsley, the eldest of her siblings, who was strikingly beautiful, but lacked the artistic talent of her brothers and sisters. Brunel had courted Mary for several years, and by May 1836, he determined that his finances were secure enough for the couple to get married. After a wedding in Kensington that July, they moved to a new house at Duke Street, next to St James's Park in London. Even after their marriage, Brunel continued to prioritise his work, while Mary often stayed in London to manage the household. The couple would have 2 sons and a daughter between 1847. In early 1835, even before the Great Western Railway received parliamentary approval, Brunel demonstrated to the company's directors that his imagination and ambition was boundless. As the committee expressed reservations about the scale of the project, which was to be the longest railway line in Britain up to that time, Brunel joked that the project was not big enough, and the company should build a steamship called the Great Western, operating from Bristol to New York, thus providing passengers with the opportunity to travel from London to New York directly on a train and steamship, both called the Great Western. While the directors laughed at the suggestion, Brunel and his friend Thomas Guppy stayed up late into the night investigating the idea seriously. The company directors gave their approval in October 1835, and in 1836, Brunel and Guppy formed the Great Western Steamship Company. Before work could start on the Great Western ship, Brunel had to deal with difficulties involving the railway. Brunel's broad gauge train design and his desire to run his trains at high speed required flat terrain and a reasonably direct route. Brunel addressed this by building bridges, viaducts, and tunnels to maintain a straight and level route, which would be nicknamed Brunel's billiards table. In the interests of passenger Brunel also redesigned the track by choosing to support the rails with evenly spaced wooden planks. The bridges and viaducts on Brunel's route were impressive architectural monuments in their own right, such as the Warncliffe Viaduct over the River Brent, but these added to the expense of the project. The Box Tunnel was the most challenging of them all. Work began in September 1836. The workers struggled to cut through the hard limestone. Furthermore, heavy rain caused the shafts to be flooded, and the tunnel was not completed until 1841, 4 years after the line was due to be completed. While the line was being built by two teams of workers, starting at each terminus and meeting at the middle, difficulties in the box tunnel meant that progress on the western end was slow, while the eastern portion proceeded at a quicker rate. Brunel hoped to design his own steam locomotives to operate on the railway. Engines built to his stations were not only unreliable, but cumbersome, and undermined his desire for high speed. In August 1837, Brunel was fortunate to recruit Daniel Gooch, a 21-year-old engineer with experience building steam locomotives for Robert Stephenson in Newcastle, who was an enthusiastic supporter of Brunel's broad gauge. After realizing that the engines built to Brunel's specifications were not up to scratch, Gooch persuaded Brunel to purchase the North Star and Morning Star, two locomotives he built at the Stephenson Company, which were originally intended for export to New Orleans. Stevenson agreed to convert the locomotives to run on before sending them to the Great Western Railway. While most of Brunel's time during this period of his life was taken up with matters relating to the Great Western Railway, in the summer of 1836, work began on the Great Western, what was the world's first major oceanic steam-powered ship. It was being built at William Patterson's shipyard in Bristol. Alongside Thomas Guppy and former Royal Navy officer Captain Christopher Claxton, Patterson was part of a small building committee which gave expert advice to Brunel. Brunel's critic Dionysius Lardner sprung up again and argued that it was impossible to build a steamship to cross the Atlantic because the coal required to fuel it would be so heavy that the weight of it would negate any advantages gained from using steam power instead of wind power to propel the ship. Altered, Brunel observed that the volume of the hull of the steamship he envisaged would be several cubic meters wider, allowing for the storage of greater amounts of coal and greater load. A larger ship would, therefore, be more efficient. After sending the members of the committee to investigate how steamships were being built in the shipyards of the ports of Glasgow and Liverpool, two of Britain's leading ports of the industrial age, Brunel made some improvements to the engine and strengthened the hull. The result was a paddle steamer over 70 meters long, the longest ship in the world at the time. Although Brunel and his colleagues tried to keep quiet about the Great Western and rival shipping companies from beating them to a steamship service from Britain to New York, the British and American Steam Navigation Company of Liverpool kept a close eye on the Great Western and was itself building a ship named the British Queen for the transatlantic passage. Upon seeing Brunel's rapid progress, they set the British Queen aside and instead attempted to make the first crossing of the Atlantic, the steamship, by chartering a much smaller steamship, the Sirius. Thus, on the 4th of April 1838, the Sirius departed for New York from the port of Cork, in the south of British Rhode Island. Just a few days before this, the engine room of the SS Great Western had caught fire, and Brunel had his second near-death experience when he fell from a burning ladder to Christopher Claxton, who carried him onto the deck. After the fire was extinguished, Brunel was set ashore. Despite the setback, repairs were quickly carried out, and on the 8th of April 1838, SS Great Western began its maiden voyage across the Atlantic, hoping to beat the Sirius to the United States. Because of the accident, Brunel could not take part in the voyage. Still, the result satisfied him. Despite the Sirius having a 4-day head start, the Great Western, with the Sirius having to slow down to preserve its dwindling fuel supply as it continued on. When the Sirius limped into New York on the 22nd of April, the Great Western was not far behind and arrived later that day. Although it had narrowly missed out on the accolade of being the first steamship, the Great Western was considerably faster and became the first regular transatlantic steamship service, making almost 50 crossings between 1838 and 1846. While the Great Western ship was already in operation, the prospects for the Great Western Railway were less promising. In June 1838, an eastern section of the line opened between London and Maidenhead, but Brunel's modifications to the track had not made the ride any smoother. After commissioning a couple of reviews that criticized Brunel's approach.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. How do you live in Pimp? Remember that time I was talking to you and everybody was waiting on you? What's up, big dog?
I don't think everybody went waiting on me.
Dog, everybody was in here. We were all waiting on you. What's going on, big man?
I think I'm just doing the video for Rumble.
Excellent. How many Rumble videos have you uploaded today?
I am doing first. I just like 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. You did the right thing. Come in here. I'll give you a swift kick in the rear end, and you'll get your day started perfectly. All right. So, did you sleep well?
Not kinda, but not the best.
Okay, that's all right. So you're uploading something to Rumble, and have you changed all of the names of all of your podcasts yet?
Yeah.
They're all done?
Yeah.
I can check?
Yeah, cool. Rambo I will have 2, and one is like Good.
No, did you do it on Spotify yet?
Spotify. Oh, fuck. No, I forget. Sorry.
That's okay. But you've got to do it on Spotify. It's important. And you should know you're not the only one who does this kind of stuff. I was on somebody's podcast and I looked and they misspelled my name like all over. They called me all kinds of different things, and so I'm gonna email them and let them know like, hey, can you please like go back and just like spell my name correctly? Like if people are looking for me, they're never gonna find it on your podcast this way.
At least only one.
No, you're not. You're not. But just recognize that. Well, you should recognize that it's a common thing, but it's basically the most important thing that you can do as a podcast host is make sure you spell your guest's name correctly for two reasons. One, it's an insult to them if you don't, and two, you're never going to get their audience to view the video if it's not spelled correctly. So that's important. You should also ask them, hey, do you have any links that you want me to put in the description? Have any hashtags you want me to use? A bio that you want me to use? That you want me to use? These are things that you should be asking your guests. Great, you put them in there. If they don't, no big deal. But this way, their fans will be able to find them easier. Like, I know you were like, hey, when I publish your video, you're like my fourth biggest person ever. Well, that's okay, considering when you first published it, you didn't have my name in it. So how would anybody ever find it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just think of it that way. And then if it's already published and my name's not in it, then, or like, you lose the social media juice. So just keep that in mind. Like, I'm not saying you can't go back and redo it. That's fine for long term. But like, if you're looking for a bunch of people to watch your stuff right away, it's really important to have someone's name in there, especially for their audience, because people will literally be searching for someone and they'll put like based on relevance or based on time, like how recent it was. And if it's not spelled exactly right, the person's just never going to find it. It's a sea of content. So, but yeah, you're not alone. You're absolutely not alone. And I'm sure I've been on podcasts. I didn't spell stuff correctly and whatever. But at least when I've had a podcast, I literally copy and paste the person's username into the title so that it's exact. And they can't come to me and say, hey, that's not right, because I can say, look, I got it right from your profile. So I know that it's right, or either your profile is wrong, or do you prefer to go by something else? Like, what's an example of this? Like, someone who's an example. I'll think of one. Okay. So do you know who Ryan Reynolds is? He's an actor.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So his Twitter handle is Van City Reynolds because he's from Vancouver and something like that. And he may say, well, don't use Van City Reynolds because not everybody knows me as that. Just use my name, Ryan Reynolds. But like, there are some exceptions to it. But generally, like Aiden Ross is going to be Aiden Ross. Mr. Beast is going to be Mr. Beast. PewDiePie is going to be PewDiePie. You want to spell it correctly. You want to make sure that it's accurate. Another thing that you can do is before you publish, you send the person, hey, here's a description of what I'm going to put. If it's good, you don't even have to say anything. But if you have any changes, let me know. That way they get some, like they can say that it's accurate. And it's what they want represented by them, because you're just going to ChatGPT and information, and I get that, but not that stuff's not always accurate. So it's important to ensure your accuracy on stuff, especially that. Um, but you're doing really well. You are churning these things out, and more people are finding you. And the best thing about your podcast, at least on Spotify, is when you type in life podcast as one word, you show up right away. And that's really hard to do. So that's great. I found out I think it's a pretty good hack, if you want to consider it a hack. What you can do is just go to ChatGPT and ask it for 100 people's email addresses who want to be guests on a podcast. And usually it'll say, well, I'm not supposed to give away private information or whatever. But then you just tell it, no, just give me publicly available information. And it's fine, like, to do this. And then be like, okay, and it'll give you a list of 100 people. And then you can email them. But your thing, you shouldn't have to do that. You should literally just, whenever you need a guest, you just go to Kick and find somebody. And you're going to create this giant network of people who have been on your podcast, who have connected with you, who like what you do. It's going to be a big deal for you.
Is there any big names for you in next week?
Nothing super huge yet, but I do have, I think, I've got two at least. One of them is going to be a really long one, 3 hours. The other one I think is just an hour. But then I haven't sent out my emails for today, generally, so I'm going to send out my emails later today. I have a new email list that I might utilize. I might not, though. I might just wait on that. But what I did was I went to ChatGPT and just asked for 100 email addresses. He gave me 100 email addresses. Then I asked for 100 more. Then I asked for 100 more. Then I asked for 100 more. Then it starts to hallucinate, and it doesn't provide correct email addresses. So it's like, fine, that's still this. That's really good, of people who are interested in what I'm interested in, and I don't have to sit there and scrape websites that way. It just gives me everything that I need. There are services that you can pay for to do this, but they can get pretty costly. So I don't, I think there are free ways to do it as well. And then I created a bot that I get asked a lot of questions about whatever, could be anything. And, but they're kind of usually the same kind of questions. And so I have this bot that has just taken my opinions generally, or the opinions that I hold on the topics, and put all the information into a document, and the document is now being populated. So it's just a quick reference. Like where you are, or what you're doing as a podcast host, you've got kind of the easier job. It's harder in some ways, but it's easier in others. It's harder because you have to schedule the person, you have to make sure that the podcast saves, you have to upload it, you have to tag it and put the description and all that stuff. That's a lot of work. But nobody's asking you any questions. So you don't ever have to feel on edge to be like, what if they ask me a question and I don't know? What if I look stupid? Well, all that can happen. You should just feel, like that's a beneficial part about being the host. Yo, dog, do you like it when people talk to you and you just stay quiet?
No, but right now I am focused.
I know. I'm
to
just
do that.
I'm just busting your balls, big dog.
I just hoping I am doing like every day something to be close and close to my things, to my goals.
Well, do you feel? I feel like you are.
Very good.
Look, your what you have is pretty easy. And what do I mean? You have to publish a podcast every day, upload a podcast every day, apply for 2 hours for jobs, and upload old podcasts for an hour. That's 5 hours of work a day. That's it. Some guy in Africa would be happy to do all that. Basically, they'd be, somebody who's digging in a mine all day would be happy to just have to do what you're doing. Like, that's pretty easy. Do you agree or no? My man. You have it easy in comparison to someone in Africa who has to dig in a mine all day. You don't have to do any of that stuff. All you have to do is publish a podcast. You have to record a podcast. You have to apply for a job for 2 hours a day. And you have to upload old podcasts. That's it.
And I have you, so I have a very good and interesting health.
All right. Are you still in bed?
Yes, I'm doing with that Spotify.
All right. Cool. All right, well, I'm going to continue listening to my podcast. Let me know if you need anything.
To work alongside Brunel, leading Brunel to threaten to resign. In January 1839, a powerful group of northern shareholders, known as the Liverpool Group, attempted to remove Brunel at a company meeting, but Brunel won the vote. Further sections of the line were being opened in stages, and Gooch began building the new Firefly class of locomotives, which could run at 50 miles per hour. Since the locomotive fleet was outgrowing the temporary facilities of Paddington, in 1840, Gooch proposed building a maintenance facility near Swindon, then a small hilltop market town in North Wiltshire, which would open in 1843. Brunel not only designed the train sheds, but also accommodation and public buildings for the workers. A hotel was built inside the station to offer refreshments to passengers in what was one of the first major instances of travel hospitality. Although Brunel had missed several deadlines for the completion of the line, on the 3rd of June 1841, a Great Western Railway train ran a direct public service for the first time between London and Bristol, making the 118-mile journey in 5.5 hours. The construction work had run considerably over budget, but Brunel had defied his critics, a nationally renowned engineer. Brunel nearly didn't live long enough to enjoy his success. In April 1843, he suffered his third near-death experience when he was entertaining his sons by hiding a coin in his mouth and accidentally swallowed it. Although he was still able to breathe, the coin was lodged in his windpipe, and his efforts to remove it made national headlines. Eventually, his father came up with a solution, designing a device which turned him upside down and enabled the coin to slowly descend out of his windpipe. By 1843, Brunel was preparing to launch a second transatlantic steamship. Great Western Steamship Company had always envisaged building a sister ship to the SS Great Western in 18th. Patterson had prospect of building the ship with an iron hull rather than a wooden one. Brunel set out to build the SS Great Britain, a ship weighing almost 3,500 tons, 7 times that of the largest iron-hulled ships of the day. Work began in July 1839. The design would evolve over time, particularly so after Brunel saw the SS Archimedes enter the Bristol docks powered by a screw propeller in the early summer of 1840. After sending Guppy on board the vessel on its journey to Liverpool, Brunel persuaded his directors that he had to redesign the SS Great Britain to incorporate parts of the screw. This work eventually caught the attention of the Admiralty in London, which invited him to oversee trials for its use in the Royal Navy. Brunel accepted the assignment as a means of obtaining useful data for the SS Great Britain, and the trials were successful. In July 1843, construction of the Great Britain was completed, and Prince Albert, the husband of Queen Victoria, was the guest of honor as the ship floated from the dry dock into the floating harbour, where it would be fitted with its engines and boilers. By March 1844, the ship was ready, but she could not yet leave the harbour, as the Bristol Docks Company had not widened the entrance to the harbour sufficient to allow it to pass through. As a consequence, the ship only finally left Bristol in January 1845 and submerged. In July 1845, the SS Great Britain made its first transatlantic crossing in less than 15 days. However, the following September, the ship ran into trouble as its master, Captain Hoskin, lost his way in heavy rain. The ship ran aground on the northern coast of Ireland, and efforts to free it were to no avail. Although the iron hull emerged relatively unscathed, Hoskin had effectively written the ship off in his report to the company. At the
One woman who got away. None of them got away, baby. Nope, I got them locked in. My body count, I lose track at 42, big man.
42.
I lose track at that number, dog.
After a lengthy salvage operation, the vessel was towed to Liverpool.
Yeah. It's like the way, way, way higher. I lose track of 42.
In 1851, the ship was sold on a fraction of its cost.
Think when you know I'm going to be famous to be more.
20. Oh,
did nothing. So the 39-year-old as the engine branch lines continued to see improvements to his network.
So, like, you don't have that one who just took us along and if anything there was wrong in this.
Baby, it's a long game. Anybody who I may have wanted that maybe I was too young or whatever, I'm going to be able to get them when I go viral, so I don't worry about it.
Brunel began experimenting with the atmospheric railway on a stretch of the South Devon Railway between Exeter and Temple, despite warnings
There you go, big dog.
Gooch and the Stephensons that it could never work. After considerable delays, a section of track was opened in September 1847, but Brunel's atmospheric railway before the engineering challenges proved insurmountable, and the South Devon Railway's directors opted to convert the line to conventional steam locomotives. In addition to providing inspiration for Brunel's atmospheric railway experiments, Ireland was an obvious place for him to extend the Great Western Network, which had also expanded into Wales following the completion of the line between London and Bristol. Brunel intended for a ferry service to take passengers from Fishguard in Wales to Rosslare in the corner of Ireland. From there, they would be connected to Dublin by a rail running north from Wexford along the coast. Brunel was appointed engineer of the Waterford, Wexford, Wicklow and Dublin Railway. However, the project soon came to a halt, and only small sections of track were built over the following decade. This was a case of the great engineer's ambitions yet again outrunning the
Who
ability
is
to
your
limit
celebrity crush?
Ireland would
What'd you say, Big Man?
network before long.
Who is your celebrity crush?
Celebrity crush? Oh, all of them, baby.
Okay.
From the importation of the potato line from the Americas on the steamships that Brunel designed. Yet he had plenty of opportunities elsewhere, being hired by the government of the Kingdom of Piedmont in northwestern Italy to link its capital of Turin with its port of Genoa via rail, as well as an extension from Genoa towards Milan.
So like we can all be ready to hear from the Russian day Dua Lipa in this.
What'd you say, Pimp?
So like we can be all ready there. That'll be right time who have they Dua Lipa or take down on this.
I think so.
And various railway projects in Australia as he acquired a truly global reputation for his engineering abilities. In conjunction with the costly failure of the atmospheric railway, Brunel's time in the mid-1840s was taken up fighting the gauge war with other railway entrepreneurs who still believed that thinner railway gauges were the way forward. While the broad gauge dominated southwest England and was expanding into Wales, the expansion of the broad gauge into the Midlands brought it into contact with the narrow gauge lines. At Gloucester, passengers were obliged to cross the platform to change from narrow gauge Birmingham and Gloucester Railway to the broad gauge line to Swindon, while cargo would have to be physically carried from one train to the other. By 5, a royal commission was set up to take evidence from experts to determine a standardized gauge for the British railway network. Brunel argued that the broad gauge was smoother, faster, and more efficient, and was confident that his rivals would eventually adopt it. To demonstrate its superiority, he suggested holding a series of trials. In December, Brunel's locomotive ran the line between Paddington and Didcot at an average speed of 53 miles per hour, hauling 80 tons of freight, while the Stephenson thinner gauge rival derailed at the same speed, carrying only 50 tons. Despite Brunel's victory, the Royal Commission decided in favour of narrow gauge, noting that there were already 1,901 miles of narrow gauge track in the country, compared to 274 miles of Brunel's broad gauge. Stevenson's first mover advantage proved the decisive factor, but this did not stop Brunel from fighting a rearguard action that led Parliament to include a clause permitting the continued use of the broad gauge while adopting 4-foot 8.5-inch gauges as the standard size. However, the inefficiencies involved in running different gauges would eventually lead the Great Western Railway to switch to narrow gauge. The company honoured Brunel by waiting until his death before they began the arduous process of replacing the track in the 1860s. For more than a decade, Brunel had
What
primarily
is your
worked as a
favorite
railway
story
engineer,
in this
but
World Cup?
in
What'd you say, Big
1847,
Dog?
the railway bubble in
What is your favorite team
after a
in
decade
the
of
World Cup?
overinvestment
I like them all.
known as the railway making. Soon, boom turned to bust. Brunel
Who do
was
you think will
increasingly
win
disillusioned
the
by
World
the
Cup?
railways.
Who I think is going to win? France looks really good right now. Mexico looks good right now. I don't know if they're going to be good enough.
Retirement in the style of
the French.
England, Germany.
This would be a partial retirement.
Those are
He
probably
was
the
still
favorites.
a relatively young man, and he continued to
So,
design impressive
like,
structures such as the Royal Albert Bridge over the
Spain
River
is
Tamar
not your
between Plymouth and
favorite.
Oh yeah.
as an
Spain
addition
and Portugal are big too.
Financial difficulties
Yeah.
meant that work did not begin until 1854, and the structure was only completed in
Do you know
1880, shortly
feminism
before
win
Brunel's death.
world champion
In
with wrestling?
1851, Brunel
What'd you say?
was also heavily involved in the Great
Do you
Exhibition in
know we
London's
have
Hyde
a
Park
new world
and served as a
champion in
judge for the civil
WWE?
engineering contest.
Who's that?
He took inspiration from
It's
Joseph
Sami Zayn.
Paxton's Crystal Palace to
Is he good?
design a new permanent station at Paddington,
Yeah, he
a
is very
magnificent
anti.
iron and glass
Yeah.
structure which continues to be used to this day as one of London's
Very
foremost
cool.
train stations. At the Great Exhibition, Brunel was reacquainted with the Scottish shipbuilder John Scott Russell, to whom he presented his plans for his most ambitious ship. A mammoth vessel almost 200 meters in length, designed to carry enough to Australia without stopping to resupply.
You have any
Brunel
question for
approached
me?
and secured the
Do
backing
what?
of the Eastern Steam Navigation
You have
Company
any question for me? If you
while
like,
the SS Great
if
Eastern
you want to
was
know
built at
anything.
Scotland.
Yeah. When are you gonna be done changing all the names in the podcast?
I have one, 2 left.
That's
I have
great.
one, 2.
That's great. How many things do you have to upload to Rumble?
Rumble, like big number, like more than 17, I think.
That's not that many. You could get that done today.
Yeah.
You should focus on it. I'm here if you need me.
During which British and
I
French
know.
forces supported the Ottoman Empire's territorial integrity against Russian expansion in the Black Sea region by invading the Crimea. The government official in question was none other than Brunel's brother-in-law, Ben Hawes, who had been criticized by the nurse Florence Nightingale for his dismissive attitude towards her complaints that poor sanitary conditions at the field hospitals were causing unnecessary deaths among wounded soldiers by facilitating the spread of disease. Within 6 days, Brunel designed a prefabricated hospital that incorporated Nightingale's recommendations on ventilation and sanitation. Parts were Shrekioi in modern-day Turkey in May, and the facility opened in July. Nightingale was delighted by the hospital, which contributed to a significant decline in the rate of fatalities, though it was only in operation for a few months as the Crimean War came to an end in January 1856. The remainder of Brunel's life was dominated by the construction of the SS Great Eastern, which, under its final specification, was to be over 211 meters in length, with room for 4,000 passengers, many of whom would stay in artificially lit and ventilated inner cabins. The sheer size of the ship meant that it could not be launched conventionally at a 90-degree angle, as it would run aground at the far bank. Instead, it had to be built parallel to the river. While Scott Russell had built his ships by conventional methods based on wooden ships, Brunel defied convention and designed a double joined together by bulkheads, which would provide strength without additional weight. The two hulls would be built out of standardized steel plates attached to the bulkheads by rivets. As construction progressed, relations between Brunel and Scott Russell rapidly deteriorated, and Brunel sustained
was seeking to take the credit for the ship's design. A combination of increases in the price of iron during the Crimean War, fires in the shipyard, and Brunel's refusal to pay Scott Russell intervals caused the latter to fall into financial difficulty. Unbeknownst to Brunel, Scott Russell eventually mortgaged the shipyard. Construction work stalled when his bank took control of the facility. While Brunel attempted to take control of the whole project, Scott Russell was keen to complete the job, and Brunel reluctantly allowed him to finish the work on the hull and the paddle boxes. Scott Russell's creditors allowed the Eastern Steam Company to lease the shipyard, and the construction was effectively finished by June. There remained the challenge of launching the ship, but despite a combination of pulleys, winches, and hydraulic rams, the ship refused to move more than a few inches at a time. After 4 failed launches in November, Brunel consulted his erstwhile rival Robert Stephenson, who suggested adding more power in the shape of hydraulic rams. Brunel agreed, and by the end of January 1858, the SS Great Eastern was finally afloat with the aid of 18 hydraulic rams. Despite this success, the ship had cost the Eastern Steam Company so much money that several directors wanted to have nothing more to do with it, and a new corporate entity, the Great Ship Company, was formed by the remaining directors to acquire the ship. While the Great Eastern was a magnificent engineering achievement, the stress involved in its construction and the financial difficulties which shrouded all of Brunel's great projects contributed to a steep decline in his health in the 1850s. To recuperate, he went on an extended break to the south of France between May and September, but upon his return to London, he was appalled to discover that the ship had still not been fitted out. By the end of the year, he had been diagnosed with an inflammation of the kidneys. Over the winter, he joined his family on a visit to Egypt. After returning to England in May 1859, Brunel regularly inspected the fitting out of the ship, but was too weak to attend the ceremonies marking its completion. On the 5th of September 1859, Brunel suffered a stroke and was taken home. A couple of days later, the ship set out on its maiden voyage without him on board. In Brunel's absence, nobody had been given overall responsibility for the vessel, and on the 9th of September, the ship's forward funnel exploded, killing 5 coal stokers in the process. Bedridden at home, Brunel was distraught when he heard of the accident. It was the last straw which pushed his ailing health beyond repair. Only a few days later, he died on the evening of the 15th of September 1859. He was just 53 years of age. 5 days later, he was buried at Kensal Green Cemetery in London. The SS Great Britain would eventually make a transatlantic crossing in June 1860, but the Great Ship Company could not afford to operate the route to Australia as Brunel had originally intended. After being sold in 1865, it was qualified to lay the first telegraph cables across the Atlantic. Following Brunel's death, a group of his colleagues in the Institute of Civil Engineers decided to honour his memory by completing work on the Clifton Suspension Bridge, which had been stalled since 1843. The structure was finally complete in 1864, with some modifications to Brunel's design. Upon learning of Brunel's death, Daniel Gooch wrote in his diary, quote, "By his death, the greatest of England's engineers was lost, the man with the greatest originality of thought and power of execution, bold in his plans, but right. The commercial world thought him extravagant, but although he was so, great things are not done by those who sit down and count the cost of every thought and act. Brunel's legacy can still be seen all over. Many of his projects remain in use, including the Thames Tunnel, the Clifton Suspension Bridge, the Great Western Railway, the Box Tunnel, and the Royal Albert Bridge. The SS Great Britain went on to have an incredible life after Brunel's time as a passenger ship, as a warehouse and quarantine ship on the Falkland Islands in the late 19th century, and a coal hulk before eventually being scuttled in 1937. It was renovated in the 1970s and is one of the most popular tourist attractions in the port of Bristol today, nearly 200 years after it was built. Brunel is also credited as being the founder of the modern town of Swindon, where his statue stands in the midst of an unfortunately run-down shopping centre bearing his name. While Brunel was lucky to have his father's guidance early in his career, the scale of his ambition was much greater, and several of his more quixotic ideas were realized, despite how outlandish they must have seemed when he first devised them. Even before connecting London to Bristol by rail, he connected Britain and the United States by steamship. This was perhaps his greatest work, paving the way for the mass migration of tens of millions of Europeans to the Americas from Europe on steamships between 1840 and 1920. While his projects did not always enjoy commercial success, each of them demonstrated the flair and genius that made him one of the icons of Victorian Britain. In 2002, he came second in a nationwide BBC poll to determine the 100 greatest Britons. What do you think of Isambard Kingdom Brunel? Was he a genius engineer whose larger-than-life schemes helped to create the Blue Britain's transportation structure? Or did his quest for perfection ultimately undermine his professional and financial interests? Please, let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It's also a true because we have 9 at 8. Says Royal is covering that smart. That's what we're going to learn now. I love that you're good to your good at that walk. There's a puncture hole in the gallbladder is a trade for. All right, cover it. But how do they have it? They're good to you. They're good for you the whole and puncture. Why do you say it is good? No. It holds about 1.7 ounces of bile at any given time, but how much is good for a lifetime? Well, says the law, they hold that a gallbladder is not right. Because it says, each point, says that my gallbladder, the bile is still to the floor. But the time, see, it's still lit. You see, the person has bile that's not a trade. I know that, So the second actually keep on going. The whole story of Eli is a story of a myth. That was Martin called it about the static killer. Even though any one of these moves could have kill a regular person, he don't have to die. So that was more pain. So they all said, well, yeah. Achilles is still, and there's more fun. We can hide it, but it's explode. We'll live. Shot. The rap is not too short. So it actually says over here, beautiful. And the Roman tells the Malcolm crack is not too short. Make sure that he stays alive. Not close, mothers he failed. He gave him each one sets that could kill a person. But that was stop. Even though it's a technical wound, you know, remember something, no, the Tsar is just something which will be over. Mashallah. It's not a word. It's a word, right? It's not real to say this. Even though it's a technical wound,
it is the summer BC. Roman ships approach the Greek city-state of Syracuse that has allied itself with Rome's great enemy, Carthage. Suddenly, one of the Roman ships catches fire, bursting into flames, throwing the invaders into confusion. Surely, they are too far away from the...
I done my Spotify.
It is the 31st of January, 1858.
How would I know that?
Because you know everything.
That's what I like to hear, my man. I'm looking right now, big man.
The 19,000-ton ship, which has been the obsession of its designer, is, after several failed attempts, finally launched into the water where its construction will be finished afloat. A year later, whilst on board the giant vessel, the same man suffers a stroke and dies, never seeing his creation. At the time, the largest ship ever built.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can you just make my name Rabbi Rothschild, not at Rabbi Rothschild?
Oh my God! Okay, I'm gonna.
I don't mean to be mean to you, but no, search my name at Rabbi Rothschild. They just search Rabbi space Rothschild. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Did you okay, I'm gonna change it.
Wait, but
Anything else you
yeah,
good?
I was gonna say it looks amazing. It really does. Don't you think they look good?
So like, yeah, I think so. So like, that'll be nothing child, okay?
That's correct. Yeah, and why doesn't episode 23 with Adam Bitcoin have a picture?
Because this episode is audio.
Okay, that's cool. I think it looks really great. Now I'm going to read it. Okay, so we do have to make some changes. Episode 17 is not, so it's Rabbi Space Rothschild, who is streaming on most social media's episode in English. That's not a sentence. You get what I'm saying? You want to make sure these things are a sentence. So if anything, take it, copy it, and put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will make it all look perfect for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna read one of your other ones. Okay, so you don't necessarily need them to have punctuation either. You don't have to have like Shane Belinsky is an AI automation entrepreneur and business growth consultant. Period. It doesn't need period. But that's okay. That's not a huge deal. But what I would do with all of these is just say, ChatGPT, make this into the best one that you can. You know what I mean?
So I'm going to say Robbie or Rabbi Birosite streaming on the most social media platforms. Yes.
Yeah, you can. I mean, probably I would say Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7 on YouTube for world peace. The reason why I say that is when you say streams on many social medias, that doesn't tell you anything. But when you say Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7 on YouTube for world peace, that's a sentence that like, oh, okay, I get that. That makes sense to me. So if I go so Cantu Professional Crypto Trading Man episode 00015 period. What, that's not a sentence. Cantu Professional Crypto Trading Man. So you put that into ChatGPT and ChatGPT is going to tell you Cantu is a professional crypto trader episode 00015. That's what you want. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal. Just go through and take each one of them and put it through ChatGPT, and you're going to get amazing results. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're looking really professional and they look really good. So you should be proud of that. They're looking good.
Rabbi, that's good. That's good.
What's good?
I'm gonna so go look on episode 17.
Okay, I'm gonna look right. I'm gonna look right now.
Really good.
Maybe it had. Did you save it yet?
Yes. No. No.
Okay, so maybe it's just not updating yet. So I keep refreshing it. But that's okay. Do the other ones, and I'll keep refreshing it, and then I'll tell you if it looks good, okay?
Set sail on her maiden voyage. His name, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, history's greatest engineer. The man known to history as Isambard Kingdom Brunel was born on the 9th of April 1806 on the island of Portsmouth, now part of the city of Portsmouth on the south coast of England. His father was born in 1769 in Normandy, in France, while Mark's father, Isambard's grandfather, intended for him to become a priest. Mark wanted to be an engineer
Okay,
and joined the
so
French.
I see it. You got to make some changes. You're going to say what? Okay. It's just my name. Don't add a colon after it. Because when people search it, they're not going to look up Rabbi Space Rothschild colon. They will just look up Rabbi Rothschild. Just the name. Okay.
Okay, so Rabbi Space Rothschild streaming 24/7.
I would say streams life 24/7 for world peace. I would say Rabbi Rothschild streams life 24/7, 365 on YouTube for world peace.
I think streaming 24/7 in YouTube is better because streams is like past sentence.
No, streams is present.
Stream. Okay.
Rabbi Rothschild streams life 24/7, 365 on for world peace. Then it's a full sentence. If you say Rabbi Rothschild streaming 24/7, it's not really, it's like sort of a sentence.
Okay.
Now, the other thing is I see that in parentheses it says episode 017. Go back to the other way that you had it with 5 numbers or whatever, because you may get a lot someday and you want them to be easy to find. It doesn't have to say ep. You can just put the dollars, the hashtag. It should say hashtag 0000, or so for mine it would be hashtag 00017. Does that make sense? All right. We'll get it. You ready, Miss Aquarius? How was your day?
That was good. I'm gonna relax. I just sat up a minute. I went to that new streaming app called Go Out that was free for a little bit. It went pretty good. So for the first time, so I was over there because I had to get up. And this stuff, I hope it wear off out of my already know. So I'm up, sitting up.
Miss Aquarius, what did you say is the name of the new app?
Called Go Live Stream.
Oh, okay. Was it good?
Yeah, it's a good app. It's a good app. I went live for the first time. They got some people over there, they got a little bit of stuff to, do. But it was good. It just got to work on some more stuff. So once it gets stabilized, I think more people will be coming over.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, Tony's here. Tony, Miss Aquarius, Miss.
Hi, Tony.
Tony, you there, big dog?
Hello.
There you go.
Hello, I think you already introduced to us.
Okay, apologies.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No. You're fine. Don't you worry about it at all. He's working on something. He's doing a really good job of it. He's a podcast host, so
Okay.
that's how I know him.
I think you have to work with y'all was saying. I can't have nobody talking. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Rabbi would have told me. 1 minute.
No, you're good. Tony's been in here for some time, so it's not like it would be different if he just came in and he was like, "Hey, we got to have a conversation." But he's just chilling.
Right. I was on deck and anyway. I was on deck, so I couldn't do nothing.
You're good. You are good.
I'm good. You know I say sorry.
You're good. Don't you worry about it.
But yeah, there's some cool people over there, and I need to get, I know a couple of my people from meetings, and they would come over there if I go live over there. So once I'm just doing it first, so for a few times, it gets, then I get them come over there and come see me. But right now, I'm just trying to get
Nice spare.
trying to get used to it. So I'm just like Tuesdays and Fridays they have breaking news. So they're doing some stuff, so I gotta ask Kathy what was going because I really was trying to get my stuff ready. Because I heard a little bit of bits and pieces.
How did you?
Tell me when I put it,
How did?
It's a nice little extra.
How did you find out about it?
They follow me and my other people from me. They follow almost everybody. So once I seen they followed me, so I asked, anyway. So once I followed, once I had asked my friends, a couple of my people, they said, so how is it? They said, it's over there, that's okay. And they said, well, if you go over there and you go live, let me know, let them know, and I, It's cool. Yeah, they followed me on IG.
Oh, no way.
Another app is supposed to be coming out, but I believe he's copying them too.
That's what they do.
I believe he's copying. Yeah. So they said they don't think that app's gonna last pretty good because you gotta have investors too. That is true. You gotta have investors and stuff like that too. And he's got a Discord, and he's trying to get 700. It's getting there. He's got to have 700 people. Once you get in here, launch the app. I don't know. You win, I win. I win. You said reload.
You win, I win, I win, you win, reload. Okay, so he doesn't quite have 700 people yet?
No, I don't think so. He's getting there. But I ain't been on the Discord. And I'm going to wait till this all get over there. Then I may, some of my people go over there. They'll let me know how it is, and I'll go over there. But right now, I'm focused on the go live. I'm not going to be doing it.
Now,
They still be over there sometimes with go live. We still be over there. He was in one of the streams thing with the other day. So, yeah.
now,
I don't know what he's doing, but he don't even be copying people.
okay, so there's Go Live, which is a bigger, and then what's the name of the guy who needs 700 people? What'd you say his app's going to be called? What?
His name is Cooper. And the person's other name is Spark, I think. But yeah, it's called Spark and Cooper or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. His name is Cooper, and then the other name is Spark, I think. But yeah.
It's very expensive to do. It's very expensive to launch an app.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Well, it's not, it's like really like maybe $100 to do on the App Store and Google Play, but you've got databases and you've got websites and all that extra stuff is very expensive.
Yeah. You be on that other app, TikTok favorite.
TikTok favorite?
He be on favorite. He be on favorite. I was in his live on the Go Live. And then when I was on favorite, I saw him over talking about his app and I already knew he was going to get an app because he said have an app. And he has a Discord. So he's trying to get everybody on Discord before he do stuff. And I'm like, okay. So I'm not going to do it to you, your app. I'm not going to go over there. I want to see your app. When you get your app, and I'm not going to Discord. I'm going to wait till the app comes out.
I understand that.
People, some of the same two girls, same two ladies, my friends, they followed him. And I asked one of them, I said, hey, you followed the other app? He said, yes. She said, yes. She said, she went. She said, I think the app, I said, the app ain't out yet. That app ain't out yet. I said, well, if you go over there, you let me know. She don't want to ask you. Yeah, they're going to go over there. Once they go over there, then I'll check it out. But I'm going to have my next thing I'm going to go live. Now, a lot of people say they don't think that app is going to last long. Okay. It's not going to last long.
Okay, I need some clarification. So the people are saying that Go Live's not going to last long?
No, that dude's new app.
Okay, Spark Hoop. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so I need more clarification. So they're saying that Spark Hoop's not going to go well.
Yeah, the new app.
Okay, and then you talked about another app, Favorite?
Yeah, it's been there.
Okay, and how is Favorite?
I guess it's cool. I'll be over there. Since my Spark, or whatever, I don't want to call it. We have to have 100 to get so that it's alright. The only reason why I'm over there is to check it out or whatever. It's basically like TikTok to me. It's like TikTok, but you don't have videos and everything like that.
Okay.
You win, I win, I win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Good job. Yeah, so that's what it is. It's just like TikTok. It's like they got something I ain't never heard of. Epic Studios is just like that too. So my thing is, I got all these things on apps. Why is it that they got stuff that look like TikTok? I don't understand it. Epic Studios has like you can do videos and stuff. That is TikTok. They're like TikTok, the only thing is that you can't do videos on your profile and stuff like that. It's cool or whatnot, but it's cool. It's great. But they dropped me on my squad because I didn't get on for one day. My spark dropped. They go up there 20 something. Now I'm back at 8. I just go over there and check out people so I can get my spark back up. But it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. It's just like TikTok. Ain't nothing new. Okay.
Excellent. Tony, are you there? Tony.
Yes.
Okay, so it's
yeah.
Oh, are you ready to write this?
All right, well, I just put this back on here. See you in the lab.
Excellent, Mr. Clarice. Are you ready?
Okay. I am. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Rabbi Rothschild. That part's fine. And then you want 24/7, 365 on YouTube. Yeah, so it's Rabbi Rothschild.
I said, Rabbi Biracha 24/7 streams for World Peace on YouTube.
That's not a sentence. You want these to be a sentence or something like it. So I'm going to tell you how to make it a sentence. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7, 365. 365 on YouTube for world peace. And then you don't need in parentheses F017. If you want to do that, that's fine, but just add another 0 to it. Make it 0017, because you're going to eventually hit 1,000, and then your numbering is going to be all off. So make it episode EP period space 0017, okay?
Yeah.
All right. And then I'll update it, and then it should be good, okay?
Yeah.
Okie doke, good job.
I don't think I'm
Well, you're wrong.
I think I'm doing like mediocre.
You're doing fine, big dog. I'll be right back.
One of tens of thousands of royalist and conservative political refugees who left France in the wake of the revolution. In America, he was appointed chief engineer of New York City in 1796 during a formative year of the city's history and grew to eclipse Philadelphia as an urban center in the young country. While Mark was, he had fallen in love with Sophia Kingdom, a young English lady who was working as a governess in the city of Rouen in Normandy after being stranded there when war broke out between Britain and France. Mark had to leave Sophia behind when he escaped to America, but the two continued to exchange letters. After Sophia returned to her native country in 1795, Mark was anxious to join her. Soon he had an opportunity to do so. At a dinner party with Alexander Hamilton, one of the country's founding fathers, in 1798, Mark heard that the British war effort against France was hindered by the lack of wooden pulley blocks for the rigging of sailing ships. Seeing an opportunity to rejoin Sophia, Mark designed to simplify the manufacturing process for pulley blocks. In early 1799, he sailed to England, carrying his designs and a letter of introduction from Hamilton, which he presented to George Spencer, the First Lord of the British Admiralty. Mark wasted no time in seeking a reunion with Sophia, and in November 1799, the couple were married at St Andrew's Church in Holborn, in London. It was a lucky thing that the union had ever occurred. After Mark had eloped from France years earlier, Sophia had remained in the country, even as Britain found itself at near continuous war with the French from 1792 onwards. As a British woman, she was eventually arrested in October 1793 after the French government imprisoned all foreigners on suspicion of espionage. She was only released. Radical revolution leader Maximilien Robespierre was ousted in a coup known as the Thermidorian Reaction in August 1794, and a less radical government came to power. Thereafter, Sophia had been able to return to England to live with her brother in London until such time as Mark joined her again, and they were wed. Between
Yes, sir.
1800 and
What'd you say?
And ever
Oh, thank you, sir.
and I done it. So if you can look after you done eating.
Rabbi Roth. Okay, we got to fix something. You need another / after the 7.
Okay.
So it's 24/7, 365. Rabbi Rothschild streams 24/7, 365 on YouTube for world peace. Yeah, it looks really good now. Need I say it looks perfect?
So this, can you look again?
Mhm.
I change it after the 7.
It hasn't updated yet. So let's give it like 2 or 3 minutes or so.
Yeah. So I'm hoping I'm doing something.
All right, people will be able to know, instead of it saying like it was before, Rabbi Rothschild stream on social medias. That doesn't make sense. Now somebody reads it and they're like, oh, that's interesting. No. It's 24/7, 365. No space between the / and the 365.
That's mistake.
Yeah. So it's 24/ space.
Okay. Yeah. I got it. What do you think? Yeah.
Give it a minute or two.
Yeah, I am changing right now.
Okie doke.
1805, the couple had 2 daughters, Sophia and Emma, before the birth of their first and only son in Atix, to whom they gave the unusual name Isambard Kingdom. The family had moved to Portsmouth in 1802 after Mark's proposals for manufacturing polyglots received the backing of Sir Samuel Bentham, the Inspector General of Naval Works and a younger brother of the utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham. A factory was set up at the Naval Dockyard in Portsmouth, where Mark was contracted to supervise the manufacturing process. Isambard Kingdom Brunel grew up at a time of revolutionary change in Europe.
What are you eating?
The French Revolutionary Wars that had separated his parents for several years in the 1790s continued into the 1800s.
It's like a ziti.
Are you Thor guy or not?
Dude, you ask me this all the time. You've asked me 3 times.
I know, fuck. I know. I have like hard time remember things. Okay, sorry.
You're okay. I'm taller than you are.
Bro, there's like everywhere I go, everybody's taller than me. So I'm okay with this.
Hundreds morphing into the Napoleonic Wars lives over time. Many Englishmen had sympathized with the initial aims of the revolution and welcomed the fact that France was becoming a constitutional monarchy. But the execution of King Louis XVI in January 1793 had prompted Britain to mock the French Republic. The German powers of Prussia and Austria had already been at war with France since April 1792, and Europe would not see a stable peace again until 1815. In France itself, political order was temporarily restored after General Napoleon Bonaparte took power as First Republic in 1899 before making himself emperor in 1804. Between 1805 and 1807, Napoleon defeated the major continental powers of Austria, Prussia, and Russia in quick succession, enabling him to dominate the European continent. Across the English Channel, Britain was the only major European power to remain undefeated, and the blockade of French ports by the Royal Navy prevented Napoleon from launching his disguised invasion of England. An attempt by the French Navy to break out of the blockade in 1805 ended with the defeat of an allied Franco-Spanish fleet by Admiral Horatio Nelson and the British Royal Navy at Trafalgar in October 1805. The Royal Navy's control of global maritime trade strengthened. The Navy in 1805 ended with the defeat of an allied Franco-Spanish fleet by Admiral Horatio Nelson, the British Royal Navy at Trafalgar in October. The Royal Navy's control of global maritime trade
still hasn't updated yet.
the British colony. Was experiencing the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. From the 1770s
Soon I will join thousand chess like every single day for about
Yeah.
and increasing profits for entrepreneurs.
Okay, I have a question. Did you save it? The Spotify thing?
Industrialists in Britain enjoyed political support to pursue their
Yes.
Okay.
Although the Napoleonic Wars had a significant impact on the British economy, Britain escaped the devastation of the European continent, and the process of industrialization could continue undisrupted. During the first half of the 19th century, Britain continued to be the leading industrial power in the world, and Brunel would play a major part in Britain's economic development during this period. In 1808, when Isambard was 2 years old, the family moved to Chelsea in southwest London, where they would live for almost 2 decades. Mark Brunel Brunel's work on pulley blocks made his reputation in England, and in 1808 he built a sawmill at Battersea across the Thames from Chelsea, where he implemented measures to increase the efficiency of timber processing. The following year, he began to mass-produce boots for poorly equipped British soldiers, and in 1812, he was commissioned by the Royal Navy to build a sawmill at the Chatham Dockyard in Kent. Despite his contribution to the war effort, Brunel was often not paid the full amount he had been promised by the British government, and the family's precarious financial situation would eventually lead to disaster. As the only son of the family, young Isambard was brought up to follow in his father. The young boy benefited from the close attention of his father, who taught him to draw at the age of 4 and the basics of Euclidean geometry at the age of 8. Mark was impressed by his son's abilities and sent him to a boarding school at Hove in Sussex, where he studied classics and made a survey of the town in his free time. He used his engineering to astonish his classmates by predicting the imminent collapse of poorly designed buildings. In 1815, peace was restored to Europe after Allied armies led by the Duke of Wellington and Field Marshal Gebhard von Blücher defeated Napoleon decisively at the Battle of Waterloo in what is now Belgium. This was the second time Napoleon had been defeated. At this time, the swore he could never threat to the peace of Europe again, exiling him to the utterly remote island of St. Helena in the middle of the South Atlantic Ocean.
Maybe it's like
to see the restoration of the House of Bourbon to the French throne in
I don't know. I keep checking.
demise, but he was now a
Check it on your end. Open up Spotify in a browser and check it on your end.
I'm good. I can see that.
Are you doing it from a browser or the app?
From the phone.
Okay, go to your computer. Go to your computer, open up a new incognito tab, and you look at it.
Okay.
Now, Caen University. Before moving on to the Lycée Henri IV in 1822, at the age of 16, Isambard spent several months working for the clockmaker Abraham Louis Breguet, who was impressed by the young man's inventive potential. Mark had hoped to send Isambard to the prestigious École Polytechnique in Paris, which Napoleon had transformed into one of the most advanced academies for engineers anywhere in the world, but Isambard's English birth disqualified him from obtaining a position here. Therefore, he returned to England in August 1822 to become an assistant at his father's office at 16 years of age. During Isambard's absence in France, Marc Brunel had fallen into debt as a result of a series of failed projects that had run into trouble in a post-war environment in which his designs were no longer as
Maybe
necessary.
small change, so you don't see, but I did it like Robin tries things 24/7. Nothing, and after that 365.
No. It's 24/7/365. No spaces.
Okay. Again.
Had been impressed by his work on pulley blocks more than a decade earlier and had invited him to St. Petersburg. After writing to the Tsar, Mark also went public his criticism of the British government for failing to pay him for his work during the war, then incarcerating him for unpaid debts years later, as though the debts were not really those of the government. Following the public outcry, Mark Brunel's influential political friends, including Lord Spencer and the Duke of Wellington,
Okie doke.
persuaded the government to pay him £5,000 to clear his debts in exchange for a promise to remain in England and not travel abroad to share his engineering ideas with other governments. The British were particularly keen to avoid him entering the employment of Russia at a time when the Great Game, named for the rivalry between the Russians and the British in Central Asia, was just beginning. Hence, after leaving prison, Mark Brunel returned to work with a wide range. Young Isambard was involved in supervising operations at a Sheffield ironworks, which was making the iron for 2 suspension bridges in the French colony of Réunion in the
Right now,
18th
it's a
I keep checking.
Isambard was about to set out on his own engineering career. at
Not
this
yet.
time. It is worth briefly reflecting on the environment he would work in. The Industrial Revolution had changed Britain. This first Industrial Revolution, as it is now termed, was quite limited in some respects. It had taken place in the half-century after 1770 and was primarily focused on revolutionizing the textile industry that formed the backbone of the
Have you
British
heard me
economy
say that it's good?
days.
Yes, it's good. It is perfect now.
Textile production on a mass scale
Okay, so
and steam power was
I'm
employed
going
for
to
the first
change
time to reduce the need
other
for
names.
sheer
Excellent.
Your names is
coal mining and
This one looks great.
to feed the new factories. However, it was not until the 1820s that a truly revolutionary period of engineering would begin in England. The first railway lines would be laid down in the late 1820s, and the 1830s and 1840s saw a revolutionary
I'm happy to
as
see that.
thousands of kilometers of railway
Excellent.
line were laid down.
Now, I'm going to make one more. I'm going to make one more suggestion to you. Look at Joe Rogan. He has the biggest podcast in the world. And just look at, he puts the number at the beginning. Hashtag 2020 space. And then he says it. And that's how I would do it.
Okay.
You don't need EP period. You don't need it in parentheses. It's just, mine would be hashtag 0017 space Rabbi Rothschild, all that other stuff.
Okay, I will going to do it today.
Absolutely. One thing Joe Rogan does, though, that I don't think you need. Do you know what the hyphen is?
No.
Oh, it's a little dash, like a little minus sign.
Yeah. Maybe I know.
You don't need that. You just hashtag 00 space, whatever it is.
Okay.
All right, Big Dog.
So I think we did some work.
Yes, sir.
To propel ships across the Atlantic Ocean. There were also all kinds of new innovations being introduced in the fields of metallurgy. Though it would take until the mid-1850s until modern steel was first produced in England, many people were already working in the 1820s on ways to manipulate iron and other metals to produce more durable metals. Stronger metals could hold greater loads, and this meant stronger bridges and other types of engineering. All of this would culminate in 1851 in the Crystal Palace exhibition in London, a fair showcasing many thousands of pieces of new engineering and inventions. A few years later, plans to develop a modern sewerage system for London were being initiated. Thus, the period from the 1820s to the 1850s was in many ways an engineering revolution after the first industrial revolution. Isambard Kingdom Brunel would be absolutely
I think I will be ready. Then you are going to be famous.
Excellent,
in the
big man.
1820s experimenting with the gas engine. At a meeting of the Royal Society in London, Mark Brunel listened to a lecture by its president, Sir Humphrey Davy, who noted that Michael Faraday had recently invented a method to liquefy natural gases under pressure. Davy suggested that by using a small amount of heat to convert liquefied carbon dioxide back into gas, it was possible to generate energy much more efficiently than by using steam. Mark decided to investigate the feasibility of such an engine, but despite some encouraging experiments, the difficulties involved in the casting of metal strong enough to withstand the high pressures involved eventually caused the project to be abandoned. At around the same time, the French scientist Sadi Carnot was in the process of formulating the first law of thermodynamics, which demonstrated that energy could not be created or destroyed, only transformed from one state to another. This meant that Davy's concept was physically impossible, but British engineers were unaware of Carnot's work for decades. Despite the failure of the gas engine, Mark Brunel saw greater success in patenting an improved steam engine which ran more efficiently. Isambard watched all of these developments closely as he began to enter his late teens. While Isambard would one day eclipse achievements, in the 1820s he was still very much learning from him. Father and son on their greatest collaboration in June 1824, when Mark Brunel was appointed engineer of the Thames Tunnel Company. For several centuries, the only crossing over the River Thames in London was London Bridge. But demands created by the rapidly increasing population in the 18th century led to the construction of several bridges further upstream. A new river crossing was also required to the east of London Bridge, but a bridge was out of the question since it would prevent tall sailing vessels from accessing the London dockyards. In 1805, Richard Trevithick, a mining engineer best known for his pioneering work on steam locomotives, led a group of Cornish miners to build a tunnel in East London. The miners were used to working with hard rock and struggled to make progress with the soft clay under the Thames. By 1809, abandoned, and Trevithick concluded that it was impossible to tunnel under the River Thames. The versatile Mark Brunel took an interest in the project, and by 1818 he had patented a tunneling shield that consisted of a cast iron frame to protect workers as they were excavating the tunnel face. After examining the route of the proposed tunnel between Wapping on the north bank of the Thames and Rotherhithe to the south, Brunel modified his design to make a rectangular frame that had 12 men at the tunnel face. Work began in 1825, and soon Brunel's shield was installed under the river. He anticipated that the work would only take 3 years, but the project faced a series of challenges and would take 6 times as long. Isambard initially served as an assistant engineer, but after the departure of resident engineer William Armstrong, to succeed him in January 1827. For the next 18 months, Isambard worked closely with 2 assistants, Richard Beamish and William Gravatt. By now in his 50s, Mark Brunel was primarily concerned with the overall direction of the project and dealing with the company's fractious board of directors, leaving Isambard and his assistants to oversee the day-to-day work underground. Here, Brunel was working 12-hour days, 6 days a week in Offenburg. By the spring of 1827, almost 500 men were working on the project. The tunnel was approaching its halfway mark of 600 feet, approximately 180 meters. On the 18th of May, 1827, disaster struck after the riverbed collapsed on top of the shield and flooded the whole tunnel. Thanks to the efforts of William Gravatt, no lives were lost. Despite the cramped working conditions, the company directors attempted to improve the company's financial position by selling tickets to see the unfinished tunnel as a kind of tourist engineering attraction. In November 1827, Isambard held a dinner for 50 guests, and Richard Beamish arranged for the band of the Coldstream Guards, his former military regiment,
Okay, I will go.
Okay, Big Dog.
However, 2 months
All right,
later,
keep me updated. Best wishes, Big Dog.
as the tunnel reached its
Okay,
halfway
thank you so
point,
much.
You're welcome, my friend. I hope you have a good day.
on this occasion,
Thanks.
Sig died, and Brunel himself narrowly avoided drowning by being rescued by Beamish. Brunel would spend several months recuperating from the ordeal, and work on the tunnel came to a halt. It would only resume 7 years later, in 1835, after Mark Brunel had raised sufficient funds to recommence it. Despite further flooding, the tunnel was finally opened to the public on the 25th of March, 1843. By then, Mark had already been awarded a knighthood by Queen Victoria in 1841 for building the world's first underwater tunnel, which was subsequently converted into a rail tunnel and continues to be used by the London Rail Network. While Isambard played no further part in the construction of the Thames Tunnel, he had gained considerable experience as a project manager and leader of men from the experience. After his father was forced to compromise on safety by his directors to save money, Isambard resolved that he would never be coercious to act against his own better judgment in engineering matters. Brunel struggled with his health throughout 1828 and made several trips to France. A combination of poor physical health, the near-death experience while working on the Thames Tunnel, and the cessation of tunnel work seemed to have had a major impact on Brunel's psychological state at this time. The morbid sentiments he expressed to friends were in stark contrast to bombastic ambition to command a fleet of steamboats in the Royal Navy with, quote, "take some island or fortified town," which he confided to a private journal begun in October 1927. He also shared his thoughts about Hume, a young lady of Manchester whom he had apparently already known for 7 years at the time of the diary entry. Although he considered making a proposal of marriage, he decided that he could not marry her, even though his romantic affection appears not to have diminished. Throughout his diary, Brunel referred to his habit of dreaming up, quote, castles in the air, personal ambitions and professional projects which he believed would never be realized. In between his and his father's efforts to revive the tunnel project and his continued experimentation with the gas engine, Brunel entered a competition to design a bridge spanning the Avon Gorge near the Bristol suburb of Clifton. Brunel had never designed a bridge before and asked his father for guidance. Mark argued that the gorge was too wide for a single span and proposed a Chinese-style pagoda rising from the bottom of the gorge to support the structure. Isambard ultimately rejected this idea, and instead, in 1829, he submitted more variations of a single span of some 270 meters, though the technical drawings did show his father's input. The competition's judge, Thomas Telford, was the president of the Institute of Civil Engineers and had recently completed the Menai Suspension Bridge in West, connecting the Anglesey to the mainland. Telford rejected all the submissions before presenting his own design, which included two large towers rising over 70 meters from the gorge. Brunel was incensed by the display of corruption and wrote to the committee arguing that Telford's tower
Should really tell the motherfuckers.
Fuzz were too heavy and would collapse. In 1830, the Bridge Committee determined that Telford's design was too expensive for competition with new judges. Although he knew that his initial proposal was structurally sound, Brunel modified his proposal to build a large abutment on the western bank to shorten the span to 200 meters. Meanwhile, in late 1830, he received a commission to design an observatory for the astronomer Sir James at his home in Kensington. Brunel had an interest in astronomy and was a friend of Sir John Herschel, whose father, William, had discovered Uranus in 1781. The observatory was complete in May 1831, but not long afterwards, South complained to Brunel that the costs of the project significantly exceeded Brunel's initial estimates. An anonymous article published in the Athenaeum Journal criticized Brunel's mechanical shutters and argued that, quote, this absurd project has no other object than the display of a tour de force. Brunel was deeply hurt and his friend Charles Babbage, the mathematician and computing pioneer, to take South to court for libel, but Brunel soon dropped the matter. In the late 1820s, the Bristol Bridge Committee once again decided against Brunel's proposals for a bridge across the Avon Gorge, but the young engineer refused to accept defeat. In 1831, he went to Bristol and met with the members of the judging panel, persuaded them to adopt. I argued that it was the most structurally efficient way to undertake the project. Work began in July 1831. The 25-year-old Brunel was well set on the path to engineering stardom, but within a few months the project ran into difficulty. Aside from the usual financial and engineering challenges, in late October 1831, the city of Bristol experienced 3 days of rioting after the House of Lords rejected an early version of the Great Reform Bill, legislation which was under consideration in the British Parliament in the early 1830s to significantly expand the voting franchise in a country where only well-off men were allowed to vote in the early 19th century. As one of the largest cities in the country, with a population of over 100,000 people, Bristol was a strong centre of support for the reform of the electoral franchise, which at the time only allowed 6,000 people in the city to vote. The Reform Bill proposed by Earl Grey's administration intended to widen the franchise and rebalance parliamentary constituencies towards the rapidly growing. The Reform Bill would eventually become law in June 1832, and in the general election later that year, Brunel campaigned extensively on his brother-in-law and closest friend, Benjamin Hawes, and helped him win election as Member of Parliament for Lambeth in South London. The political instability in Bristol following the riots caused building work on the city to be suspended. Brunel had also been looking for work elsewhere in the country, and in November 1831, he was commissioned to design docks at the mouth of the River Wear in the northeast of England, which was struggling to export the vast quantities of coal extracted from the area. On a visit to the area, Brunel settled on a location at Monkwear Mouth on the northern bank of the Wear in Sunderland. He then travelled across the country to Manchester, where he visited the Hume family and took a ride on the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, which had opened a year earlier. Brunel was impressed by the potential of rail travel and predicted that passengers would soon be able to board trains that would travel smoothly at 45 miles per hour. He returned to London and presented his plans for the Monkwear Mouth dock. They were rejected by Parliament as too expensive. In the summer of 1832, Brunel's Bristol friend, Nicholas Roche, invited him to carry out a review into the condition of the harbour in Bristol. For centuries, Bristol had been the most important port on the west coast of England. During the 18th century, it lost its primacy to Liverpool, where new docks were able to accommodate larger merchant ships. At the beginning of the 19th century, the so-called floating harbour was built in Bristol to enable ships to remain afloat at low tide, but within 20 years the harbour's efficiency had deteriorated due to the build-up of silt. In a report submitted to the Bristol Docks Company in late Brunel made recommendations to remove the existing silt by dredging and to increase the flow of water to prevent further accumulation. While most of Brunel's recommendations were deemed too expensive to implement, some minor changes improved performance. Brunel also concluded that the floating harbour was too small, but the city's merchants insisted on keeping the facilities in the city centre. Brunel would often clash with port authorities over the following decades. In 1833, Nicholas Roche informed Brunel project to connect London to Bristol, which was backed by several directors of the Clifton Suspension Bridge Company. Roche told Brunel that the Railway Committee was seeking proposals and would accept the one which offered costs. Brunel was infuriated by the many bitching attitudes of the merchant class and informed the committee that while his proposal would not be the cheapest, it would be the best. Brunel's arguments persuaded the committee, who appointed him to survey the route. He travelled back and forth between London and Bristol to determine a suitable route through the hilly terrain and completed his survey within a matter of weeks. In July, a committee of directors was formed in London to complement the one in Bristol, and at their first joint meeting in August 1833, Brunel was officially confirmed as engineer of what was to be known Great Western Railway. While he continued to receive occasional advice from his father, Brunel had established his credential independent engineer. He who saw the new railway as part of a new network that would connect the country together and enable people to travel long distances quickly and cheaply. In September, Brunel was asked to undertake a more detailed survey of the route. The railway's directors still had to raise capital before seeking parliamentary approval. The fundraising effort was led by Charles Saunders, secretary to the company's London committee, who became a close friend and colleague. When the new session of Parliament opened in the autumn, the directors initially sought approval for 2 short stretches of line from Bristol to Bath, and London to Reading. In addition to opposition from landowners and farmers unwilling to have a railway line run through their backyard, Eton College, which lay near the proposed railway route, complained that the railway line's proximity threatened to damage the morals of the pupils who would have easy access to London and all its temptations. The days Brunel spent giving evidence to the committee enabled the bill to pass the Commons, but major objections remained in relation to the purpose of Vauxhall in South London and other issues that led one opponent to quip that the scheme was neither Great Western nor a railway. After the House of Lords voted the bill down in July, Brunel and his company directors set out to revise the bill by changing the proposed London terminus from Vauxhall near Lambeth in South London to Euston on the northern side of the city, from where it would join the London and Birmingham Railway. Brunel had a further concern about passenger comfort, believing that rail carriages were too narrow and had a tendency to sway at higher speeds. The existing track laid to a narrow gauge 5 foot, following the standard set by the father and son team, George and Robert Stevenson, who were responsible for the construction of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway. Hailing from the mining communities in the northeast of England, the Stevensons were primarily interested in using rail to transport commodities such as coal. The comfort of passengers was an afterthought. In contrast to their approach, Brunel envisaged rail as a means of transporting the general public around the country and began working on a broad gauge measuring around 7 feet, one which would be more comfortable for passengers to travel in. This would in places carriages between the rails and lower the center of gravity, providing for a smoother ride and faster speeds. The Great Western Railway's initial proposals envisaged the track to be laid to Stephenson's narrow gauge, but without informing the company's directors, Brunel persuaded Lord Shaftesbury, who was drafting the revised bill on the company's behalf, to delete the reference to Stephenson's gauge, thus giving himself the flexibility of building the railway to his broad gauge. By February 1835, the Great Western Railway Company had raised enough seed capital to present a revised bill for the whole length of between London and Bristol. Brunel's plan included a tunnel almost 2 miles in length under the hills to the east of Bath, near the village of Box. This particular element of his plan was targeted by the supporters of rival London and Southampton Railway as a point of weakness, who put forward the science professor Dionysius Lardner to give evidence to Parliament, claiming that if the brakes of the locomotive were to fail inside the proposed Box tunnel, the gradient of the tunnel would cause the train to emerge at the other end, travelling at 120 miles per hour, which would increase air pressure and suffocate the passengers on. The sense of travelling at such speeds was still very unclear at the time, and people wondered if this was true or not. After Brunel refuted the claims, the bill passed both houses of Parliament, and at the very end of August 1835, the plans for the Great Western Railway Act received the royal assent from King William IV. 2 weeks later, Brunel informed the company directors that he intended to build the railway to a broad gauge to accommodate passengers in some degree of comfort, and won their approval for this plan. In December 1835, the company directors abandoned the terminus at Euston in favour of temporary station facilities at Paddington in West London, as the London and Birmingham Railway was not keen on connecting with the Great Western Railway with a different gauge. At his 30th birthday in April 1836, Brunel had many things way. Not only had work begun on the Great Western Railway, but the Thames Tunnel was revived, and his revised plans for the docks at Monk Wearmouth also received parliamentary approval. A few months later, construction also resumed on the Clifton Suspension Bridge. Brunel's professional success had a major impact on his personal life. Since 1832, he had been a frequent visitor to Kensington House, the home of William Horsley, a musician and composer whose 5 children included talented artists and musicians. Brunel was particularly attracted to the 19-year-old Mary Horsley, the eldest of her sons, who was strikingly beautiful but lacked the artistic talent of her brothers, and Brunel had courted Mary for several years, and by May 1836 he determined that his finances were secure enough for the couple to get married. After a wedding in Kensington that July, they moved to a new house at Duke Street next to St James's Park in London. Even after their marriage, Brunel continued to prioritise his work, while Mary often stayed in London to manage. The couple would have 2 sons and a daughter between 1837 and 1847. In early 1835, even before the Great Western Railway received parliamentary approval, Brunel demonstrated to the company's directors that his imagination and ambition was boundless. As the committee expressed reservations about the scale of the project, which was to be the longest railway line in Britain up to that time, Brunel joked that the project was not big enough, and the company should build a steamship called the Great Western, operating from Bristol to New York, thus providing passengers with the opportunity to travel from London to New York directly on a train and steamship, both called the Great Western. While the directors laughed at the suggestion, Brunel and his friend Thomas Guppy stayed up late into the night investigating the idea seriously. The company directors gave their approval in October 1835, and in 1836, Brunel and Guppy formed the Great Western Steamship Company. Before work could start on the Great Western ship, Brunel difficulties involving the railway. Brunel's broad gauge train design and his desire to run his trains at high speed required flat terrain and a reasonably direct route. Brunel addressed this by building bridges, viaducts, and tunnels to maintain a straight and level route, which would be named Brunel's billiards table. For comfort, Brunel also redesigned the track by choosing to support the rails with evenly spaced wooden planks. The bridges and viaducts on Brunel's route were impressive architectural monuments in their own right, such as the Horncliffe Viaduct over the River Brent is added to the expense of the project. The Box Tunnel was the most challenging of them all. Work began in September 1836. The workers threw the hard line. Furthermore, heavy rain caused the shafts to be flooded and the tunnel was not completed until 1841, years after the line was due to be completed. While the line was being built by two teams of workers, starting at each terminus and meeting at the middle, difficulties at the box tunnel meant the progress of the western end was slow, while the eastern portion proceeded at a quicker rate. Brunel hoped to design his own steam locomotives to operate on the railway, but the engines built to his specifications were not only unreliable and undermined his desire for high speed. In August 1837, Brunel was fortunate to recruit Daniel Gooch, a 21-year-old engineer with experience building steam locomotives for Robert Stephenson in Newcastle, who was an enthusiastic supporter of Brunel's broad gauge. After realizing that the engines built to Brunel's stations were not up to scratch, persuaded Brunel to purchase the North Company, which were originally intended for the ends. Stephenson agreed to convert the locomotives to run on broad gauge before setting the Great Western Railway. Most of Brunel's time during this was taken up with matters relating to the Great Western Railway. In the summer of 1836, work began on the SS Great Western, what would become the world's first major oceanic steam-powered ship. It was being built at William Patterson's shipyard in Bristol. Alongside Thomas Guppy and former Royal Navy officer Captain Christopher Claxton, Patterson was part of a small building committee which gave expert advice to Brunel. Brunel's critic, Lardner, sprung up again and argued that it was impossible to build a steamship to cross the Atlantic because the coal required to fuel it would be so heavy that the weight of it would negate any advantages gained from using steam power instead of wind power to propel the ship. Undaunted, Brunel observed that the volume of the hull of the steamship he envisaged would be several cubic meters wider, allowing for the storage of greater amounts of coal and greater load bearing. A larger ship would, therefore, be more efficient. After sending the members of the committee to investigate how steamships were being built in the shipyards of the ports of Glasgow and Liverpool, two of Britain's leading ports of the industrial age, Brunel made some improvements to the engine and strengthened the hull. The result was a paddle steamer over 70 meters long, the longest ship in the world at the time. Although Brunel and his colleagues tried to keep quiet about the Great Western to prevent rival shipping companies from beating them to a steamship service from Britain to New York, the British and American steam navigator of Liverpool kept a close eye on the Great Western and building a ship named the British for the transatlantic passage. Upon seeing it in progress, they set the British Queen aside and instead attempted to make the first crossing of the Atlantic with a steamship by chartering a much smaller steamship, the Sirius. On the 4th of April 1838, the Sirius departed for New York from the port of Cork in the south of British-ruled Ireland. Just a few days before this, the engine room of the SS Great Western had caught fire, and Brunel had his second near-death experience when he fell from a burning ladder onto his friend Christopher Claxton, who carried him onto the deck. After the fire was extinguished, Brunel was set ashore. Despite the setback, repairs were quickly carried out, and on the 8th of April 1838, the SS Great Western began its maiden voyage across the Atlantic. hoping to beat the Sirius to the United States. Because of the accident, Brunel could not take part in the voyage. Still, the result satisfied him. Despite the Sirius having a 4-day head start, the Great Western gained ground quickly on it, with the Sirius having to slow down to preserve its dwindling fuel supply as it continued on. When the Sirius limped into New York on the 22nd of April, the Great Western was not far behind and arrived later that day. Although it had narrowly missed out on the accolade of being the first steamship to cross the Atlantic, the Great Western was considerably faster and became the first regular transatlantic steamship service, making almost 50 crossings between 1838 and 1846. While the Great Western was already in operation, the prospects for the Great Western Railway were less promising. In June 1838, an eastern section opened between London and Maidenhead, but Brunel's modifications to the track had not made the ride any smoother. After commissioning a couple of reviews that criticised Brunel's approach, the Great Western Railway Board planned to appoint a second engineer to work alongside Brunel, leading Brunel to threaten to resign. In January 1839, a powerful group of northern shareholders, known as the Liverpool Group, attempted to remove Brunel meeting, but Brunel won the vote. Further sections of the line were being opened in stages, and Gooch began building the new Firefly class of locomotives, which could run at 50 miles per hour. Since the locomotive fleet was outgrowing the temporary facilities at Paddington, in 1840, Gooch proposed building a maintenance facility near Swindon, then a small hilltop market town in North Wiltshire, which would open in 1843. Brunel not only designed sheds, but also accommodation and public buildings for the workers. A hotel was built inside the station to offer refreshments to passengers in what was one of the first major instances of travel hospitality. Although Brunel had missed several deadlines for the completion of the line, on the 3rd of June 1841, a Great Western Railway train ran a direct public service for the first time between London and Bristol, making the 118-mile journey in 5.5 hours. The construction work had run considerably over budget, but Brunel had defied his critics and become a nationally renowned engineer. Brunel nearly didn't live long enough to enjoy his success. In April 1843, he suffered his third near-death experience when he was entertaining his sons by hiding a coin in his mouth and accidentally swallowed it. Although he was still able to breathe, the coin was lodged in his windpipe, and his efforts to remove it made national headlines. Eventually, his father came up with a solution, designing a device which turned him upside down and enabled the coin to slowly descend out of his windpipe. By 1843, Brunel was preparing to launch a second transatlantic steamship. The Great Western Steamship Company had always envisaged ship to the SS Great Western, but Brunel had grander ambitions. In 1838, he had dispatched Patterson and Claxton to investigate the prospect of building the ship with an iron hull rather than a wooden one. After a positive report, Brunel set out to build the SS Great Britain, a ship weighing almost 3,500 tons 7 times that of the largest iron-hulled ships of the day. Work began in July 1839. The design would evolve over time, particularly so after Brunel saw the SS Archimedes enter the Bristol docks by a screw propeller in the early summer of 1840. After sending Gumpy on board the vessel on its journey to Liverpool, Brunel persuaded his directors that he had to redesign the SS Great Britain to incorporate elements of the screw propeller. This work eventually caught the attention of the Admiralty in London, which invited him to oversee trials for its use in the Royal Navy. Brunel accepted the assignment as a means of obtaining useful data for the SS Great Britain, and the trials were successful. In July 1843, construction of the Great Britain was completed, and Prince Albert, the husband of Queen Victoria, was the guest of honour as the ship floated from the dry dock into the floating harbour, where it would be fitted with its engines and boilers. By March 1844, the ship was ready, but she could not yet leave the harbour, as the Bristol Docks Company had not widened the entrance to the harbour sufficiently to allow it to pass through. As a consequence, the ship only finally left Bristol in January 1845 and steamed to Blackwall in London to be furnished. In July 1845, the SS Great Britain made its first transatlantic crossing in less than 15 days. However, the following September, the ship ran into trouble as its master, Captain Hoskin, lost his way in heavy rain. The ship ran aground on the northern coast of Ireland, and efforts to free it were to no avail. Although the iron hull emerged relatively unscathed, Hoskin had effectively written the ship off in his report to the company. Brunel was busy working on the railway's branch lines and could not get to Ireland until December 1846. When he did, enraged that his state-of-the-art ship had been left, quote, lying like a useless saucepan kicking about on the most exposed shore you can imagine. After a lengthy salvage operation, the vessel was towed to Liverpool, but the Great Western Steamship Company was bankrupt and the fittings removed. In 1850, it was sold for a fraction of its cost. The fate of the SS Great Company did not diminish the reputation or the fortunes of Bard Kingdom Brunel. The engineer of the Great Western Railway and several branch lines, Brunel continued to seek improvements to his network. He believed that steam power was dirty and expensive and sought a cleaner and cheaper. On a visit to Kingstown, on the east coast of Ireland, in 1844, Brunel witnessed the operation of an atmospheric railway air pressure. Brunel began experimenting railway on a stretch of the South Devon Railway between Exeter and despite warnings and the Stephensons that it could never work. Considerable delay, a section of track was opened in September 1847, but Fishguard in Wales, Rosslare in the southeastern corner of Ireland. From there, they would be connected to Dublin by a rail running north from Wexford along the coast. Brunel was appointed engineer of the Wicklow and Dublin